Ladies, gentlemen, and others, welcome to the third round of the VMG Endurance Series, and we've hopped across the pond today to the United States and the picturesque Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. 6.5 kilometers or 4 miles of incredibly narrow, incredibly technical, and incredibly fun racetrack. It's all about bravery here, with super fast yet tight corners that are very unforgiving. Brake as late as you can, then be on the throttle as early as possible, but be too keen and you'll be punished by a very small runoff and then the wall. The track layout is unchanged from 1955 as well, so there's a lot of history in this tarmac, and we'll be adding to that today, or virtually anyway. 14 corners, 9 to the right and 5 to the left, including fantastic bends like the tyre-destroying carousel and the balancing act of turn 1. This circuit is very harsh on the rubber and brakes, so it's vital to take care of those on your way around. My name's Ross McIntyre. Alongside me today in the booth is Jack Cunnane. How are you doing, Jack?
Great to be here, Ross. Absolutely fantastic day of racing we've got coming up for you at this wonderful circuit. Iconic with endurance racing as well. As you mentioned, unchanged in 1955. They haven't needed to change anything because it's that good around here. It is very technical, very tight, very twisty. Really looking forward to seeing how it's going to go today. 4 hours of action coming up today. And of course, normally you'd have George Morgan here alongside you, but he's not feeling the best today, so I've been the last minute stand-in. So hopefully I fill the shoes well.
Indeed, today was supposed to be Jack's day off, but he's done us a service by coming in today. We can see here the changes from this round. Team Apex have now turned into Team Rookie Monsters. Networks Grand Prix have also withdrawn from the championship. Shame to see them go, but that is the way with the championship. We can see here as well just how tight it is in the standings, Jack.
Absolutely, you can see at the top of the DPI field, Epic RSR on 50 points, Drillers on 40, Mugen on 30, so separated by 20 points only. TTF just down on 18, so it's quite clear your top three there. LMP2 even close. Have a look at this. Top two tied on points on 40 each. Team Rookie Monsters on 40, Team Iris on 40, and 3 points back is Mugen Sim Racing on 37. And GTE, they decided they wanted to make it even closer. Mugen Sim Racing on 35, Glassing on 28, Solo Sport Racing on 26, and Global Endurance Racing on 25, Team Imperium on 25. So the top 5 separated by just 10 points. It's early days in the championship, so it's not the be-all, end-all, but you've got to get the season off to a good start to have a chance when we get to, of course, the VMG 24, which is the big double points race.
Indeed, at this stage of the championship, that's where everyone's building to. Everyone's building for that huge 24-hour race at Spa, round 5 of the championship. Double points on offer, as well as at the last race, the 1,000 miles of Sebring. So that's where everyone's building towards. If you can get a win at Spa in that 24 and your opponents in the championship have a poor race, you can suddenly leapfrog 40 points ahead of them in the standings. So it's really crucial that you have a good base building block to get up to that point for the 24, which is only a few months away now. Obviously the 5th round, this being the 3rd round. We've got Interlagos between that now and then. So yeah, but at this moment in time, the championship perhaps not the most crucial thing in your mind. You're probably more focused on winning the races in front of you, more focused on just getting the good performance in, and as I mentioned, just building that base heading up into the 24. And like I said, double points on offer. It's sure to be incredible. It's going to be a fantastic event, I'm sure. But then again, so is here today. It's Road America. We've both already mentioned how tight and twisty it is, and it's absolutely crucial, especially on the first lap. It's just an awful track to be racing on the first lap on, because it's so narrow. Going side by side up to the first turn especially will be pretty treacherous. Then on the way through turn 6 as well, over that small jump, locking up, we could see some big accidents here today, which while nobody particularly wishes to really see those, it does always add to the drama. And well, you know, we love one thing here at VMG TV, and that is drama. Make sure you follow along as well on social media with the hashtag VMG Endurance Series. I'll be keeping an eye on the Twitter feed, so make sure you get involved on there. Make sure you and we can see here as well the starting order on the pole. James Dubin, the Drillers Esports, number 7. Red Archer VRT taking P2, and Mugen Sim Racing taking P3 in DPI. The now Epic RSR, the usual dominant force in qualifying DPI, all the way down in P7. Chris Shepherd just really off the pace there. Mugen Sim Racing taking the pole in LMP2 with a great performance by Zoltan Varkonyi to get up to where he did. And then coming in P2, we've got Ryan McKibben in the Team Iris, and then Team Rookie Monsters with a great start to their life in the VMG Endurance Series, down on it in P3, P12 overall. It's the LMP2s are very close indeed to the DPIs here. Some of them are faster than the DPIs you saw there. And so it's a lot closer than we expected again. And when you consider that the LMP2s can run a lot longer on fuel, it's really going to shake up going into the race. So this could be even closer than it was at Silverstone between the two categories, which is always fantastic to see. We love good racing here, and well, everyone loves good racing, really. Team Imperium taking the pole in GT. Ernest Lappens in the AFP number 98 in P2 was on track to take pole before a screen freeze got him on his fastest lap. And Amusing Sim Racing again taking P3 as well. They've been fantastic in the GTE category as well. Phoenix Motorsport down in P5 as well. They're a team to watch out for, as well as Reynert van der Laan in P6. Those two, I'm sure, will be coming through the field. Jack mentioned earlier when on the race day, it's just how tight it is in the GTE categories, and only 10 points separating the top 5 in the championship, and that could get even closer today. So we'll just have to wait and see what can happen here at Road America. As you just go down the rest of the order, we can see Wyatt Hackley there in P36, and as we can see here, Jack, we're on the formation lap here at Road America.
Absolutely. So now it's all about settling into your rhythm. You've got to get your head in the game, really, as we roll around for the formation lap here at Road America. So you've got Drillers Esports on your left, of course, taking pole position by nearly half a second. So really big gap in the DPI field. James Zuby doing an excellent job there to get that car up into the pole. But as he mentioned, Chris Shepherd nearly 1.3 seconds off the pace today in P7. So we have to keep an eye on what he's going to be able to do from that position. LMP2 also by about half a second, but GTE just separated by a mere 0.08 of a second at the top, and about a top 5 separated by just over a 1/10 of a second. So that GTE field is definitely going to be one to watch. But here is going to be the around here, this particular sector is going to be one of our action zones for today. Of course, heading down this corner, down at the left-hander, then into the carousel and round to Canada corner, Ross. There's definitely going to be a chance of some very large accidents happening there when the DPIs catch up to the back of the field.
Indeed, obviously the Canada corner especially, a completely blind, flat-out kink. If you come around there in a DPI, when you're lapping GTs and there's been an accident ahead of you, there's a GT perhaps facing the wrong way as we just head through the carousel. Now this big sweeping right-hander, probably almost flat out in some of the DPIs and LMP2s. But as I was saying, yeah, Canada corner, if you come around and there's a car facing the wrong way, there is no way you can go. And it's so easy to get it wrong on the curve as well. It's a very aggressive exit of the corner. If you just step slightly too wide, you hit the curve at slightly wrong angle, you can find yourself in the wall. Barely any runoff either. It is very much a scenario of life or death coming through there. You need to get it spot on every single time. And you can see here the curbs on the X as well, and just watch as they come through. This is Canada corner right here. You can just see how tight it is at high speed. And look at the exit, absolutely no runoff. The curb's super short, the grass is right there. So it's crucial that these cars have it right coming through. As you mentioned, there is a very high possibility of several big accidents here today, and that is going to be one of the locations where it could all definitely kick off. Coming around now to the back end of the formation lap, the Drillers Esports number 7 leading them around very, very slowly, it must be said. Obviously, pit limiters on for the formation lap here in the VMG Endurance Series. Round 3 here at Road America, and I'm sure it's going to be an absolutely banging race. And I'm going to hand over to you, Jack, for the race start.
Absolutely, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. If you aren't subscribed to VMG TV, make sure you do that right now to keep up with all the action from the VMG Endurance Series. We've got plenty more rounds to come, but we've got 4 hours of racing coming up at Road America. Drillers Esports leading the field around to take the green flag, and of course the GTE field separating themselves from the field. They'll be, of course, a few corners back, just making sure to give themselves a good gap so they can get themselves cleanly away towards turn 1. But it's very narrow, very tight, very twisty, long drag up the hill here towards the green flag. Drillers Esports on the right of your picture as we look now from the last corner, and you can see the long drag up the hill here at Road America, and James Zubia will lead us to the green flag for the 3rd round of the VMG Endurance Series. Getting ready to go in just a few seconds time. LMP2 is getting ready to go as well. Green flag drops, and we are away for the VMG Endurance Series round 3 at Road America, and it is a good start from the Drillers Esports car, but immediately being challenged into towards turn 1 around the outside as they head towards turn 1. 2 by 2 guys, there you go. Drillers Esports hangs the inside line, Zubia hangs onto it, but you can see now moving into 2nd place they go, and the fanning out wide again, that turn 1 being very, very crucial that you don't lose it early on in this race. But good start from James Zubia, falling into P2 as well. 3-4 they go, single file they go. Very clean start from the DPIs, no big accidents. That's what we wanted to see from those guys, but they all file into formation now for the next 4 4 hours of racing we go. The GT is getting underway in just a few moments' time, but clean getaway from James Zuby in the Drillers Esports car. Crucial that he did that.
It is indeed great start from James Juby there. Martin McGurley as well had the opportunity to challenge into the lead. I can confirm the GT green flag has just dropped. Just keeping my eye out of the corner of my eye, but James Juby already trying to pull a gap on the Mugen car in P2. It's a great start here from the number 7 Drillers Esports car as he heads around now, coming into the carousel where we can see the GTEs in the bottom left-hand corner all appear to have got away cleanly as well. Fantastic stuff here from the GT field. I was really quite worried before this race. I was saying to our broadcast team that I was worried there was going to be a big accident in the GTE field. They just don't have the downforce into turn 1. They don't have the brakes, the stopping power that these DPIs and LMP2s do. But they've managed to get away very clearly. The Team Imperium car has managed to get a great start. Laszlo Zanto leading the way. Ernest Lappens in P2 at the moment. Ernest was very confident coming into this race. Let's see if he can challenge Zanto as they come up through turn 6. He's going to have a look down the inside now. Big braking. Is there going to be contact down the inside? No, there's not. Looks like he's going to be able to hang it round the outside into turn 7. Will he be able to get the move done? Still side by side. Oh, there is contact! Contact between the pair of them. Round they both. Oh, big accident! Oh, that's a big accident there. Big pile up here. Oh no, big pile up here. Oh, there's 5 cars involved, I believe. There was another car off down the road as well. James Juby completed that 6-car accident. There's a car without a wheel. Oh dear, I think there was just slight contact between Laszlo Zanto and Ernest Lappens. Their code 80 is out on lap 1. That is not what we wanted to see. Big accident here at Road America. Oh, what a shame for the leading 2 as well. Someone without a wheel there. I'm not quite sure what happened. James, did you get a better look at that?
We might have to have a quick look at that again, but that was 4 hours of racing ahead, and immediately there's a huge crash on lap number 1. Side-by-side action between both the leaders in GTE, and just a slight tap round they went and ended up in the middle of the road. The GTE field could do nothing about it. Let's have a look at that again. Here we go. On board with Lappens as we head up towards the left-hander. He goes for the move here on the inside, gets his stop, lovely overtake, hangs the inside, but of course Team Imperium still there on the inside line, and it's just going to be now, you'll feel it, a slight tap in the rear. Round he goes, and they both in tandem go around, but now they end up in the middle of the road. He ends up on the grass, and they keep crashing in front of him. But he does manage to get back going again. So he just does a full 360, gets back going again, does Lappens. But that is a big, big shunt. There was about 8 cars involved in that one on this early moment. And yeah, that's crazy, crazy stuff early on to be racing that hard in the early part. But of course, track position is just so key around here that you have to do it early. But not what we expected. 8 cars caught up in that one, and 1 without a wheel. Couldn't quite see who that was, but not a good start for the GTE field. Let's have a look at this again. This is Laloya in the 27 Racing 83 car. He comes round, he sees everybody there, and he just can't get the car stopped. Huge smash into the wall, and I think that might be our car with the missing wheel, the BMW. But big smash in the early one, and that puts the Mugen Sim Racing 63 into the lead.
Indeed it does, yeah, big accident there. I think Lappens actually got away very, very nicely from that. He's only down in P4 with barely any damage. But in comparison to the Team Imperium car, oh, that's, yeah, just a big accident. Not what you wanted to see, but again, that just shows how narrow it is at Road America. There's nowhere to go. And, yeah, Adam Saroj benefiting very nicely from that into the lead at the end of the first lap in GT. Anyway, Code 80 still out. I'm sure we will have some cars limping back to the pits. It's quite a long lap here, but it is very, very quick. So under Code 80, it's going to take quite some time, but under green flag, it is actually reasonably short. We can see the class leaders there, James Juby, Robert Porn, and Adam Suraj. And we have green flag very shortly, and there is the green flag. We are back underway here at Road America. James Juby looks to be holding that lead for the time being, coming down into the right-hander. And looking behind, the Mugen Sim Racing car about half a second off. Not quite the reaction perhaps they wanted for the end of the Code 80. But James Juby managing to hold that lead for the time being. So this hopefully will be the first lap proper, as we hopefully now do get a green flag lap under our belt. Remember to keep following on social media, hashtag rFactor2, hashtag VMG Endurance Series on all your social medias. Keep the posts coming in. We'll keep following them here in the commentary booth. 3 hours and 54 minutes here to go at Road America. We're back under green flag after that big pile up on lap 1 in the GTE field. And we can see the LMP2 here. There's a couple of cars coming out of the pits in GT. You can just see how many cars there in the pits. There must have been a lot of damage. Some of the big slide there for the Drillers LMP2 car. I believe that's Jan Vosnicker at the wheel of that, and the number 47 managed to keep it steady through turn 1. It's a very quick corner, and he's all over the back now of the Mugen Sim Racing car. It's got a big slipstream down into T4. It's downhill. It's very easy to lock up. We'll just have to see what he can do. And here we can see that on board, he dives to the outside. He's going to have a go round the outside into turn 4. That'd be very keen indeed. Oh, and then there is contact between the pair. Round goes Jan Vosnicker. Manages to pull it to the inside, just out of the way of the car behind. I'm not sure who that was that just narrowly avoided Jan Vosnicker there. The Driller's car spinning out, half spin, managed to keep it going, I believe, out of the wall as well. And he's still going at, no, not still going. That's the other Driller's car even, should I say. James Jubia. Martin Migueli's managed to close that gap about half a tenth over the last lap. So it's very tight between these two. Chris Shepherd still absolutely nowhere to be seen. Looking at my live timing, down in 17th overall. The man who dominated the first 2 rounds and has been he's been absolutely electric in other series. We can see the onboard from Zoltan Varkonyi behind of Jan Vosnicker. Just I don't believe there was contact. There was a bit of contact actually on the rear end with Zoltan Varkonyi there. That sent Jan Vosnicker around. But yeah, Chris Shepherd, he's been absolutely electric this series. Electric in the rFactor 2 GT Challenge. Today, he's just absolutely nowhere. Myron Pfeiffer has a penalty there. Omicron Sim Racing already not finishing from this race. 36 cars, I believe, we have remaining on this track. Wojak, quite a hectic first 7 minutes we've had here at Road America.
Absolutely. I was not expecting everybody to be kind of this aggressive early on with 4 hours ahead of the drivers, but everybody else managing to keep it nice and central. We're looking at the 2 Valley Esports cars together, 10th and 11th overall, of course, running together as a big slide. Again, they're really getting the rear end stepping out there. As we look back now, Zoltan Varkonyi chasing after Robert Pone, of course, who's leading the LMP2 class. The one on the grass for Pone there, the Team Rookie Monsters, number 56. But it is very close now. Varkonyi in the Mugen Sim Racing car trying to get himself at the head of the field now as they come down towards turn 4. But he's just going to have to hang back a little bit for now as he gets it very late on the brakes. Nearly goes into the back of Robert Pone there on the brakes in turn 4. Such confidence going in there into turn 4. Up towards turn 5 they go. But it seems that Varkonyi in that Mugen Sim Racing car does have some good pace in that car. You can just see it in the confidence he has on the brakes. And Robert Pone seems to be sliding around in that car quite a lot, not comfortable in this early phase.
Indeed, Robert Pone obviously, and there's a lot of traffic there already. That's one of the Team Imperium Corvettes that possibly got caught up in the earlier incident. But Robert Pone is one of these are next generation sim superstars, very, very young drivers that are coming through with supreme amounts of talent alongside drivers such as Ernest Lappins, who we saw earlier, who briefly took the lead in GTE and is still currently going around, I believe, in about 3rd or 4th in class. Yeah, Robert Pone is just one of these super quick young drivers that just appears to have some mercurial talent on his hands, and I'm sure we'll be seeing as the series progresses just his abilities improving and improving further and further as he continues to learn. And it's amazing to see drivers in the there's a wheel on the track there. I believe this may just be a camera shot from earlier on after the incident. The wheel on the track there, that's not what you really want to see. Luckily it's gone now. But yeah, Robert Pone, very young, about 14 or 15 years old I believe he is, and he's just mercurially quick. So it'll be great to see how much he improves over the future. On board now with Wesley Bucco in the Santa Motorsports number 48, chasing down Hugo Tempez in the TTF Racing number 43 for P5. You can just see how almost wide these cars are running. Bucco actually not running too wide, and Tempez indeed himself actually holding a very conservative line, but getting the rear end really stepped out. Slip angle is very important at this track. You really want the rear end to step out to get the car rotated around these corners, but that comes at a price. Obviously it's very unstable. You don't want the car to spin out. You don't want the car to over-rotate on the ring. You lose all grip. That's costing you time. You just want to really be able to get the car to pivot. Oh, and there's almost contact between the pair. Bucco has a half spin. Manages to catch it. The Iris car behind is going to be able to take him up the inside into turn 4. Let's see if he goes down the inside. No, can't quite get it. That could have been disaster there, though, for Bucco. Hugo Tempez, all the pressure on his shoulders absolutely relieved. And you can now focus in front onto Martin Novak in the Valet Esports number 44. Valet Esports have been pretty consistent in this championship so far. A few good results out. There's a car running very wide off there. Who's that? That's one of the Team Imperium LMP2s, I believe. Indeed, it is the Vente Girlkos running wide. It looks like he might have some damage. He's running very wobbly almost. And Drillers Esports apparently has disconnected from the race. So it would appear that the car who was in the lead of this race is out. What's going on there? So the number 7 Driller's car out of the race. We've got a car there without a rear wing. That's the 027 racing car. So they're in contact there. I'm sure we'll be seeing a code 80 in a minute. I'm blown away by what's going on. It's all suddenly just kicked off. So we had a Driller's retirement. There's a car without a rear wing in the last sector. Another, the Team Imperium car appears to be crabbing down the straight. Lante Giorgos into the pits. But that is absolutely bizarre. I'm not sure quite what's happened. Just a DNF there for the number 7 Driller's car. It's been a chaotic opening 10 minutes here at Road America. Still with this battle for 4th and LMP2. Looks like the Santa Motorsports going to have a look down the inside. Can't quite get the move done. It's super close here. The 4th place, almost contact between the pairs. They start to head down the back straight. Now I'm going to say very carefully, don't go 3 wide here, boys. Oh, don't do it, please. Good move backing off there, whoever's at the wheel of the Iris car, because it is not wide enough at all. The TTF Ligier there. Oh, round the outside goes Bucco. That's going to be some move from Alex to hold the position. Coming through the next corner, there's a bit of a jump here, and it's going to sweep round the outside. What a move there from Wesley Bucco. Fantastic stuff. Oh, what a great move. Let's get a replay of this is Vinicius Loyola even in the 07 car. Oh, just spinning round. Oh, that's a big accident there. And what Jack was saying earlier, how a Canada corner can really cause some big damage. Then we see Vinicius Loyola in the 027 car just coming around, collecting with him the Team Imperium LMP2 that we did see crabbing. And Jack was mentioning earlier how that could be a problem. Unfortunately, we've just briefly lost Jack through an internet issue. But yeah, that's such a shame for the Drillers Esports number 7 car. James Jubio was leading this race out of this race. And seemed to be just an internet disconnect, it would appear. And that's a shame so early on. That Drillers squad was holding so much pace. Well, Timotej Andonovski as well, who was standing in for Henry Sinek as his teammate, was showing some fantastic stuff. Oh, there's a car almost on the grass there on the outside of Ernest Lappens and Adam Surej, who are neck and neck heading into P1. This is for the lead of the GT category. Lappens goes through into P1 in the AFP number 98. Great move by Lappens in that BMW. However, Surej still with him. The BMW not the quickest down the straight. We'll have to see down the backstretch what can happen. Surej will be in the slipstream. Looks like Lappens got a slightly better corner exit. Let's just stick with them as they go under the bridge. Cars. Wow, just see how narrow it is. Look at the rear wing of Lappens. How many prototypes just flying through. There was 3 wide there ahead as they went past Lappens. And it's going to be very early break from Lappens. Surej might have a look down the outside. He definitely does. Can't quite get the move done. A lot closer this time round though. Coming under the Corvette bridge. Will he be able to have a look down the inside? No. Lappens still holding position for the time being. We saw him early on very aggressively taking lead and then contact, causing a 5 or 6 car pile-up down here, but he's back into the lead, obviously minimal damage. And a penalty for Chris Shepherd. So Chris Shepherd, his nightmare here at Road America just gets even worse. A penalty for Chris Shepherd, the usual dominant force here in the VMG Endurance Series, the Epic Cars. Oh no, and round goes Adam Surej. Contact with the Valet Esports P2 behind. Oh no! And that was the battle for the lead of GTN. I believe that was a Valet Esports LMP2 car, just getting it wrong behind him. Misjudging when he pulled out, tapping the Mugen car. That's going to give Ernest Lappens to commanding lead now of the GTE category. Adam Surej just going to replay that. Yes, it was one of the Valet Esports car. Just contact. What are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't really have an opinion, but that was borderline stupid. That's an unbelievable incident there. Just misjudging the distance completely. And wow, that's such a shame for Adam Surej. Martin McGurley in the lead of the DPI category at the moment, inheriting that lead after James Jubia not finishing this race through an internet issue. And that's going to blow the championship wide open because Chris Shepherd currently down in P6 with a penalty to his name as well. Looking to try and overtake Ernest de la Cruz in the Revolution Racing number 11. Chris Shepherd is nowhere in terms of points. James Jubia can't get points in that drill as number 7. If Chris Shepherd has a poor finishing position, this could blow the championship even further open. This could allow perhaps a third force to come into play, but this is again a disaster for the Drillers Esports squad. They're already 10 points behind Epic RSR, which is there's still a double points race coming up in the VMG 24 at Spa. Levante Giorgos has a penalty in the LMP2 for some reason. I'm not quite sure what that is. I believe Jack's just come back with us as well, so that's good to hear. Jack, you there?
We had a massive outage here for about 5 minutes. Everything's back, thankfully. We are up and running, thankfully. That was scary.
Oh, well, it's good to have you back, my friends. Again, internet outages, we've been seeing them here in the race as well. It's not something you could avoid, unfortunately. Ernest De La Cruz still holding position from Chris Shepherd at the moment. Chris Shepherd just does not seem to have the pace today. I'm not sure if it's the car or if he's just not confident with the track. It's just bizarre to see Epic RSR, usually by this stage just several seconds up the road, just languishing down in P6. It's just such a bizarre scenario to see them. Perhaps they've got a strategy and it'll come good later into the race. But it's just very, very strange to see indeed. Looking at my live timing, he doesn't appear to be on different tyres or anything either. So Chris Shepherd currently in P6 for Epic RSR. And is going to come into the pits this lap. That's a very early stop for Chris Shepherd. Maybe he had damage. So Ernest De La Cruz definitely holds on to P5. Robert Pawn takes P6 overall in his leading LMP2 Rookie Monsters car. It's been a great performance by that Rookie Monsters team so far. Robert Pawn putting in great show. Obviously only 17 minutes of this race have gone past so far. Here's the Valet Esports cars. Both of them running pretty solidly as well. Martin Novak currently tries to defend from Vesely Buku, who's been fighting his way through the field. He's currently perhaps catching up to the back of Novak. We'll just have to see what the gap is as they come down the straight. Keep an eye on that delta. It's likely it's going to be falling in that slipstream as they head down into turn 4. And here we can see the onboard of Buko there, turning in. Very tricky corner. Don't clip the curb too much into turn 5. Up into turn 6. Again, super hard not to lock up over that bump. Take the curb. Don't run too wide. Don't let the rear hang out too much. And then again, another supremely quick corner. Don't utilize too much of that exit grass or you may find yourself looping yourself round. And then now into the carousel and absolutely tire killer. Oh, big wobble there for Novak. That's really not going to help his chances. And Buko's going to close right up coming into the carousel. And looks like Novak's going to have taken a much wider line there, trying to get the exit speed back up. And he's going to be neck and neck with a Rookie Monsters car. That's going to cost Buko a lot of time coming through the kink as well. Wow, that's so it's back and forth between these two at the moment, Jack.
Yeah, it really is. A huge moment for Novak coming through towards the carousel. Again, it gets wide on the exit of the right-hander there, so it's not like they're not pushing on in this early phase of the race, but really getting the rear end out, and Buko is just trying to find his opportunity. Just got unlucky with the traffic in Canada corner there, getting caught up on a GTE just a small bit, but now he'll get a good run towards turn 1 in the slipstream, getting towed along here. He won't have enough to get alongside here, but both of them getting a little bit, having some scary moments right there, but it's certainly good stuff in this early phase of the race. Of course, Santon Motorsport running 5th, Valet Esports running 3rd and 4th respectively in this early phase, and then it's a big old gap already, about 7 seconds up to the Mugen Sim Racing car in P2. Team Rookie Monsters, of course, leading the P2 class at the moment with 20 minutes gone in this race, but this battle's certainly going to go on, and I'm sure this will carry on for a good towards the pit stop. But we're about 20 minutes in right now. We expect the DPIs to go about 30 minutes before they need to pit for fuel. So it's coming up to that phase right now. Of course, they don't have a lot of fuel in the tank here, the DPI. So the P2s, of course, they will be able to go about 15 minutes longer. The GTEs probably closer to the hour mark before they are going to come into the pit lane. So right now, of course, the strategy will immediately come into effect at around 3 hours and 30 minutes to go before we see our DPI leaders heading to the pit lane.
Indeed, so we very much could be seeing some LMP2 cars in the lead overall. If the fastest LMP2 cars, we do know, are quicker than some of the DPIs. So it could very well be that if they get their strategy right, they keep their pace up over the course of this race, we could see some LMP2 cars challenging for some very strong positions overall. We see here Robert Pawn currently in the leading LMP2 in the Rookie Monsters car, the Mugen Sim Racing car not far behind. Dummy's going into the pits almost as he laps these two GTE cars coming down the main straight. Such a undulating main straight, up and down it goes. It doesn't look that bad on the camera into the latter stage, but it really is just such, it's like going up and down in several hills almost. It is really ridiculous. It's such a fantastic track in terms of the undulation and the nature of the track. And it is such a good circuit. I do very much enjoy driving here on the rare occasion when I do drive, before I realise I'm very slow and don't do it for a long time. But here we're on board with Zoltan Varkonyi in the Mutant Sim Racing number 27. Robert Pawn looks to be holding the advantage at the moment, but we can't really tell at the moment. They're very much back and forth, closing up the gap between the pair of them, coming into turn 5, up into turn 6. Looks like Pawn got a little bit wide on the exit there, perhaps clipped the grass a bit. It's not affected him too much. Again, he's running a very aggressive driving style, is Robert. That rear end really hanging out into some of the corners. He's got a lot of slip angle. I'm not sure that's going to be doing his tyres a world of good. We just have to see how he fares coming into about. Oh, what a big slide there, and that's going to allow Varkonyi to get right onto the back of him. Side by side into the carousel. Does Varkonyi? Oh, and there's contact between the pair. Varkonyi into the gravel, manages to keep it out of the wall. Oh, super unlucky there. Robert Pawn looks like he just got a bit out of shape as Varkonyi was alongside, and now he's got all that work to do again, Jack.
Oh dear, you were talking about slip angle. That was certainly that. Robert Pawn getting out of shape on the way into the left-hander, and of course Varkonyi, he tried to go around the outside. It's really tricky to do in the carousel. Let's have a look at this again. So you see, goes wide, has the run on the outside line, and just has a little bit of a look around the outside, and just a tap on the rear, so slight. Ends up in the grass. Did well to keep it out of the wall, hold on to his position, but as you mentioned, he's got to work and get back up to that again. So big moment there at the head of the field at LP2. Gives Team Rookie Monsters another bit of breathing space. 4.1 seconds now, pretty much similar to the DPIs at the moment. 4.1 out front in that one. But here's Ernest Lappens in the AFP number 98. 9.6 seconds he has back to Team Iris in P2 in the GTE field, and he's going to be counting as lucky stars after that lap 1 instant with a full 360, and he's somehow managed to end up back at the head of the field here in the GTE class, as here we have AAA Racing Engineering and Team Iris going at it here for position P7, P8 respectively in class, so trying to get themselves a bit closer to the TTF car as well, which is just a little ways up the road from them, just in P6 at the moment. But Riley McKibben trying his very best to get past Yanni Zotto in P7, but unable to do so at the moment. But these LMP2s, I'm noticing the drivers are really driving them on the ragged edge, getting the rear end out. So obviously trying to get the rear end to turn in some of these corners is obviously a bit of an ask, because you need the turn in the rear. But of course, if you have too much of that, then you get a situation with Robert Pawn and with that rear end just wanting to go around at every moment. There's Riley McKibben, like I'm mentioning, just there, getting the rear end to step out, trying to get on the power as early as you can. But as you mentioned at the very start, Ross, you get on the power too early, it's just going to loop around on you.
Exactly, it's a very tricky circuit, is Road America. The corners are all very technical, and if you're just too late on the brakes or too early on the throttle, you can find yourself in the runoff, and you can see it just how narrow, how tight the walls are to the track. It really does punish you if you make a mistake. It's not a track for the faint of the heart, shall we say. We can see here that's a contact there between Alex Zagoradev, excuse me there, and TTF Racing and Paulie Honan in the Volante race number 2. Just a bit of bumping wheels as they came down the main straight. Coming down to the back stretch. Looks like the Volante Racing cars managed to get away a bit there, actually. It's perhaps just coming into the pit stop window. Just trying to get a bit of a move on, trying to get those places up to P3 overall at the moment. Podium position, not bad for Volante Racing at all, but TTF Racing are not going to back down. There's definitely no slouch. Well, nobody here isn't a slouch in VMG, must be said. Very... Oh, and there's a car off there on the right-hand side. Looks like it's just a spin for a Corvette. I couldn't quite catch who that was. But as I was saying, it's a very high standard of the field here in VMG. It's everyone is a very quick driver in their own regard. You know, obviously you've got some who are on, frankly, alien pace, as we like to refer to it in the sim racing community. But you know, everybody here is very quick indeed, and it's such a good quality of field here. And it's great to see such good racing. We've got a replay here. It was Berg Ozdemir in the TTF Racing 70. So the teammate of the car we were just looking at in the GT category, just spinning around onto the inside, and then I believe tried to get it going again. Yep, just round onto the grass on the outside. Good to get it, got out of the way and didn't impede anybody. That's always good to see. It's important when you go around, you don't cause anybody else to crash. That's it typically doesn't go down particularly well with your colleagues on the grid. Back on board with Wesley Bucco in the Santa Motorsports 48, still chasing down Martin Novak in the Valet Esports car. These two have been neck and neck the entire race so far. 3 hours, 34 minutes and 38 seconds to go on the clock. Giorgio Sorelli gets a penalty for in the GTE field for GER. Not quite sure what that's for. Shame for Giorgio Sorelli. As we carry on with Bucco carrying round onto the front straight. Let's see if the slipstream is as advantageous here as it was at Spa, for example, or Silverstone as well, where they've got big, long straights. Now, Road America, it is a very high-speed technical circuit. You need a lot of aerodynamics, a lot of downforce to get the cars working around here. So I'm sure they'll all have their wings turned well up or as high as you want for an rFactor 2 setup. Anyway, we all know that rFactor 2 setups tend to be interesting on the aero front, but I won't delve any further into that. They'll all be reasonably high. The setups will all be very much on the ragged edge, and we have seen that in the LMP2s, as Jack mentioned earlier. I was talking about slip angle quite a lot, but you can really see here just how wide the rear of the cars are getting on a lot of the LMP2s. You can see there just on the bottom left a different camera angle of this battle at the moment. Oh no, that's another battle entirely, even, should I say, in LMP2. That's the 888 car and the Team Iris car going at it behind these two. 888 Engineering, that is the esports division, it would appear, of the real 888 Engineering, the V8 Supercars team down in Australia. It was Supercars, it's now called, down in Australia. They've started a collaboration with Nova Finlandia, and as a result, Nova Finlandia are now 888 Engineering here in the VMG Endurance Series. It's always great to see real-world racing teams get involved in esports. So it's good to see them here as well. Now, as we're just coming into the DPI pit window now, Jack, my question to you now is, who bites first? Who dives in first?
Yeah, it's a good question, because you want to hang on to track position really as much as you can, but you're going to be pushing the fuel if you do that. So we'll have to wait and see. I imagine just the leader, for safety's sake, he's got a good gap out there, so I assume he's just going to peel in. We've got 4 seconds up to the leader, so I reckon he's just going to peel in. He'll be the first to come in, and then we'll see what happens after that. Martin Novak gets caught up behind a Corvette there. That might give Bucco a good run down towards turn 1. Gets a great exit out of the last corner, so this could be a move for third in class in P2. Here we go in the slipstream in the Santa Motorsports car, outside line for turn number 1. Not the ideal line, but let's see if he can make it work in that 48 car. Got the run out of the last corner. Can he go for the outside? No, backs out of it, trying to get a cutback line down towards turn 2. Gets a good run out of the first corner once again, does Bucco, but he will have now, if he hangs behind, gets the run down towards turn 4, then that'll be a good run for him. But again, Novak gets a great exit out of there in the number 44 Valet Esports car, but he might be able to survive another day here unless Bucco gets a good run down into turn 4, but I'm not sure he quite has it there, so he may have to just wait another while, as a GTE will also get in the way of him as well. That Ferrari just getting wrong place, wrong time for him, and he's going to have to wait for another opportunity. There was just something I noticed there as well. We did have 2 Valet Esports cars running up here. We seem to have lost one. I'm not sure what happened to them.
Yeah, no, you mentioned that actually. It's very similar. I think we can see there. There's the other. Yeah, there's the. Yeah, that's very confusing actually. Now that you mentioned that, I'm not quite sure what's happened there. Maybe we've had a spin or a pit stop, an early pit stop, maybe. Yeah, we seem to have lost a Valet Esports car here in the comms booth. Here is the 888 car, and I was just talking about a moment ago. The number 34, I believe that is, coming round. Ryder McGibbon chasing down the Team Iris number 37. Very, very close between these two at the moment. P5 and 6 in class, respectively. There's going to be a Ferrari down the inside. It looks like Ryder McGibbon might be having a very aggressive chance here. Doesn't quite go for it. I've kept on mentioning that Road America, the braking points are so precise. It's super tricky to overtake on the brakes because everyone here is braking as late as they possibly can. The corners are in such a way that the brake points are ridiculously precise. So a lot of the moves, I feel, are going to be down the straight, getting a good exit. So we'll have to see what happens now. Onto the main straight. Can McGibbon get a better run this time? He's in the slipstream of Myron as they come across the line. 3 hours and 30 minutes to go. Coming to the outside. This could be an interesting move. We saw this, that Martin Novak Bucco wasn't able to do this a lap ago on Novak. And McGibbon is not able to do it this time around. The outside line clearly not preferable through T1, maybe down into T2 and 3. No, the 888 car is going to hold P5 for the moment. It would appear that the cars that are defending at the moment seem to have the upper hand in the battles. They can just sit tight. The circuit is such an issue. It's so tight, it's so twisty that you can just hold firm. You just have to wait for your opponent to make a mistake. And that's what that at the same time is what the following car is going to do. They're going to try and push the defending into making a mistake. But if the defense just know they can just sit there and drive around as they are and not have to worry about attacks because they know you'll back off, then they won't make a mistake. So it's very interesting to see there what's happening with that. But it's come to my attention as well that perhaps I believe the other driller's car is retired as well in the LMP2 field. I may be wrong, but just looking through the field. And yeah, Jan Vodka is out of this race alongside James Dubious. So both Drillers Esports cars out of this race. That's a disaster for Drillers in the championship. Really not a good start for them at all. Only half an hour in. Wow, not a great start for Drillers Esports at all. And the Epic RSR not performing so well as it is in DPI. This is going to blow the championship wide open. Red Archer VRT having a great Mugen Sim Racing are into the pit. So the pit stop window opens. Mugen Sim Racing, the first cars to pit, Revolution Racing in as well, so we're seeing the first DPI cars to dive in. Won't be seeing these cars coming for a while though. The LMP2s can go about 15 extra minutes on their fuel. The GTEs can go about another half an hour. So the GTEs, oh, big dive there from Robert Pawn on Zoltan Varconi. Almost Varconi gets it really wrong in the exit. Robert Pawn actually got overtaken by Varconi there, I believe. And the leader is in the pit. There goes Martin McGurley. There's the Mugen car on the bottom left in the pit. Robert Pornover still chasing down Zoltan Varconi, trying to retake that lead even. Let's see. Looks like I don't think he's going to be close enough this time. Unless he's very keen on the brakes. He can definitely close up to him though. Let's see what happens. Coming through turn 5. Not close enough this time around. Under a tenth of a second separates them. If he's keen into turn 6 under the Corvette bridge, you might be able to have a look. No, can't have a look this time around. Big slip ankle from Zoltan Varconi in front, really getting the rear end hanging out. There seems to be a common theme here with the LMP2 cars. It's just getting that rear end really stepped out for these just these almost 90-degree corners to get round. Coming into under the Speedville bridge and into the carousel. Now, we've seen a fair few incidents here today. We've got some lap cars coming up ahead. I believe that's Ernest Lappins, who's currently leading the GTE category by 14.3 seconds. Great stuff from Ernest Lappins there. Round goes Varconi. Robert Bond's going to have to wait behind until after the kink. It's still very tight between these two at the moment, so we'll just have to see how it balls down in the pit stops. Paul actually have to take to the grass there a little bit. It was very aggressive moving from him. But he's going to want to have to clear these cars as quickly as possible. He doesn't want to be stuck behind traffic. There's a battle for the lead going on here. Even this early into the race. Still 3 hours and 27 minutes to go. But, you know, you really want to put yourself in the best position possible early on to basically just keep yourself going around. And, you know, Jack, just how important is track position here of all places? Because Road America is so tight, it's so narrow. It's super difficult to overtake, isn't it?
Yeah, and you've seen what happens with sometimes you go side by side, the smallest bit of contact, you're out in the grass, so it's very easy to get wrong round here. As we see, the top 3 in DPI have just come in as well, so that is going to be, of course, promote Mugen Sim Racing back to the lead, provided they've had a clean stop and all that. So good stuff from them. I've just been keeping an eye on what actually happened to the other Valley Esports car. They're down in 9th at the moment in class, about 53 seconds off the lead. So I can only assume they've either had a big off or they've come into the pit lane early and had to repair some damage possibly. So that's probably why we've lost that second car. But there's DPI now, Volante in, Red Archer, VRT in, TTF are in. So that is everybody in DPI, and we have, of course, to wait for our P2s to come in an extra few minutes for that. But Mugen Sim Racing go back to the lead after the stops, and we have a penalty for Wyatt Hackley in GTE class as well. Of course, plenty of penalties all the way around early on in this round. We're only about 35 minutes into this round. We've had a good few penalties, a smattering of them throughout. As we now go back to, speaking of which, the other Valley Esports car, the 32, that's where they've ended up, down in P9 behind Hugo Tempest in the TTF Racing 43. So not exactly sure what happened. They've obviously had to come into pit lane for something, and they've ended up now, of course, they were running in 3rd, all the way down in 9th, and 53 seconds off the lead.
Indeed, it's not been a great start from them at all. I've just also been informed by Alex Heinen, who runs Nova Finlandia, that it's not the Australian Triple 8, it's the British Triple 8. Apologies there for my mistake. But yeah, not a great start there for Frank Hamming in the Valley Esports number 32, a long way off. But still in this battle with Hugo Tempest at the moment, only a second off of him for P8 in class. Now, this is the point in which we've seen perhaps some places gained by the LMP2s during the pit stop cycle. It looks like the top DPIs are still far enough in front. Or no, they're not even, because Zoltan Valkonia is overall in the lead of this race, so I take that back. But this is the time for the LMP2s to prove their pace. As the Valet Esports guys are very close there. If you'll excuse me there for a moment, but yeah, this is the time for the LMP2 cars to prove their pace. This is the time when they can show that they can win overall, that the drivers and the teams. And oh, it's very wide from the TTF car. That's going to allow the Valet Esports car to dive up the inside. Can he hold it around the next left-hander? This is a very tricky blind corner. Yes, he can. The TTF car backs off. Gonna have to deal with the DPI behind as well. Great stuff there from the Valet Esports car. Back up to P8. Great move. Saw the opportunity and went for it. And now he's coming in. They're both coming into the pits. That's quite early. That's a lot earlier than we thought there. And there's a GTE diving in the background there as well. So this is a lot earlier than we thought the LMP2s would be coming in. Yeah, they're coming in now. So perhaps either we were wrong about the pit stop windows. We see they're an onboard of Hugo Tempest just running wide. Or maybe they know something that we don't. Maybe just the tyres, maybe the track temperature's different. Who knows? So we've obviously got a bit of an early pit stop window here for the LMP2. Zoltan Valkonia, though, still has not pitted. Neither has Robert Pawn. 0.8 of a second now separating these two. There's a yellow flag in Sector 3. It's gone as quickly as it arrived. Let's see if they come into the pits this time around. That'll be interesting to see, because maybe some of the teams are running more aggressive strategies than others. You can see a lot of P2 cars in the pits at the moment. Valkonia, though, appears to be holding station. Oh, and that gap between Robert Pawn's massively increased. I think Robert Pawn might have made a mistake behind. In comes Valkonia. So yes, looks like we were wrong about the pit stop estimation, but Robert Pawn's just massively dropped back. There's maybe ran wide out of a corner. That's going to allow Team Iris to inherit the lead, I believe, unless they come into the pits as well. So it's a drama here in the pit stop window. It's we're not quite sure what's really going on. Did you got any idea, Jackal?
No, absolutely not. I can only assume that because of the way these guys have got the car set up, that they're just burning the tires out within this window. So it's obviously we're now looking at a DPI pit window of 30 minutes and an LMP2 pit window of about 35 minutes. So they can't actually go as long as we thought. So here comes the lead DPI. He's going to retake that overall lead here, Martin Mughali. So he's going to get himself past those P2s. And we had both Valet Esports cars come in a lap earlier as well, so they've managed to take early pit stops. But all order is resumed at the head of the field. DPIs retake the overall lead, and he's actually going up to some traffic now. Martin Mughali in the Mugen Sim Racing number 16 car now, so he's going to have to negotiate his way through this and should get past no issues whatsoever. But there's Martin Novak in the 44 Valet Esports car. And they've fallen even further behind, nearly a minute and a bit back to the next car, but they certainly have been able to separate themselves from the Samplin Motorsport 48. They're still fighting even after they've been in the pit lane, so that gap has remained exactly the same, and they're going to go at it for another 40 minutes.
It would appear so. Obviously, we've got a replay here of Radim Krenek in the Phoenix Motorsport number 26. What's happened here? They're just watching. Oh, just running wide. Oh, just touching the grass. Out of the carousel, around he goes, keeps it out of the wall. Just unlucky spin there. He just ran a little bit too wide, perhaps just a bit too keen on the throttle, or got the line slightly wrong. But yeah, obviously the pits, not the pit stop window, so the driver change window is typically about halfway through the race. That's when you see most of the driver swaps happen. We saw last time out with Silverstone that Chris Shepherd, because of the red flag that caused the race to be ended an hour early, he was actually in the car for the entire race, all 3 hours. And he ended up winning. That being said, he could have, that car could have come second had the red flag been called a little bit later. But yeah, they did win that race. I believe his teammate only did about 2 laps in the car before the red flag came out. So it is typical to see most driver changes happen at the halfway mark in these 4-hour races here at VMG. 4-hour rugby being the most common format we run here. Obviously, got a few 6 hours. We've got 1,000 miles of Sebring, which is around 8, well, it's 1,000 miles or 8 hours, whichever comes first. And then we've also got the 24 hours of VMG 24 over at Spa, the second trip to that circuit in this calendar round 5, which is what we're all building up to at the moment. But yeah, typically in the 4-hour format, it's around about halfway point. 2 hours to go is the point which you have your driver swaps. There's a big move down the outside, down the inside from Robert Pawn. Let's see who's going to get this move. Ligier on the inside, Robert Pawn in the Yoker on the outside, sweeps around the outside. Great move from the Rookie Monsters driver there. Fantastic stuff. Down into Canada corner, turn 12. Great move. Up to P8 overall, I believe that is. And Robert Pawn continuing his charge, proving to us why it's a big wobble from Kian Butler there in the background. But Robert Pawn once again proving to us why he's such a dominant force and why he's one of the next big things in sim racing as he continues on his march up the field. Already 0.8 of a second separating the pair. Great stuff there from the Rookie Monsters man as he sweeps into turn 1. So now with 3 hours, 90 minutes and 33 seconds on the clock, we should be seeing the race now begin to perhaps settle in to its main point. And we see a replay here of Robert Pawn. It looks like Kian just got caught up behind that Corvette. That's the TTF Corvette there. Liep just got held up, dived to the inside to defend Ligier against Orica. The Ligers are slower than the Oricas at most tracks, and you can see the Robert Pawn just sweeping around the outside. Great move there by Robert Pawn. Oh, here we've got a GT battle on our hands. Two Porsches. Not quite sure what positions they're fighting for, but they look to be pretty locked in a battle at the moment, heading down into turn 2. Well, this is turn 3, really. Apparently, the slight right-hand kink down here is turn 2, according to my track map, anyway. But as they and this is Chris Vacker is getting very close to the back of Wyatt Hackney. Now Vacker is a very competent driver indeed. He's been putting on some strong performances this season. He's already alongside. We can see a battle in DPI on the bottom left as well. Vacker's going to have a go around the outside into turn 5. This would be a great move if he gets it done. Oh, runs a bit wide contact between the pair. Wyatt Hackney gets a bit of a wobble on. Still neck and neck coming under the Corvette bridge. Let's see who's going to be able to hold it. Coming around the half. Looks like Vacker's going to sweep around the outside. Great move there by Chris Vacker. TCC Motorsport up into P29 overall. Great stuff. I'm not sure why Hackley's going to be too impressed with that. A bit of contact between the pair of them as Vacker went through. And this is Paul Honan in the Volante race car and De La Cruz in the Revolution Racing. Still locked in a battle after all this time. These two have been going at it for basically the entire race at this point. It's good to see them still going. Got a great backward shot from Honan's rear, of his rear wing, and then behind him, De La Cruz, currently about 3/4 of a second back, but that is really waning and fluctuating over the course of the race, or the lap even. Coming now into the carousel, one of the trickiest corners, in my opinion, in the world, because you really have to judge your braking, your turning, and your throttle input so carefully, because there is no runoff if you get it wrong. And if you do get it wrong, you have to lift off, and that kills your momentum. Oh, big wobble! Big step by Honan. What a save from Paulie Honan. De La Cruz going to have a great run and will sweep past, but oh my, what a save there by Paulie Honan, Jack.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help but get a round of applause for Paulie Ahonen there. What a save, sideways at almost 160 miles an hour on the entry into Canada corner, and somehow saves it. He loses the position, but he certainly didn't lose his life, thankfully. Ernest De La Cruz up to third. But Paulie, let's have a look at this again. Look at that, sideways again, and he gets back going again, thankfully. But that would have been a scary, scary moment for him coming through Canada corner. But he's going to now get right back in the fray, fight it out with Ernest De La Cruz, trying to retake that third spot, but he just over-rotated coming into entry, over-corrected, and then had to correct again with a massive bag of oversteer. That's at 160 miles an hour, Ross, so that's probably about as scary as you're going to get. I think he's going to need a new set of overalls.
I think he'll need a new Sebring or a chair after that one as well. That was certainly a scary moment for Paulie Honan. Great save there from the Volante racing driver. Fantastic stuff, and now he's back on the attack on De La Cruz, bit wide through turn 5. But still very close between the pair of them. De La Cruz, the pace between these two is very similar. De La Cruz at the moment just appears to just be holding station, driving very consistently. Honan appears to perhaps maybe have a slight pace advantage, but a little bit less consistent in terms of his lines. We can see he's just running a bit wide through some of the corners, but he's now, the hunter's now become the hunted has now become the hunter, even, should I say. And he's going to set his sights firmly forward on Ernest De La Cruz. De La Cruz now, it's a different kind of pressure from when you're attacking to when you're defending. When you're attacking, you can just focus everything on the track in front of you, everything on what your opponent in front of you is doing. But now you've got to look in two directions, in front and behind. It's a different style of racing. Defending is, I like to consider almost the lost art of motorsport. On a big slide there from De La Cruz as he comes through Canada corner. But yeah, I like to consider defending the lost art of racing. It really is overlooked. But when some strong defending comes through, it really is spectacular to watch, and it can really make or break your race. And Dela Cruz now, if Honan continues at this rate of knots, may have some defending to do. 1.2 seconds separating the pair at the moment as they come to the line. Looks like Dela Cruz actually might be slightly pulling away, but there is a bit of traffic for Honan down the back end of the circuit. So P3 and 4 overall at the moment in the DPI category. 3 hours, 40 minutes and 43 seconds left to go here at the 4 hours of Road America in the VMG Endurance Series. Make sure you keep those posts coming in on social media. Hashtag VMG Endurance Series. I'm keeping an eye on the Twitter feed. Do keep me entertained. It's always great to hear the opinions of the teams and the drivers and any viewers as well that we may have. On board now with a Honan is a lot closer this time, coming down into turn 5. Let's see if he can get much closer as well under braking. And a bit wide there from Dela Cruz. Honan was a lot nicer through the exit of that corner. That gap has massively closed up now, coming under the Corvette bridge. Let's see how the exits are. Very, very similar. Notice Dela Cruz looking to maybe make slight corrections there, clipping the grass a bit as well. I think he's starting to feel the pressure from a Honan who's got, wow, big gain under that braking zone. They're almost neck and neck now coming into the carousel under the Speedville bridge. And I keep talking about how difficult this corner is, and you can just see the dirty air. Honan just cannot get that throttle down. Dela Cruz is going to be able to pull away a little bit coming into the kink. Great stuff there from both of these drivers. They're really pushing each other super hard. Dela Cruz, for the moment, going to hold this position unless Honan seems to have the slight advantage. Now it's really back and forth between who has the pace between these two. Dela Cruz running very wide there. That's not what we really want to do. Didn't lose too much time, luckily. But he may have got a cut track running wide there as well. Again, maybe he's pushed his tyres a bit too hard. Just started to overheat them a bit. So Honan is really starting to close that gap down now. This time, last time round, was 1.2 seconds separating them. Now it's 6/10. Honan has halved that time in 1 lap. So by my calculation, there should be 3/10 between them at the end of this lap. But let's see what happens. Dela Cruz again running super wide out of the first turn. He's really letting that hang out. Just trying to use all the track and then some. Looking to get all the pace he can get his hands on. He knows there's a podium on the cards here at the moment. It's still 3 hours and 12 minutes to go here. But, you know, you want to be in these strong positions at any point in the race. It's almost a psychological thing to know you're running well. To come up and lap Ernest Lappens, I believe that is, in the AFP BMW, who's still leading. I believe that was Ernest Lappens anyway. I didn't quite get a good look. And then now head back up under the Corvette bridge. Honan not quite as close this time round, but they still go. And Honan almost looks like he's trying to kind of reorganize himself a bit. He's just biding his time. He's driving very consistently now. Look how much he's closing up under the brakes into the carousel. And this seems to be his problem, that he's just catching Dela Cruz in the wrong place. He's catching him into the carousel, which is really long. This time it's taking a very tight line, though. He's not getting any dirty air from that at all. And he's really close to the back of Dela Cruz this time round. The Delta says 7/10 of a second. I'd say that's wrong. They are super close to each other, coming through the kink now on the run. That's kind of the corner. Looks like Dela Cruz might have a slight pace advantage. Dutch was the wider exit, but Honan has the slipstream. Let's see if we can get any closer now coming into the next corner. No, slightly wide from both drivers. Dela Cruz still utilizing that runoff. He's very much driving, taking some very aggressive lines as Dela Cruz in the Revolution racing car. And they're coming into the last corner now. Up the hill we go, or almost up the hill we go anyway. There's some traffic ahead, it appears that Dela Cruz and Honan are both going to have to pull out for. And the gap appears to be pretty similar. Honan, again, just doesn't seem to be catching him in the right place, Jack.
No, he's not. He's quicker in all the wrong places, unfortunately. Dela Cruz is just doing enough through Sector 1, for example. But he's definitely closer than he was on the previous lap by. And we know Dela Cruz, we've visually seen it, he struggles in the braking zone into turn 4. So we'll see. It's definitely closer from Honan this time. Under the bridge they go. Dela Cruz with a decent run out of there, though. But I don't know if Honan's going to be any closer than he was last time. He has a little think about it. But again, no, he's not close enough now. Dela Cruz gets it stopped much better on the brakes this time, and up the hill they go once again under the Corvette bridge. Ahonen now is just going to have to bide his time, I reckon. He's going to have to maybe think about going for the move in the left-hander before the carousel. If he once again, he gets a wash of dirty air to the right-hander there and loses all the time he gains. And again, watch this, in the braking zone, closes up again. De La Cruz gets stopped a little bit better though. And it's definitely not going to be enough for Ahonen this time. And he's going to get that, again, that big wash of dirty air through the carousel. He's trying to take that shallower line to get out of the dirty air, but it's not really helping him too much. As you can see, the bottom left corner, that battle between Novak, the Valley Esports, and the Santa Motorsports car is still ongoing for that 4th place in class. They've still been unable to separate themselves. But good stuff all the way through. Bit of traffic, contact with Ferrari. Ahonen might have an opportunity here on the exit of Canada corner, trying to find the space. He has found the space, but will he have a run on the outside? No, he doesn't. Tries for a cutback as they head towards the last corner, but he will be definitely much closer as they come through the last corner, trying to take a wider line, get a switchback line, and he does get a lovely run out of the last corner. Does Ahonen for Volante Racing, moves outside for his potential overtake, pulls alongside the Revolution Racing number 11, but they will go side by side down towards the first corner. Does Ahonen have enough to get it stopped on the brakes? De La Cruz hasn't got the answer, and Ahonen moves in front of that. Was all caused by traffic, by a GTE Ferrari. De La Cruz losing the spot once again, but that battle's going to keep going, I reckon.
Indeed. Obviously, we saw there De La Cruz just bit of contact with the Ferrari. I thought that was going to be a lot worse than it actually was. De La Cruz actually got away relatively lucky. There looks like little damage as well, so that's very lucky, but drops the position. Ahonen just bided his time, waited for the opportunity. And there it was. It presented itself up into P3. He goes once again. These two drivers have been battling for quite some time now. They're still going around 8 minutes left to go until the hour mark. And it's been a great race so far here. The VMG 4 Hours of Road America live here on VMG TV. It's been a pleasure to bring you what we've seen so far. Hopefully we get much more of this as the race goes on under the Speedville Bridge and into the carousel, and you can just see as well how much Ahonen's just got away from De La Cruz. Already a second separating them. Now Ahonen can set his sights firmly ahead. Just get his head down, get that gap down, and just push all the way up into hopefully, well, P2. It's a bit of a gap, 15.8 seconds to Thomas Vac in P2, but looks like he's got some pace on him at the moment, so we'll just have to see what can happen. We're on board with De La Cruz as they come through Canada corner. Bit of traffic there as well they're going to have to negotiate with. And that is such is the beauty of endurance racing. You just have to deal with traffic. It's something you've got to learn how to cope with in the faster cars. What the slower cars do as well, because you have to learn with being overtaken all the time. But with the fast cars, you just have to. It's part of the strategy. Is when the traffic comes in, you can be in the middle of a battle and about to make an overtake, and suddenly you catch traffic in the wrong place, and you find yourself 5 seconds back, and you've got to do all that work again. It can be one of the most frustrating things to come across as a driver, but as a viewer, it's fantastic because it just adds so much drama to the occasion. It's just another factor to throw into the mix. Bucco and Butler still going at it. At this point in the race, the RLO Abruzzi car has been putting in a very strong performance today for the Ligier squad. Typically, Ligiers don't run too well in this series. The Orcas have had the upper hand so far, both at Spa and Silverstone. RLO Abruzzi still sticking with their Ligier for the time being, though. Very close there on the inside from Bucco. He's definitely letting Butler know he's there. The Hansen Motorsports driver all over the gearbox of Butler. Coming into the last corner, he's going to have a look down the inside. Decides against it. He's going to get a big run down the main straight, though. Going to get all that slipstream. Gets a slightly wider line. Here we go. Will he be able to have a look into the first corner? Let's carry on running on board with him now. We can see from the rear wing of Butler as well as from the front of Bucco. Growing closer and closer. Has a look to the inside. Butler doesn't even bother defending. It's just going to let Bucco have the position, it would seem. Manages to perhaps hang around the outside. Really wide there from Butler. He's going to have to dive down the inside of a Porsche here. He's going to try and make it 3 wide. Surely not. No, he does not. He sensibly backs out of that one. Looks like Bucco's going to take the position, move up into P10 overall. Great stuff from Bucco. We've been seeing some strong performances from today. Up into P10 overall. The Hansen Motorsports squad march on. Back on board with Butler. Let's see if we're going to close up perhaps over these next few corners, however. These cars look very neck and neck on pace at the moment. Now, coming up to the Corvette Bridge, this is a place where if you're strong through here, you can really benefit you up through the next section. Bucco running slightly wide, but just it's not enough for Butler. Looks like Bucco is going to hold on to that position. Great stuff from Wesley Bucco and the Santa Motorsport squad up into P10 overall. 3 hours and 5 minutes left to go. We're almost at the hour mark there, almost a quarter through this race. And it's been a pretty dramatic hour, it must be said. We had that first lap pile-up. We've had a double DNF for drillers who are running very strongly in both their respective categories. And we've just seen a few DNFs. We've seen drivers where they shouldn't be, both in terms of being up the field and down the field. It's been a pretty chaotic race here. Well, pretty chaotic first hour anyway at Road America. And hopefully we're going to get a lot more of that. It's been an absolute joy to comment over so far, must be said. But Bucco up into P10. Santa Motorsport finally get their reward. Moving up the field. That's some traffic in front. TCC Motorsports, Chris Vacker doesn't have to move out the way. We can get a replay here of the move from Bucco even. Just drawing on the inside. Butler didn't even try and defend. He knew there was no point. Slides up the inside. Easy as you like. Great stuff there. Chris Vacker overtaken by Bucco there in the GT. Obviously, the GTs don't have a legal obligation to get out of the way of the faster classes. A lot of DPI and LMP2 drivers, just in general, not just exclusively in this series, think that the GT drivers just kind of have to get out of the way, but they don't. They only have to get out of the way of their own class. That's the rule. If you're being lapped by a car from a faster class of you, you can take your line. They have to figure out how to get around you. If you're being lapped by a car of your own class, that's when you have a blue flag. That's when you have to get out of the way. So the GTs have zero obligation to move at all during any VMG event. And well, as frustrating as it may be for the faster classes, it's just the rule book. McGurley leads the way in DPI. Valcogni P1 in LMP2. Ernest Lappin's putting in a solid performance in P3. And Jack, we were discussing before the race where Ernest was going to be around this stage, and he's got a 32 seconds in his back pocket. It's not a bad performance from him so far, is it?
No, considering what happened on lap number 1 when he ended up doing a full 360, got back going again. He's lucky that he certainly wasn't caught up much worse than that one, but he's ended up now 32, half a minute clear of the next car. As we see once again, the Phoenix Motorsport 26, Radom Krenek running wide, heading up into the top of the hill under the Corvette bridge. Does he loop it around? Indeed he does. Very lazy spin. That's the worst kind of spin. When you're in one of those cars, so you know it's going, but there's nothing you can do about it. We go back to now to the Triple Eight Racing Engineering car. Remember that Valley Esports car, of course? That was in front of the Santa Motorsports car. They made an error and they've fallen now behind the Triple Eight Racing Engineering car and the Orlor Brazil Esports car. So now this is, of course, a fight for fourth with these three cars. Again, a wash of dirty air for Martin Novak there as he follows the Triple Eight Racing car driven by Yannick Zotto at the moment. But they've obviously been in the waters, Valley Esports, today. They were running together at one point, but they've ended up being very separate. Remember to keep up on social media using the hashtag rFactor, hashtag VMG on Twitter. We'll be keeping our eyes the whole way appeal on Twitter for everything that you guys want to give your opinions about. But all our Brazil Esports now, they're starting to struggle a little bit now, and they've fallen now into the clutch of the Triple Eight Racing Engineering and Valley Esports. We're coming up to the 3 hours to go, mark the first hour done, and we should be now approaching the second pit window for the DPIs.
Indeed, we should be seeing the fastest category coming into the pits soon. That might enable some of the LMP2s to get back into the lead overall. Just have to see. On a very wide there from the Abruzzi car. That's going to allow the Triple Eight car to draw right alongside, perhaps under the Corvette bridge. No, can't quite make it happen. That's not what you want to be doing in a very, very tight three-way battle for fourth place in LMP2. The Abruzzi cars doing a good job out here today, to be fair to them. They've been very, very strong, doing the Ligier squad proud. I'm not exactly a fan of either the Oracle or Ligier in a sense. I don't really support one, but it's always nice to see the underdog getting the recognition it deserves. And that's what Abruzzi are doing here today. The Ligier is definitely not faster than the Oracle in rFactor 2. And they're still putting in a great performance here today at Road America. Triple Eight car is all over the back of the Abruzzi car. Ran a bit wide through the kink though. Let's see if we can have a look down into Canada corner. 2.5 tenths separating them. He's going to have a look. No, not this time around. Too far back. All the time being runs wide on the exit as the Abruzzi car, and the Valley Esports car is going to have a look in on this battle. Coming into the last corner now. It's going to be very tight onto the main straight. It's just coming in. It's coming in swings and roundabouts. It is here. Complete pendulum. The Triple Eight car at one moment is defending, and then half a second later is attacking the Abruti car. It's obscene what's going on here. He's got a big run now on the Abruti car onto the. Oh, he's touching the wall there on the inside. Just turned too hard, it would seem. I've never seen that before, but he gets the position anyway. Whatever works, he runs very wide on the exit of the corner. The Abruti car is going to maybe fight back. That's very aggressive defending there. Oh, and a bit of contact between the pair of them. The Abruti car is going to slide off the racetrack. The Triple Eight car even. The Abruti car retakes the lead. The Triple Eight back onto the track, almost collecting the Valle Esports car. My, oh my, what happened there? That was some incredible stuff. And the Triple Eight car has gone from 5th to 4th to 6th in the space of about 3 corners. Phenomenal stuff here. The Abruti car re-inherits the lead. The Valle Esports car also being able to slide up into P5. This LMP2 battle is absolutely red hot, Jack.
My word, that was insane stuff, and somehow the Abruti car has managed to actually hang on. Meanwhile, while that was going on, Chris Shepherd also just took 5th in DPI with a move past into that position to the Epic RSR car to the top 5. We're going to stick with this though. This is great stuff. Well, very intense, aggressive stuff from these guys. An hour into this race, 3 hours, 2 hours, 59 minutes to go. Valle Esports now with a chance at the Abruti car. He gets wide, he gets a little bit of a kink it onto the grass because the Valle Esports car again. He gets a run down towards Canada corner, middle of the road for the Abruti car, shoves it around the inside line into Canada corner, again on the grass for the Valle Esports car, trying to get a cutback line up underneath again, gets out of shape. We might have Team Iris in the middle of this one as well. They're in the background. Look, you can see the purple car in the background. That is Team Iris also trying to get themselves involved in this car. This is going to be a 4-car fight for 4th place now in class in the P2 field, and you can see Keane Butler hanging on for dear life in this. Let's have a look at this as they come through. This was the move that Chris Shepherd made to get into 5th place. I think, did he do it into Canada corner? Indeed, gets the door firmly shut on him. But does he go around the outside? He certainly does. Into Canada corner. Very confident, gets a little bit out of shape, but lovely overtake by Chris Shepherd. Around the outside of Canada corner. We're going to stick with this. It's a 4-car fight now because Team Iris has decided they also want to join in this one too. And again, Keane Butler out of shape. Valle Esports now, they're trying to get themselves past Triple Eight Racing, just watching and waiting in the wings as they come down into the braking zone for turn 4. Valle Esports with a good run down into the next left-hander. He's got the inside line, gets the door shut on him though as they head into the braking zone. Has to keep behind, but this is super close, super good racing. But now it's a 4-car fight.
Indeed, Iris are going to get involved with this. This is phenomenal stuff. With the 2 hours 58 minutes remaining, a 4-way fight for P4 in LMP2. We're seeing these guys absolutely locked in a battle. Someone clipping the grass there. The Abruti car is doing a phenomenal job just defending everything the Valle Esports does. He's really pushing the envelope in what he can do. And it is legal, to be fair, and it's fantastic defending. I'm not sure the Valle Esports score is going to be too happy, but it's perfectly legal in my eyes. It's fantastic. That being said, the Valle Esports score is going to try and poke his nose up the inside into the kink. This could end very badly. Gonna get the move. Don't know what a move. Super brave up the inside through the kink. That's going to allow the Triple Eight car to get the run in the Abruti car as well. Even the Iris car might get involved, but Abruti can see them going from 4th to 8th to 7th in this battle. And the Abruti car's going to fight back on the Triple Eight engineering car. Round the outside, maybe. Can it sweep round? Yes, again. There goes the Iris car into P6. So there we are, Triple Eight. Oh, my goodness me. Falling down into P7. The Valle Esports car. And there's contact there between a GT and the Valle Esports car. Ruins our fun by coming into the pits. Takes the bite of the bullet first. But my oh my, we've still got a 3-way battle on the Abruti car. Back again with the aggressive defending. The Iris car's looking to go from 7th to 4th in the space of about half a lap. Can it get down the outside? Ernest Lappins might get in the way there in the GT. BMW's going to have a look around the outside. This could be a phenomenal nice contact between the pair of them. Coming down into turn 4. They could try and go 3 wide with the BMW. And no, they both choose quite sensibly to back up. But sweeping around the outside, no, surely not. They're still side by side. Oh no, and the Iris car's to press the brakes on. He can't go anywhere and he's going to lose all that momentum. Oh, he should have just lifted off. What are you doing? Oh, he's had to press the brakes and he's lost all of that time. Oh dear, what a shame for the Irish car. The Abruti car manages to slip back into P4. My oh my, that was a phenomenal few corners there on Hans. The Triple Eight car still waiting in the wings as well. on board there with the AAA engineering car. There goes Chris Shepherd up the inside in his epic RS car. Finally appears to be starting to have some degree of pace here today. Out Road America, he's getting flashing his lights. He wants to get through as quickly as he can. But no, the LMP2 say we're in the middle of a three-way fight for P4 here. You can get out of the way, sir. It looks like the Abruzzi car's going to have a massive gap in its hand now. 1.4 seconds to the Irish car. It looks like it's benefited from that traffic fantastically well. Chris Shepherd's going to dive up the inside again into the kink, though. Looks like this time it's not going to affect the Abruzzi car this much. Team Irish, or it might though, because Team Irish suddenly are going to try and go back down the outside. This phenomenal stuff side by side into Canada corner. Who's going to come off the best? The Irish car runs very wide down the outside. Can't quite get it done. 888 now looking in behind them, slots back into place as the Irish car's back into rank, straight line. Here we go now, coming around the final corner once again. Just a lap earlier, we saw the Irish car and the Abruzzi car, and the Abruzzi car potentially coming into the pits. No, still going around these three. They're still locked in a battle. This phenomenal stuff. Here goes the Irish car once again. We're going to get a fantastic view of the onboard of the AAA car, of what could be an overtake. Is he going to be able to sweep around the outside into turn one this time? Yes, no, he can't, maybe. Oh, it's super tight, big wobble, could have done it, a bit of a wobble. They're still neck and neck after that. Super car control. Gonna be side by side through T3 as well. Here we go, down on the run to T4 and 5. The Irish car's gonna slot back in behind the Abruzzi car. This is phenomenal stuff here in Road America. My voice is starting to go sore from this. Oh my goodness me. He's gonna have another try down the outside. Bit of a lag spike, it would appear there from internet issues. And it looks like for the time being, the Abruzzi car's going to hold on. Oh, and he runs wide. Here goes the Irish car now, back down the inside. He's going to be able to get the move done under the Corvette bridge. On the brakes, bit of a slide there. Yes, he gets it done. Fantastic stuff from the Irish car into P4. They've been battling for so long, and it finally gets through the Abruzzi car. Fantastic stuff there, Jack.
Wow, what is this? What is going on in the LMP2 field? Meanwhile, while that was going on, the reason the Valley Esports car came in had a penalty for earlier on. That's why they peeled in as soon as they made the overtake. But now the Irish car has an opportunity to break away. But this is still going to rage on because the 888 racing car, they want to get past as well and go try to chase after the Team Irish car. Running down towards Canada corner. They get a great run as they head into the braking zone. Does he go for the outside line? No, he doesn't. He thinks about it, but he can't quite get it done. Now, as they head on the exit, though, good run for the 888 racing car. You can see in the background. Let's have a look at that move again from Riley McKibben. He threw it up the inside of this corner, has had enough, a big slide on the way in as well, and corrects it and gets the job done. Oh, it's round! No, Keane Butler's around in the last corner. Was there contact between himself and the 888 racing car? We'll have to have a look at that, but it comes to a bad end, unfortunately, for the Orlando Abruzzi Esports car, falling down to P6 now overall, and so unfortunate for them. They've fought so hard, but they've now unfortunately looped it around to the last corner. I would have to imagine there may have been contact between themselves and the 888 racing car. Let's have a look and see what happened. We just cut away as the battle was happening. Here comes the 888 racing car. Do they go for the overtake, or was it contact with a GTE? No, it's by himself on the grass. Keane Butler, unfortunately, got it wrong by himself. Just went in and tried to go around the outside of the GTE and unfortunately just caught the grass. But that brings an end to what was an amazing fight in the LMP2 field. But we have another one to have a look at because Valley Esports versus TTF is about to happen.
Indeed, my, that was the most phenomenal few laps of racing that we've had on our hands here at VMG. And now we've got another P2 battle to watch, said Frank Hammond versus Shimo Tempest. Let's see if he's going to have a look down the outside into turn 5. Is he going to be able to get it done? No. Tempest on the brakes slightly later, runs wide on the exit though. Hammond's going to be able to look down the inside under the Corvette bridge. Is he going to have a... No, doesn't have a look this time round, excuse me there. Hammond obviously not quite brave enough this time round, but wow, what a battle we have just witnessed. That was absolutely phenomenal racing we saw there. And the DPI leader is into the pits now. So that is the TTF car into the pits. As we can see there in the bottom left of the screen, or where we can't see it anymore. And here we see the sister car in LMP2, Hugo Tempest, PA overall at the moment. Holding off Frank Hamming, who's really got the pace advantage at the moment, just can't quite get the move done. Oh, big wash of understeer through the kink. That's not what you want when you're right up the back and a potential overtake into Canada corner. What a shame there for Frank Hamming. He's going to have to do all that work again. Just a huge snap of dirty air, big wash of understeer. Fell back, managed to keep it on the racetrack though. So fair play for that, but just falling back a little bit further. And that is unfortunately one of the pitfalls of modern racing, the dirty air. You know, you get close to the back of the car and then suddenly you just can't follow them, and he comes into the pits as well, does Frank Hamming. So the LMP2 pit window appears to be opening as well. Hugo Tempes can now just focus on the track in front of him instead of defending. But wow, that was some battle that we've just witnessed here in the commentary booth, and to everybody at home as well. Fantastic stuff. Zoltan Varkonyi in the lead of this LMP2 field. He's quite a way in front. He's an overall leader as well, actually, just noticing on our timing soon, because the DPI leader is in. Got 14 seconds to the Rookie Monsters car in P2. Robert Pawn has just fallen back, it would appear, over this second stint. We'll be seeing them come into the pit shortly, I would presume, as well. But yeah, it's been a very, very strong performance from this Musion squad. They've been very little mistakes, very quick from Varkonyi. And on the subject of quick, there's Ernest Lappins in the AFP number 98, who's just dominated in that GTE car. He was saying before the race that he was he definitely had the confidence and the ability to win this race. And although he qualified in P2 after a screen freeze in qualifying, and that early incident where there was contact, he managed to get away with minimal damage on a 360 as Reynert van der Laan gets a penalty there for a GM. That's a shame. Ernest Lappins, though, from P4 to P1. Great stuff from him. He's just commanding this race at the moment with 2 hours and 49 minutes left even on the clock. 2 minutes and 49 hours. That'd be quite a long race, I think. Here is Zoltan Varkonyi still going around. Robert Pawn 16 seconds back almost as he heads through the carousel. It's a very lonely world out in first place sometimes, isn't it? As I always just say I was in the midfield because I didn't want to be lonely, not just I was slow. Zoltan Varkonyi is certainly not being slow here today. Coming through the kink now. He's got a bit of traffic ahead to deal with. That shouldn't be an issue. He's managed to combat them all so far with dignity, and I'm sure that we'll be able to do that here as well. Chris Vacker in the TCC Motorsport car. It's actually been not too much of a hassle for the LMP1 drivers, and you don't have to move out of the way for the faster cars, as I was mentioning earlier. But at the same time, you know, you don't want to cause a nuisance for them, and a lot of GT drivers almost cause a nuisance subconsciously. It's almost like they feel entitled to the racetrack. Chris Vacker is very respectful. Yeah, he doesn't push the faster cars wide, and he's doing a good job out there today as well. Thomas Vack sets a new best lap of the race, 1:48.458. Great lap there from Thomas Vack. This is a battle for P1 overall, it would appear. Martin McGurley has come out just behind in the pits. But on Zoltan Varkonyi, McGurley in the DPI car. So we've got a battle for overall P1 here. Zoltan Varkonyi at the moment in the LMP2 car holding the lead, but he hasn't pit yet. McGurley on fresh rubber is just going to fly around the outside. My goodness, look at how much the difference in straight line speed is. DPI back into the lead this race. Oh, big side from Varkonyi on the exit of this corner then. Jack, you can see there just how quick the DPI cars are.
Yeah, it certainly has. Well, there was a battle overall there, of course, for position. But, of course, Thomas Vack has been putting in a great stint in the Red Dodger VRT. He's brought the gap to the Mugen Sim Racing car down to 2.1 seconds. And the traffic may help him out there. You might be able to see him just in the background shot there in that red car as they come through the carousel. There he is, just going under the bridge. So he's actually putting a chase on, putting some pressure on the Mugen Sim Racing car. And seems like Varkonyi might be starting to struggle maybe on some tyres. We have some of the LMP2s in the pit lane now as well. The GTEs pitted about 10 minutes ago after the hour. So there goes Thomas Vack past Zoltan Varkonyi. So he's not far off the lead, is he, in the Red Archer VRT number 19, chasing after the Mugen Sim Racing car. So this is good stuff. It's the car in front of the P2 in front. So it has opened out a little bit because of the traffic. But even after about an hour and 15 minutes of racing, you can still see the two leaders in DPI are still sharing the same bit of road as they come around the last corner. But Thomas Vack, he's not he's putting some pressure on the leader, as the leader of the LMP2 also pits, but they now share the same bit of road. Thomas Vack can see the overall lead in front of him, 2 hours and 46 minutes to go, and he can certainly now start to put some pressure on the Mugen Sim Racing car out front. But it is opening out just a small bit now. But it's still definitely not large enough for Martin Mergley to relax.
Indeed, it is not. Martin Mergley, I think, will perhaps just be maybe starting to glance in his rear mirrors, perhaps. He started to notice Thomas Vac is incoming. I'm sure he'll be on his team radio with his teammates, perhaps his team manager in his ear, just kind of wondering what's going on, what Thomas's pace is like. And at the moment, it's quick. Thomas Vac, that gap is definitely falling, if ever so slightly at the moment. He's put in a great lap a few laps ago, really closing that gap up. 2.17 seconds separating the pair of them at the moment. Now, Red Archer car looks to have the pace advantage in this second stint in the DPI category. I mean, that being said, however, there will be driver changes in about 45 minutes, give or take. Now, look, you can have, it's one thing to have one driver being fast, but when you have a second driver in the car who may not perhaps be as confident on the setup or at the track, or alternatively they're maybe a lot faster, it's just another degree of interest for the race. It's another angle which you can watch the race on. It's another just factor to filter through in terms of race pace. So it may very well be that these cars in the second half of the race just completely disappear off the face of the earth because they just don't have the pace in comparison with the other cars, the other drivers in the second stint. So let's just have to see what happens. We've got about 44 minutes until the drivers' changes will start to come around, as Vac just goes past the Ferrari there, and that's a rookie Monsters LMP2 coming out the pits as well into turn one. That gap 0.3 faster on that last lap was Vac. That gap is closing. McGurley now, I'm sure, will be well aware of the pressure that's about to come to him. He'll be well aware of what's happening behind, and that what is happening is Thomas Vac is closing that gap.
Absolutely, he's really putting some pressure on that bit of traffic for Mergley as well. One of the Corvettes just it doesn't really impede him there, but you can visually see Thomas Vac bringing that gap down. It's much lower than it was in the previous lap. 1.4 it comes down to 4/10 taken out in the first sector by Thomas Vac. Is he going to go for it here? No, he gets caught up again. So that's all that time he gained, lost. That will be that 4/10. Why is he going to the inside there? The Red Archer VRT car could have made it easier for himself going around the outside, but decided to take to the grass for a bit of entertainment for us at least. Thomas Vac in the Red Archer VRT car getting past that Corvette now, but certainly that 4/10 he gained will probably have been lost again as we now go back. Arlo Abruzzi still fighting with Valet Esports here for P6 in class as they come through the first couple of corners there, but Martin Mergley, yeah, you can see the gap up to 2.2, so that's how big a part the traffic plays. That's nearly a second gained in that one. There has been, I think, a driver swap at Valet Esports. Botan Birkenhays has swapped into that car as outside line for the Valet Esports car now. Keane Butler goes a little bit deep. Can he hang on to this one? I don't think he's going to be able to. He's going to try and shut the door, but the car is there. Valet Esports throws it up the inside. Birkenhays, can he get it done on the inside? Butler tries to hang around the outside. He's still there, but no, he can't do it. Birkenhays opens up the gap now, and he moves into 13th overall there. Lovely move, and Butler continues, unfortunately, to struggle even after the pit stops, just trying to keep that car on the road at this moment in time. Valet Esports moving their way back up. Let's have a look at that move again. Tries to shut the door, just can't do it. Birkenhead is confident enough to throw it up the inside. Was there contact there, actually? I could see the car just moving around there with a little bit of side-to-side contact, but Birkenhead gets the job done nonetheless. But out front, Mugen Sim Racing still go on. He's actually opened the gap out to 2.7 seconds with the traffic really hurting Thomas Vac there. He's lost about a second and a bit on that one lap alone.
Indeed, and we can just see again the replay of Kean Butler. He's now P7 overall in class. Just putting up a great defense early. Unfortunately, this second stint is just not going too well for him. And yeah, Thomas Vac falling well behind Martin McGurley on that last lap. 2.6 seconds now, 2.7 if you round up between them. So Vac maybe just making a mistake, getting caught in some traffic in the wrong place perhaps. Not great for Vac, but I'm sure he'll be back on the pace very soon. You can still see them in the same camera shot there, just behind the Porsche, as he swings out to the right. Oh, Kean Butler going very wide out of the first corner there. That was almost in the wall. Very strange there from Kean Butler. And actually, Frank Hamming, he's in a Valet Esports sandwich by the looks of things there. Just a very interesting incident, just super wide out of turn one. But back to Martin McGurley. the man in the lead of this race. Let's get a replay of that.
It was contact.
Ooh. Yeah, a bit of contact and actually onto the grass as well from Kean Butler. Managed to keep out of the wall. Great stuff for managing to do that. He's now, as I mentioned, in this Valley Esports sandwich. He's got Hamming behind him, who is only 1.2 seconds away. And if Kean continues his trend of just, making little mistakes here and there, unfortunately for him, he may be finding himself overtaken by both Valley Esports cars, which is not what you want to see, but that's sim racing. It's all about who's the best, who's the quickest, and sometimes, you're just not the quickest at a certain time on the track. The track may evolve, the tyres may have gone in the way you didn't like, the car may just start behaving differently. It's all different factors you have to consider here as they come through the kink and onto this, not quite a backstretch, it's a bit of a curvy section on the way to Canada Corner. And you can see it behind Frank Hamming, just getting ever closer now, 7.5 tenths of a second away, and Berton McKenya's now 1.7 seconds in front. Kean Butler not having a great time on this racetrack at the moment, but he's still going around, and I'm sure that there's still a result on their hands for that team. Still 2 hours and 40 minutes to go, of course, in this race. We can see now, here is the battle between Kean Butler and Frank Hamming. Hamming is in the slipstream, he's faster. Got a better X out of that corner, 8 kilometers, 10 kilometers an hour's difference. I was going to pull to the inside. Butler goes aggressive on the defense, but can't do anything. Hamming around the inside, sweeps through and up into P14 overall. Butler now, maybe he's going to have a look back on the attack. Might quite make it done in this corner. Hamming's going to get massively caught up in traffic though. Chris Vacker just getting in the way on the exit of T3. That's going to allow Butler surely to get into the slipstream. Get back on that throttle. No, I think he might be too far back even for that. What a shame for Butler. Let's see if he has a look down into T5. No, can't go get it. Hamming runs very wide on the exit of that corner. Butler's a lot closer now. He's going to have a dive down under the Corvette bridge. He has a look. Oh, Hamming really sideways under the Corvette bridge there. Manages to save it. Great save there. Proper four-wheel drift there from Frank Hamming. Just rear end stepping out slightly. Now, coming up to the carousel, it's wide from Butler. Oh dear, that's not what you want to do in a battle. Into the carousel, and I was going to get full effect of dirty air as well. And Frank Hamming is going to start to pull away, I think. There's the Team Imperium Corvette that they've got to lap. But just judging from it, he's going to have to back off through the kink. But we can see in the bottom left that Wesley Bucco and the 888 car are still at it for a P3 in class, which is great stuff. Kean Butler's those closed up to the back. Oh, and Butler runs wide again. Oh, what a shame for Kean Butler. That Ligier just doesn't have the pace of the Orica, and in my opinion, he doesn't deserve to be making these mistakes and to be this far down. He's put in a very, very solid performance today, and it's a big shame to see him just struggling out there. But the Ligier is just not a particularly strong car against the Orica, which is a massive shame. Frank Hamming now 6 tenths of a second ahead of Butler. Just looking at the bottom left as well, Bucco is all over the back of Zotto, and Marwan's got a bit of defending to do, it would appear. Martin McGurley and Vac is really caught up to the back of Martin McGurley now. Only 9.5 tenths separation. If this was single seaters, he'd be well within DRS range. Obviously, we don't have DRS in this. This is sports cars, not Formula 1. But McGurley does now really need to worry about slipstream, and that being said, Vaca now needs to worry about dirty air as well. Comes in leaps and bounds. Let's see what the gap is as they come to the line. McGurley has to move out the way of traffic, as does Vac. And it is 7.5 tenths. That gap's fallen that lap. So, Thomas Vac still on his conquest for the lead. Martin McGurley now is rather worried about what's coming behind. The fact that these two are this close after coming up to an hour and a half of racing is great stuff here. The VMG 4 Hours of Road America. And they now head down the back stretch. Looks like Vax just got caught up in a bit of traffic there. The Mugen Sim Racing car being able to pull away a little bit down into turn 5. Let's see if you can get any closer under braking. No. A bit of a wobble on the exit as well for Vac. McGurley under the Corvette bridge now. That Mugen car has been very, very strong all event long, it must be said. It's just been very, very quick. McGurley's not made any mistakes. It's, you can see why it's in the lead, obviously. That being said, Vac now back down to 9.5 tenths behind. is on an absolute charge in this second stint. Obviously, Chris Shepherd apparently nowhere to be seen. The normal dominant force, the Epic RSR car, just not showing up here at Sebring at all for some reason. The Drillers Esports car retiring early on. In fact, the LMP2 car retiring as well. Here's Buko on the 888 car. Did he get the move done? Let's have a look. There was traffic ahead. The 888 car moved up rather aggressively. There's a DPI behind them as well. Well, they're going to try and go 4 wide. Oh my goodness me, that is brave to say the least. It looks like it's going to dive down the inside. Oh, almost contact with the 888 car there though. Clever move by Buko. Saw the gap that created by the Revolution Racing car. Went for up into P3. Goes Wesley Buko. Let's see the gap. This time it's a lot closer this time. 8.5 tenths. It looks closer than that, must be said. But the timing ball doesn't lie. Coming into turn 1 now. And you can see Vach just driving very aggressively, really on edge over the curves. Bit of a wobble coming down into turn 3. McGurley, by comparison, seemingly quite calm, just driving his own race, even though he's in the lead. Obviously, with the normal dominant force, not really in the fight, and the Drillers car being out the race. This is a big shake-up for who's in the lead. This would be the if the race ended now, Martin McGurley would be the first different winner of the VMG series out of 3 rounds, because the first 2 rounds of DPI was Chris Shepherd domination. Epic RSR just doing phenomenal stuff. As McGurley comes down into the back section on the run towards the carousel. Bit of a run over the grass, 6.5 tenths separating himself and Vach. Coming around the left-hander. Now under the Speedfield bridge and into the carousel. Let's see how badly the dirt show is going to affect Vach. It really, we saw earlier with the LMP2s, it's really not ideal coming through here. You can run very wide in the exit, it can really upset your car. There's a BMW ahead as well with the GM car. Oh no, McGurley's been really held up through the kink. Here we go. Now's the time for Vach to move. That was at the number 99 GM car. I believe that's René van der Laan. Vach to the outside, into Canada corner. Super close between the pair of them. Oh, there is contact between them. Vach gets touched and pushed out a little bit wide on the exit of the corner, but that's the closest they've been at the timing screen. Less than 1/10 of a second separating the pair of them. McGurley holds the lead for the time being. His Cadillac just desperately clinging on to survival. Vach now in the slipstream down the main straight. That must be 2-3 tenths between them, and no more. 4 tenths of a second. Coming into T1, there's a yellow flag out in sector 1. It's gone as quickly as it arrived. McGurley's going to hold the lead into turn 1 for the win, but Vach, that was super close. Let's have another replay of that. My oh my, Jack, that could have been a lead change on our hands, and now we know that Vach has the pace.
Yeah, we certainly do. Look how close that was as they came down. All caused by traffic. We were saying before the race, this race would be decided on strategy and traffic, and it certainly is right now. Vach is right there, and this is crucial because we're approaching now the pit stop window for the DPIs. Once again, a big lockup for Mergley as they come into the braking zone. Once again, it's going to cost him a lot of time. He's consistently been locking up the left front going into that corner, struggling to get the car slowed down for that one, but this is great stuff. DPIs fighting for the overall win. We got a yellow in sector 2 quickly as it came. It goes away as they come down now towards the carousel, but this is super close. We're 2.5 hours in. Well, we've 2.5 hours left, of course, in this race. An hour and a half of racing gone. A touch of the grass from Mergley there as he comes through the carousel, but seems Vach not quite as close as he was last time. So Mergley doing enough in that Mugen Sim Racing 16 to just hang on for now. But this is very close stuff. Pit stop window coming up in just a few moments time for the DPIs, and I think Thomas Vach might get caught here behind this Corvette as they through Canada corner they come. It looks like he might lose a bit of time here behind the Corvette, and he has to take the has to go cut across the grass to get past the Corvette there and try to lose as minimal time as he can. But that is very close. That was the Team Imperium Corvette, I think, that just got in the wrong place at the wrong time for him, but he manages to somehow keep the gap stable as they come across the start finish line. 2.5 hours left. Let's have a look at this again. This got very close as he came through the door. He was committed to going for it and just went straight across. Bit of rally crossing in a DPI, and he manages to get it past. But the gap, look at that, 1.2 seconds. Possible mistake from Thomas Vach in turn 1 there. Went very wide, but the gap opens up. It's gone up by 0.6 of a second. So this is really toing and froing in this race right now, but still, it's coming. It's toing and froing. 8/10 it goes down to now, but this is going to come down to some pit stops. What does Thomas Vogt do? Does he go in early or does he go in after Mergely and try to maybe smooth some strategy here?
That is the question indeed, Jack. Who bites first? If Vak goes in early, we are coming up to the DPI window as it is for their this drive will be their second to last pit stop and the last one before their driver change. The question is who goes first. If McGurley comes in first, Vak might be able to get a big overcut, but we haven't seen that the pit stops are that different. If one of them has to take damage repairs, it might perhaps be beneficial just to come in early. But Vak, you know, this really sits on his shoulders, because he can dictate how long he wants to run. McGurley, I don't think will want to pit first. I think he'll want to see what Vak's doing and then plan his pit stop accordingly. There's a big battle in GTE. We can see they're running 4 wide down there in the bottom left as there's about 5 cars trying to go through. Oh my God, there's a Porsche off into the grass. Oh dear me. There's an LMP2 going through. There's a DPI going through. There's an LMP2 in the background. And there's a battle for P7 in the GTE. My goodness me, that was very scary for that Porsche, I'm sure. It looks like it's all calmed down now. But as I was saying, it's all about what Vak does. He has the power at the moment. McGurley, he can run. Vak can just run McGurley his tyres into ground. If Vak's tyres are in good state, he can just stay out there. There's almost contact between that Porsche, the Rookie Monsters Porsche, and that LMP2 there, Dylan Claver and the Phoenix Motorsports car, which is usually a bit further up the grid than this at this stage in the race, it must be said. Road America being a big shake-up to the order here in VMG. But yeah, Dylan Claver's usually a lot further up the grid, but yeah, very close again between the Porsche and the LMP2 car. Let's look at the gap between Vak and McGurley as they come across the next split. It's 1.2 seconds at the moment. It could be increased, it could be decreased as they come under the Corvette bridge. We'll just have to see. The last lap, ever so slightly slower from Vak, basically on the same pace in the 150s. And these two, the Rookie Monsters and the Phoenix Motorsports car in the bottom left, locked in a battle. With 2 hours and 29 minutes to go, we should be seeing the DPIs diving into the pits very shortly. And the question on everybody's mind is who goes when. Martin McGurley, will he play hardball? Thomas Vak will no doubt want to push out this stint as long as he can to maybe try and just catch McGurley out. But McGurley, I'm sure, is willing to play hardball. He's also willing to go long, or he's willing to come into the pits very shortly, get some fresh rubber on. Might have to cause Vak to react when in fact Vak does maybe not need to pit at this moment. And it looks like McGurley's going to have to deal with a little bit of traffic there. There's only 8/10 between the pair of them. The Phoenix Motorsport car might be able to get an overtake on the Rookie Monsters Porsche here as well, down into turn 5. Going to draw alongside him. Let's see, under braking in the bottom left of your screens. It's going to be neck and neck coming through turn 5. Yes, Dylan Carver gets the move done. Up into P7 for the GTE class under the Corvette bridge. Confirms the move. Bit of a lock-up just for good measure. Great move there. Just drew up alongside. Hard on the brakes. And down the inside. Nice classic move there from Dylan Carver to go up into P7. Thomas Vak is a lot closer this lap. 6/10 separating the pair of them. Coming out round turn 3. And now under Sargento Bridge, the cheese bridge as I like to call it, because, well, Sargento's a cheese company. And on the run down into turn 5, 6/10 still separating the pair of them. Let's see if Vak can make up any time through here. It's very easy to make a mistake through these two corners. Bit of a wobble there from Vak. Here's a replay of Carver up into P7 on the Rookie Monsters Porsche, which is bearing a nice new livery for Rookie Monsters. Very different from what they usually wear, but I must say it looks very, very pretty indeed. Up the inside, neck and neck, hard onto the brakes. Down, turn in, hang them up for dry in the end of the corner. That was as textbook as they come from Dylan Claver there. And let's see what the split is for Vak as they come up to the kink now on the exit of the carousel. Here you can see what McGurley sees in his rearview mirror. Some purple rear wing, and then Thomas Vak. Vak's actually slower through here, so that dirty end not doing him any good. McGurley will have traffic though. He's going to have Ernest Lappens to contend. No, that's not Ernest Lappens, apologies. That's Renault van der Laan, I believe, in the GEM BMW. And that's really going to cost McGurley. Vak, now all of it. He's having a look into the last corner. Here we go then. Looks like Vac's ready to make that move. Neck and neck onto the main straight. I believe that McGurley's running a slightly lower downforce setup. He appears to have the pace on the main straight. Coming across the line, 3.3 tenths of a second separating the pair of them for the lead of the DPI class. Here we go, turn one. Vac, a little bit wider than McGurley. McGurley did clip the sausage curve on the inside though. That would have unsettled the car a bit. Turn two, there's going to be a Porsche on the exit. I believe that's the Team Iris Porsche on the exit of the corner. McGurley manages to avoid the delay luckily, and that's actually the Musion car. So that was the sister Porsche of Musion Sim Racing. Martin McGurley, he had to go around Vac really close. Now will he have a look into turn 5? No, he does not. He's going to wait maybe through the Corvette bridge. Let's have a look. McGurley runs very wide. Vac's definitely having a look. Doesn't quite go for the move. He's waiting for McGurley to make that mistake, for that opportunity to present itself. He doesn't want to risk it and force that gap open, causing both of them to crash. He just wants to wait for it. He wants for the opportunity to present itself, wait for McGurley to make a swing, and then go for the move. Coming into the carousel now, under the Speedville bridge. Let's see how much the dirt air affects Vac this time around. It really didn't help him last time. 2 tenths of a second between them at the moment. You can see on McGurley's onboard just how far back Vac fell from that dirt air. He's still quite close though, must be said. Big wash of understeer there for Vac. On board with Vac now. He's a little bit slower coming down to Canada corner. About 1 kilometre an hour, barely anything. Bit of a slide there from McGurley on the entry, and Vac running wide on the exit there. Just a bit of understeer on the run to the last corner. Oh, that's a fantastic corner through there, completely blind. You're going to trust the circuit still there as you go through. Final corner now. Use all the runoff. McGurley appears, and McGurley in. McGurley comes into the pits, Jack. This is crucial for the battle for the lead.
Absolutely it is. You can see there was a bit of cat and mouse game going on right there. It was who was going to blink first. McGurley has decided to come in, and they've certainly gone longer than they did in the previous stints. Obviously now we're approaching, of course, the LMP2 pit window. They're almost in that now, so they've managed to extend this. But crucially now, Thomas Vac catching traffic. That's not what he needs on his outlap. Ahonen now should move into second in class, so McGurley's going to take his pit stop here, and Volante Racing will momentarily move into second in the DPI class. But surely now we're going to see an immediate response from Thomas Vac as he continues around. Chris Shepherd in the Epic RSR car, he's running in 4th now actually, so he's managed to move up into that position as Revolution Racing. I believe they swapped out a driver there and in 5th place, so I'm sure it could be out of sync. But Chris Shepherd, he's making up positions at least, maybe starting to find his rhythm a little bit as we continue around on this one. Here's the battle for second in class in GTE. Mugen Sim Racing, the number 63, and Team Iris 77. The Porsche versus the Corvette for position in this one. And well, they're not really in a fight with the lead, are they? They're 45 seconds off the lead, and Ferdy Riemann is trying his best to catch up, but he's really put on a good stint right here to close up to the back of the 63 Mugen Sim Racing car. So that battle is going to continue on. They're about 20 minutes away from their pit stop window now as well, so they're going to be fighting for track position here as we continue around. 2 hours 22 minutes remaining in this race. So we're almost at the halfway point in this race, and we still have these kind of battles going on, and even the battle for the overall lead still ongoing between Mugen and between those two. So that's a great stuff to watch all the way through. As now in comes Thomas Vac, and he will take the stop and see how close this is going to be on pit exit, because they were basically nose to tail as they came in. But how much was Thomas Vac caught up in traffic? He caught a bunch of them as they came down to the first sector last time. So we'll see. This is now a crucial stop in this one. It's the final one for Thomas Vac, of course, as Ahonen also comes in for Volante Racing. Driver swaps next time by, but this is going to be very close on pit exit, I reckon.
Indeed, we'll just have to see what the gap is. You can see him and Gurley in at P3 as it stands. Volante Racing in alongside the Red Archer car. Let's just wait and see. McGurley having to deal with a little bit of traffic coming into Canada corner. We are just waiting to see what Thomas Vac does on the exit of the pit lane. This should be super tight. McGurley having to find his way around that LMP2. That's not what he wants. It's going to cost him a lot of time coming to the final corner now. Watching at Thomas Vac, he's still not moving. McGurley's onto it. Here goes Thomas Vac, he's coming out. McGurley though, He's on the main straight, and he will have the momentum. Vach's going to have to get up to speed. Is he going to be able to get the overcut? I think he is. Thomas Vach has the lead of this race. So there you have it. Under the pit stops, Thomas Vach, Red Archer, VRT have taken the lead of this race. Well, we were talking about who's going to bite first, Jack, and it was McGurley, and it turns out it was the wrong decision.
Absolutely, Thomas Vach and VRT doing an excellent job there to make the overcut work, and the gap is extended actually. So remember, he was 1.2 behind, he's 1.2 in front, so he's gained about 2 seconds in the pit stop. That traffic on the outlap has really cost Mugen Sim Racing that first position. But this battle continuing to rage on between Mugen as well and Team Iris in GTE rather than DPI. So there they run second in DPI and also running second in GTE. Bit of a moment there for the Porsche as they come through over towards the last corner. Again, rear end stepping out in that rear engine Porsche and up and over the hill they will come this time by. Will it be enough for the Corvette to make a move on the Porsche here as well? At the same time, the battle for fifth in class in LMP2 between those two, Valley Esports as well, trying to make up positions here in that car behind. As they come down towards turn 1. No moves on in the GTE just yet, but they're still very close together. Up and over under the Briggs and Stratton Bridge come the GTEs. Team Iris need a good run here. A bit of lock up on the entry for the Corvette. Manages to collect it together, trying to get the run out. Has a decent run, actually, does the Corvette this time. So we'll see if they're going to be able to pull alongside here. I think they might be just a little ways too far back to try and go for an overtake here, but Mugen doing a nice job to try and hang on to this position. Second in class, of course, 47 seconds up to the leader, so no real competition at all. But the Team Iris Corvette really still putting some pressure on as we approach the halfway mark of this 4 hours of Road America. And still we have these battles going on, but Ernest Lapans has just completely gone out from 50 seconds up to the lead.
It's a phenomenal performance from Lapin at the moment. You know, we know he's a very, very accomplished driver. Very quick, bit of a wobble there from Ferdy Riman on the exit of the corner leading into the carousel. But yeah, Lapin's just a phenomenal performance from him. Every time I watch him race, he just does something which blows me away. And again, just phenomenal drive from him today. Obviously, touch wood that nothing happens. There's still 2 hours and 80 minutes to go here at Road America. We are quick approaching the halfway point of this race. But as it stands, obviously Ernest will have to have a driver swap, but as it stands, that AFP car has just been phenomenal. Ernest Lapins has been phenomenal. I mean, apart from that first lap incident, which wasn't entirely his fault either, there was just perhaps he turned in a little bit too aggressively, didn't suspect that the Team Imperium car was there behind him, just tapping his rear end. I think that was really a racing incident, to be honest. Apart from that, he's been absolutely flawless. It's been a fantastic race from Ernest. And, you know, for such a young man as well, you know, he's only 15 years of age, and he's doing a spectacular job out here in the lead of the VMG. 4 hours of Road America, and he's no stranger to leading races, I can tell you that. And I'm sure we'll be seeing more of this performance to continue in the future of this series and for the rest of this race, or until he gets out the car anyway. We've got a battle for fifth here in the LMP2. It's the AAA Engineering against the two Valley Esports cars, who I'm sure won't be wanting to take each other out. So this could be an interesting battle to see how these two fight up against each other, because they can definitely almost double team the 888 car, if you'll excuse the innuendo there, as they come onto the main straight. Under the bridge goes the 888 car, and yeah, this is going to be interesting to see what they can do. Perhaps team orders might come into play. If a car in 7th is quicker than the car in 6th, one might let the other through. They are neck and neck. Or they could do the strategy which they employed on the Mugen car. Get a Valley Esports sandwich going, one either side of it, and just going for the kill. It's been a phenomenal team effort from Valley Esports this race. They've just been working together so well out on track, and you can see how close it is between 5th and 6th. Only 0.4 of a second at the start-finish line. And as they're going to come under this bridge now, it's going to be even closer, I suspect. And there's a run. Here we go, to the outside goes the Valley Esports car. Let's see if he can get the move done. Late on the brakes to the outside. Is he going to be able to hold it round? No, he's going to have to run really wide. It's good defending from the 888 car under the Corvette bridge. He's going to hold the position for the time being. Yeah, great defending. They've got a bit of traffic to deal with ahead in the Team Imperium Corvette as they come around. But yeah, great defending from the 888 car. The two Valley Esports cars are going to have to regroup and figure out how they're going to get back out there. yeah, this is very interesting to watch as this unfolds. Botan Bekenez and Frank Hamming together in the Valley Esports car against Marin Inizotto, who's doing a fantastic job in that AAA car. And what was once Nova Finlandia, still is the Nova Finlandia run, just with a AAA kind of, I can't think of the word I'm looking for, AAA kind of helping them, I should say, I believe. The word escapes me at this moment. But AAA Engineering, the British team, as I was informed earlier, again, not the Australian Supercars team, the BTCC team. They are separate teams, and they're related, and they were the same team once, but they were the Australian Supercar team since got bought out and is now a separate team. And looks like the second rally car comes into the pits. There goes Frank Hamming into the pits. This comes a two-way battle for fifth, but will Hamming have a driver change? We'll just have to wait and see. We have got 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining on the clock. This is coming up to driver change territory, and we have already seen a driver change in the Revolution Red racing car in DPI, who are back in the pits as according to our timing for 10 minutes, which tells me that there might be perhaps a bit of a timing bug glitch there. Apologies for that. Just going to keep an eye and see whether Frank Hamming gets out of the car. Alexei Zagorodnev in the pits as well for TTF Racing in the number 23. So it looks like the LMP2 window is wide open. The AAA car, though, still going around as they come around now to what is the furthest point away from the start, finish straight on the track. And it looks like a bit of traffic. The Rookie Monster DPI getting between the AAA and the Valet Esports cars. The Valet Esports cars seem to have fallen back a bit as well. So that's interesting to see how much traffic can really affect that. Oh, there's the TTF Corvette there as well. It's going to get in the way of Botan Bekenez as they come around, and the gap massively increased. Santa Motorsport comes into the pit stop. Sorry if you'll just excuse me for a moment. And Frank Hamming's still in the pits as well, so I believe there is a driver swap there as well. But Vezi Buko comes into the pits from P2 in class. And I can confirm Frank Hamming out of the car. Giz Sonneveld in. Driver changes are go here in the VMG Endurance Series. And it's all starting to kick off. Thomas Vack and Martin McGurley back at it again, this time the other way round. Vack in the lead, McGurley in second. McGurley pit first, and it was the wrong decision. Vack took the lead under the stops. And now he holds the commanding lead of this race. However, again, these cars still need to have another pit stop and a driver change. So we just have to wait and see what the pace is like in the second stints. But 6 tenths of a second separates McGurley and Vack at the current time, but Vack looks very comfortable leading this race. Not a lot of mistakes being made. Very comfortably going round, just kind of driving his own race. McGurley behind, catching, but can't really do anything as they now come out of turn 6. That is under the Corvette bridge there. So cool because it's a bridge with a giant Corvette advertising sticker on it. Coming into the carousel now under the Speedville bridge. So cool because it's a bridge with Speedville advertising on it. And McGurley falling back that time, 8 tenths of a second there, and that dirty air through the carousel isn't going to help him either. As they come onto what is not quite the back stretch, but the back end of the track, definitely a bit of a long section. There's a rear wing there, just kind of lying on the exit of the King. That's interesting. I wonder who's lost the rear wing there. If that's been there for the entire race and I just haven't noticed it, or if someone's missed a someone's lost a rear wing. That's very interesting to see that. Hopefully that's and that was the O27 car without a rear wing there, Jack.
Yeah, that I was wondering because I remember Chris Vaca coming in with a missing rear wing on a Porsche, but I think that solves it. There it is. That's a BMW missing the rear end pretty much on that one, and that is the O27 Racing number 83, which is running in last at the moment. And to add to their misery, they now have to put they've put a new rear wing on that car, repair the damage as best they can. But yeah, Thomas Vaca losing time, getting caught up in a big chunk of GTE traffic, which has meant that Martin McGurley has been able to close up to Thomas Vaca a little bit now. But it's kind of, again, we're back to that toing and froing. 1.1 seconds it goes to now as the traffic plays its part. Let's have a look what happened to Laloya. Is this into... Oh dear, that's a big one. That's a huge accident coming through the kink. But thankfully, nobody else was around, so nobody else was caught up in that one. But that's unfortunate for them, and they had to now go and repair some even more damage, unfortunately, for them. So that is the second rear wing we've lost. I remember Chris Vaca did lose his one, as far as I remember, coming in to the pit lane, but no harm done at least. But these guys continuing to fight on, as we have now just about 11 minutes to go until we're approaching the pit window once again, before we will see the driver swaps come into effect at the halfway mark in this race. So keep your eyes out for that one, of course. So we'll have 2 new drivers in these cars, and we'll see if they can keep the pace up. And again, you can see McGurley getting caught behind LMP2, and that gap is going to have opened out again. You can visually see it, and it's now 1.7 seconds as they approach Canada corner. That was just under half a second a few laps ago, and now it's gone up by 1.2. So again, the traffic playing its part.
Indeed. Obviously, Road America is a very tight circle. We've mentioned that several times already this race. It's very hard to overtake, and the traffic's just here is probably one of the worst tracks for traffic because of just how tight, how narrow the circuit is, and just the lack of overtaking opportunities. You've really got to force your way through. We saw earlier Thomas Vac completely all 4 wheels on the grass to get through some traffic early, and it's obviously paid dividends. He's now in the lead of this race. Yeah, traffic is a very, very hard to get through here at Road America. And a shame for the 027 racing car as well. They weren't running particularly well, but it's never good to lose your ribbon. That team's been through a lot recently here in VMG. There was an entire cheating scandal at the last race out at Silverstone, if you remember, in which the car retired anyway. And I won't go into too much details. There was a lot of calls that the car, in fact, was cheating, and that driver has actually been barred from. That specific driver has been barred from entering a race that can provide more evidence against those allegations. Now the car as well, just not having a great race here today, Road America, and spinning and finding the wall, losing and rearing. It's a big shame, but you know, sim racing, it has its ups and downs, and it's you know, sometimes things just don't work out the way you want to. And one of those things is an Epic RSR, who somehow have managed to fight their way back up to. Ooh, early stab's getting very wide there on the exit of the carousel. But Epic RSR somehow in P3. They've been really, really poor today, to be honest, by their standards. They're usually miles up the road by this point with Chris Shepherd at the wheel, but Shepherd clearly used up all his talent earlier this week in the GT Challenge race at Imola, as Zoltan Varkonyi comes into the pits for the both LMP2s are in the pit. So we'll be seeing the front 2 of LMP2 having their driver changes now, I believe, as well. But, yeah, Chris Shepherd just clearly using up all his ability in the GT Challenge race earlier this week. He's nowhere to be seen this race. Somehow in P3 though. And there goes Ernest Lappin's lapping. Lapping. Oh, I've totally just noticed that. I'm sorry. That's
Get out.
I'm not really one for puns, but as I said that, I realised what I said, and it suddenly became quite funny. But yeah, as Lappin's laps the team Imperium Corvette there, as he carries to go around and dominate. And actually, Martin McGurley faster on that lap than Thomas Vac, and Thomas Vac setting a 49 there. That's a very strong lap for this far into the stint. As Vac leading this race, Varkonyi P2, leading the P2 field even, should I say, not P2 overall. Here's on board with McGurley, and now we're no longer on board with McGurley. Back to Vac as he goes around the inside of some GTEs there. That's Ernest Lappin's under the Team Imperium Corvette. He just overtook, or lapped. And now coming up to the Corvette Bridge. This is a corner I'd have expected we'd be seeing a lot more action. It's real life, and the version of this track in Assessor Corsa, the Lilski Road America, which is considered to be one of the finest tracks you can get your hands on in Assessor Corsa for anybody who knows their AC stuff. That corner is horrible. It's a fantastic corner, but I hate it so much. It's so easy to lock up, and just the bump is so aggressive. It's so easy to lose the rear end. In fact, just go straight into the wall. You just understeer straight off. It's a really, really tricky corner. And today we've just not actually seen that many instances. We saw the TTF GTE Corvette go round earlier. Just had a little spin coming in, too much speed going in, lost the rear end. But actually, in terms of accidents and stuff, it's been clean through. It's actually been quite a clean race as a whole. Obviously we had that big pile-up on the first lap. But apart from that, there's been no really big incidents. A few cars finding the wall pretty hard. A few bits of contact here and there, a couple spins, but no real big crashes. Casting our minds back to Spa, when we had several Code 80s. There was a few big crashes up Eau Rouge that really shook the race up, especially the GTE field. As Vac crosses the line again, now 2.5 seconds to Martin McGurley behind. Really starting to impose his dominance on this DPI field as he heads around the first turn. And into turn 2, which is that slight right kink that shouldn't be turn 2 in my opinion, but I'm not the one making the track map. So it's a similar thing to a turn 2 Austria for some real world series, Formula 1 for example. It says that turn 2 is actually the slight left kink on the second straight Austria, not the tight right-hander. In my opinion, that is the incorrect way to label that corner. The tight right-hander is turn 2, and in my opinion, that the tight right-hand here is turn 2 and not the slight right. But that's outside of my control. I'm not an official at the track. Here is the Valley Esports number 32 car, Gus Sonneveld, leading Bertrand Burkenyes. Has had a driver swap, and Bertrand hasn't, and it would appear that Bertrand's just pitted on that last lap. So they're obviously running two different strategies. The 32 obviously driver swapping much earlier than the 44, and they're still working together, these two. They come up to the back of the Glassing Motorsport Ferrari there, just sweeping around the outside into the carousel. And it's interesting to see such teamwork. I don't think I've ever actually seen in a sim race before how well these two cars are working together. They've just been full, you know, they've not been attacking each other. You know, they've just been working together super well to pick off the cars in front. It's been fantastic stuff to see, and I'm sure the team management over at Valley Esports are absolutely loving this. And I certainly am as well, because it's fantastic teamwork. And it's just a great job from both of them. The P6 and 7 overall at the moment, I believe. I'll just double check that on my live timing, and I can confirm that's not overall, that's P6 and 7 in class. Apologies for that. But a bit of a wobble there from Burkenyes on the exit of the last corner. But still, it's fantastic to watch these two just work together. It's really a joyous momentum to see teammates, you know, pushing to try and better the team and just bettering the team over themselves in sim racing. And as Burkenyes does have a look to the inside there, to be fair. So not often you see that. Typically in sim racing, it's every man for himself once you're out on the track. But here today, it looks like these Valley Esports guys are working together very well. So Jack, just as we're now coming into the last DPI window, and indeed your last few minutes before you have to head off, what's been your take on the race so far? Who do you think's been the standout performer so far over these first stints?
Oh, I don't know if I could pick one. Certainly, for me, at the moment, outstanding at the moment is Erdis Lapad. So he's absolutely miles in front. Considering what happened on lap number 1, he's done an incredible job to pull that gap out to almost a minute. But as well, the team, our current leader Thomas Vac and the team, getting that strategy spot on, going for an overcut and making it work. That's obviously been definitely a standout moment as well. So still plenty to happen now. I was keeping an eye on the gap as well. That was out to 2.5 seconds, and now once again it's come down to about 0.6 of a second at the head of DPI. So that battle for the overall lead is back on as we approach the pit stop phase. And I imagine now this is exactly the opposite of what we saw about 35 minutes ago. McGurley is now behind Thomas Vac, and we know the overcut works, so I'm sure he's just going to do it again.
And Gus Sonneveld just run really wide and let Bertrand Burkenyes through on our main screen here. But it's not really a battle between the Valley Esports guys, because they're not really pushing each other. But yeah, Gus Sonneveld just running wide there. I'm not sure if that was perhaps team orders, because it almost looks strategic in the way that Sonneveld just flicks through on the inside. But yeah, as you mentioned, a battle for P1 back on overall. McGurley only 0.8 now behind Thomas Vac, coming into turn 3. Or 2 if you're a subscriber to my view about corner names and corner numbers, heading down the back straight under the Sargento bridge, even, apologies. It's still quite a big gap visually, but the time is not that much at all. Heading into turn 5 and up through to turn 6, looks like Vac's going to have to deal with a little bit of traffic heading onto the Corvette bridge. So that Porsche's going to get out of the way pretty quickly for him though. And it looks like, judging just from what I can see by the time screen, that I believe that Sonneveld may have let his teammate buy through on team order, because his teammate has just started to shoot off into the distance. So Valley Esports clearly playing some clever tactics here. I continue to commend them for their tactical play here with both cars. It's not something we've not really seen before in VMG. But in terms of driver of the day so far, yep, I'd have to agree with you. Ernest Lappens has been phenomenal. Thomas Vac as well. Great stuff out from there. It's really been a race of domination out in all categories at the moment. And, well, not really in the DPI as such, but Thomas Vac is holding the lead for the moment. Gurley kind of getting closer, then falling back, then getting closer again. Just doing his very best to try and catch up to the back of Vac, but he can't really do anything because Vac right now is just driving supremely well and is doing a great job out the lead as he crosses the start-finish line to start his next lap, as does McGurley. And obviously the Mugen cars with their new livery for this race, if anyone's been a bit confused by that. Mugen cars had an all-black livery for the first 2 races. They finally sorted out a new livery. It's purple and a silvery kind of pattern. It looks very, very nice, must be said. It's a welcome addition to my livery list. I do love a good livery, it must be said. It really allows the creativity within the sim racing universe to flow, and it's good to see everybody trying to do their best. Thomas Vac just lapping the I believe it's the Team Imperium LMP2 there as it goes through into the Corvette bridge and under the Corvette bridge now. And there's the Team RS LMP2 there as well. Been a bit quiet has the Team RS LMP2. They're usually quite strong and quite far up the grid, but that's not holding anything against them. They've still done a good job out there today. And they're just kind of looking through the LMP2 grid. It's settled down a little bit now. It's not as close as it was earlier when we had that 4-way battle for the lead. Jack, that was some phenomenal battling we had in our hands, wasn't it?
Absolutely it was. Yeah, that's certainly going to be for the highlight reel. As we will now here's the first lap crash, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars, signs flying everywhere, and somehow Ernest Lepans got out of that one. He did a full 360 on the grass and got back going again. Just as that's been happening now, 2 hours to go. Chris Shepherd for Epic RSR, he's now pitted, so they're a little bit out of sync here in this battle as Keane Butler, they've made it back up to 4th actually, Orlor Brizzy, fighting with AAA as Yannis Zolto trying to get his way through. But with 2 hours to go, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Ross. Has done a great job, obviously. I'm going to sign off. It's been a pleasure, and hopefully I'll be back for some future rounds.
Indeed. Thank you very much for joining us, Jack, and I hope you stay well, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Jack Cunnane, ladies, gentlemen, and others, who's done a fantastic job coming in and covering for our normal my normal co-presenter, George Morgan, who unfortunately fell ill this morning. Obviously, we wish George a speedy recovery. Hopefully, we'll be back in the booth with us next time out at the 6 hours of Interlagos. And there's contact there between the AAA car and Keane Butler. Butler slides through. The Valet Esports car's going to slide through as well. Boton Bekenyes up into P5. I was just about to talk about Jack there for a minute, but I will get back to that in a minute because the Valet Esports car is about to find its way up into P4 there. It's sliding super close between the pair of them there. My goodness me. And there it goes up into P4. The Valet Esports car, Burton Bekenyes. Great stuff. Just a bit of contact between the Abruzzi and the AAA cars. And he's managed to slide on through. Fantastic stuff there from the Valet Esports car. But yes, once again, thank you to Jack Cunnane. I really appreciate him stepping in. It's always great to have some company here in the comms booth. And I can assure you he will be back. Oh no, big contact! Oh no! Big crash! Oh dear, round goes the Abruzzi car. And the AAA car into the gravel. Hopefully not too much damage for either of them. Oh, what a shame for the Abruzzi car. They've been through it all today. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Round they go. Oh, just contact between the pair of them again through the carousel. Drivers just not being able to judge their distances, it would appear. Oh, Oh, I do feel bad for Keane Butler. He's been through it all today. He's been in a solid performance and he's still getting caught up in these incidents. And I do feel for him, carrying that Ligier flag. The other Valet Esports cars got through as well. So Valet Esports up to P4 and 5. And Keane Butler all the way down in P7. What a shame for the Abruzzi driver. He is on board with him now. He has definitely been through it all today. Keane Butler, my. What a shame for the Abruzzi car. That Ligier was doing a phenomenal job out there. Just contact with the AAA car. But that's racing for you. Accidents are going to happen. And they have there indeed. But as I was saying, yep, Jack I can guarantee you we'll be back for the VMG 24. We've got an all-star commentary list coming in, I can tell you that myself, George, Jack. I have a few other guests in as well. But we've got big plans for that race, I can tell you that much. So make sure you stay tuned here and keep your eye peeled on the VMG Discord, on the VMG social media accounts for any further announcements about the VMG 24. It's going to be an absolutely amazing race. 24 hours of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit this year. We're going to have a huge grid, some big names. It's going to be absolutely fantastic, I can assure you. I'm super excited for it. I can't wait to commentate it. I can guarantee you that everybody on the VMG team is excited about it as well. And it's sure to be a banger. But then again, obviously before that, we've got the 6 hours of Interlagos to deal with. 17th of April, clear your diaries, 6 hours of Interlagos, the build-up to the 24. We've got a 2-month break until the 24 at Spa. After that, we've got 4 hours of Imola on the 17th of July, 6 hours of Dubai on the 14th of April, the 4 hours of Suzuka on the 11th of September, not far off my birthday, that one, and to finish off the season, 1,000 miles of Sebring once again, the 9th of October, another double points event alongside the VMG 24. To finish off the season, we had a great 1,000 miles of Sebring last time out. It was drama up to the end. There was an LMP2 battle for P3 on the final lap. And it was a great race over at Sebring, and I'm sure, well, I mean, every VMG race is great, obviously, but I'm sure we'll be seeing some more action there as well. But and obviously that could be very much a championship deciding race as well. Obviously, I've mentioned earlier that this race, well, this stage in the series, well, yes, you've got one on the championship. You know, the real focus is building up to the 24 as the Museum Porsche runs wide to let rFactor. Oh, excuse me there, sorry. As it's all about building up to the 24. As you know, it's a double points race, 50 points on offer for the winners of each category. There's going to be a big grid, so very much anything could be happening. Obviously, the top drivers from each category will be invited to the race. You can't just sign up, it's invitation only for the 24. So if you're in the series regular and yeah, for example, you're not in the top 15 GTE cars by the end of Interlagos at that stage in the championship, you won't be getting into the 24. It's very much an invitation only event, so invitations to the top 10 DPI and LMP2 teams, and then top 15 GTE teams, and a select few invitations to some exterior names as well, which will, I'm sure, will be very, very more than happy to announce in due course. Vax still going around though, only a second between himself and McGurley as it stands. Heading down into turns 2 and 3. You can see there in the bottom left, we've got Renault van der Laan and Wyatt Hackley locked in a battle for P11 in the GTE field. Van der Laan was very much my driver of the day out at Silverstone. He was phenomenal. I was very much a member of the Van der Laan hype train. Unfortunately, not been quite as strong here today. That GEM BMW just not quite appearing to get as tuned in as the AFP BMW, which has dominated today with Ernest Lappens at the wheel. In the GT categories, he goes for the move down the inside into Canada corner. Can he get it done? Holds the inside. Looks like Wyatt Hackley's going to still have a look into the next blind left-hander. No, Van der Laan 2P11. Great move there. Very textbook from the GER driver. That BMW, the number 98, is going to dive into both of them, diving into the pits now. So battle of the pit crews, or the virtual pit crews. Anyway, here we go. This could be interesting to watch indeed. Let's stay on board the Hackley as they come in. I believe his pit box is slightly before Van der Laan. Just to see what happens. The slow pit lane speed limit of 80 kilometers an hour almost seems like a crawl compared to the race speed of he's got a replay here of Van der Laan's overtake just down the inside into Canada corner, easy as you like. I've actually just been informed by a team manager over at Globe Endurance Racing, Danny the Haas, that Renault was actually involved in the first lap incident. It cost him 2 laps, which is why he's so far down. So unfortunate for him. Obviously, all I saw was just a complete mess of cars. I wasn't sure who was exactly in it. So that's a shame for him, but he's fighting his way back through today, and he's Yeah, still perhaps clinging onto that hype trend just a little bit after Silverstone. Here's Tomac Vac again. And Martin McGurley, I think, has made a big mistake because he's now 10.5 seconds back from Thomas Vac. Now, I'm not quite sure what's happened here, but that is a mysterious outcome. Oh, no, he's in the pits. That would explain a lot. Martin McGurley has boxed first again. We know that didn't end well last time for him. I'm sure we'll be seeing a driver change as well, as we just wait for him to come out. That will possibly promote Mugen up into Epic RSR up into P2 as well. That was 888 getting a penalty there in LMP2 just at the top left of your screen. Obviously 6 cut tracks as a drive through here at Road America. And we're just following Vac around still, waiting. And Vagapov has a penalty as well. So Peter Vagapov on the Team Iris LMP2. That's interesting to see that. That's very interesting to see what's going on there. Yep, Roland Sukes into the Mugen sim racing car. Roland, a very, very quick driver indeed. We've seen some good stuff from him before in the past, another series. I'm sure we'll see some good stuff from here today as well. Thomas Vac still yet to box. Chris Shepherd in P3 in the Epic RSR car still to driver stop as well as Vac comes into the pits. Here we go. This will be the driver change, and now it's time to wait and see who's going to have the advantage. There's Roland Sukes. He's only down at turn 5, but the driver changes take a long time. So we'll have to wait and see. Vac can sit there and do nothing. As Shepherd now is actually that's not in the battle of Shepherd because Shepherd's closer to Sukes, but Sukes now chasing down the stationary Red Archer VRT car through the carousel. This could be very, very close indeed. The earlier stop didn't pay off last time from Mugen. Let's see if it's going to pay off this time. On the run to the King. If he encounters any traffic now, that could be crucial. I'm sure that the Red Archer guys are absolutely waiting for the virtual pit crew. Sitting there, it seems like an antagonizingly long time when you're sat there, and out goes Thomas Vac. Roland Sukes is a long way back. Thomas Vac will have the lead of this race by quite some margin. So maybe Roland Sukes made a mistake on his outlap, perhaps. I'm not quite sure. Make sure you get on those social media as well. Hashtag VMG. And there was a driver swap as well for TTIF Racing, I believe. No, there wasn't a driver swap. Thomas Vac has stayed in the car. So that's why they spent a lot less time in the pits. Roland Sukes got in the car. And yeah, so a driver swap for Mugen and not a driver swap for TTF. So that's interesting to see. Vac stays in the car for the time being. Here's Chris Shepherd, who's he's been an interesting drive from Chris Shepherd today, it must be said. Someone's kicked up some grass ahead of him. He's been awkwardly quiet, and he's still in P3, such is the speed of him. And that Epic car, he's still yet to have a driver swap as well. Coming up now to the Corvette Bridge. Now, this is the stage in the race where Georgia Strelick has another penalty in the number 90 GER car. I think that's a shame for him. I was just about to say, this is kind of the stage in the race where everything begins to settle down. Everyone's kind of in their positions, you know, everyone starts to hold station, but this is VMG. Anything can happen here. We saw it at Silverstone with a crazy red flag. We saw it at Spa with a late massive accident in the GTE category. The Spa GTE fight went down to the final lap. Phoenix Motorsport, if you cast your minds back, leading until about the last 5 minutes with a steering that was about 90 degrees from suspension damage. Timotei Andonovski in the GTE car, the Drillers GTE car, which were they still a GT car at the time, found himself out after a horrible accident, which is just completely unavoidable. came round over the top of a Radion, and there was a car parked facing the wrong way in the racing line. Here we can see the standings so far. Thomas Vack in the lead, the Mugen Sim Racing P2, Chris Shepherd P3, and Revolution Racing P4, Gabor Hevesi and Steinprinz 1-2 and LMP2. Then it's Alexis Agorodnev in P7, Darius Andre P8, Paul August Lane P9, Wesley Bugo in P3, and the Santa Motorsports in P10 overall. Botan Bukenyes and G. Sonneveld do a great job in the Valley Esports car. Kian Butler as well, not bad at all. Tobias Blumchen, Triple Eight, not doing as well. I believe they had a penalty though, so they've fallen back. Peter Vagabov and Team Iris as well, down into GTs now. See a few cars out of place. Malcolm Schneider doing a great job in that solo sport car. Team Rookie Monsters perhaps been a little bit lower than they would have liked to have been. Phoenix Motorsport as well. I think you'd expect them to be further up than Team Imperial and Timur Benchik after that huge lap 1 incident. Just unfortunate. That's what you could do. Obviously, Timur in the official rFactor 2 FE series. It escapes me who she's driving for. But she's not faring too well out there today, unfortunately. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more from her in the future. And we can see 4 DNFs even in Maran Pfeiffer, AFP number 14, DPI. Both Drillers cars, both the DPI and the LMP2 as well. Big shame for them. 1 hour and 45 minutes left to go in this race here. Got a little bit of a battle going on for P3. It's Carl Magnus Bohr in the Team Irish, number 77, chasing down Giorgio Sorelli, who does have a penalty. I'm not sure if he served it yet or not. But we'll have to see what happens. If he dives into the pits soon, then I guess we'll know, won't we? Bohr doesn't appear to have a particular pace advantage at the moment. Oh, there goes the AAA car just appearing out of nowhere down the inside. There's also a yellow flag out in Sector 1. As they come through, and it's gone as quickly as it arrived. A few LMP2 cars diving. That's a DPI, actually. That's the Red Archer car diving through. So really, that GER is having a much better day than its number 99 counterpart. Or number 90 counterpart, even should I say. Typically, it's the other way around. Last time at Silverstone, the 90 had the race of its life. Reinout van der Laan put in a phenomenal performance. And, yeah, the 99 car just had an absolute nightmare race. We've just seen Carl Magnus Bohr disappear there in the background, I think. Oh, that's very bizarre. I think he may have just DNF'd. Potentially an internet disconnect. What's going on there? Carl Magnus Bohr's just dropped down the order and is continuing to drop. I'm baffled by that. I just saw him disappear and I assumed it was a lag spike. And yeah, I've just had confirmation in my ear that there is a disconnect for Carl Magnus Bohr in the Team RS77. Disaster for the 77 squad. That's going to promote Dylan Claver up to P4. Malcolm Schneider will find himself in a P6 as well. It's good for him. Oh my, that's a shake-up indeed. So, not late drama exactly. He's still got an hour and 43 minutes to go, but drama here in terms of a disconnect. Here's Gabor Hevesi in the lead of the LMP2 battle in the Mugen Sim Racing, number 27. He's been in a very, very strong performance today, it must be said. And they're just looking at the standings. Obviously, Ernest Lappen's now out of the car in GTE. Toyn Lawyer, another very, very quick, very young driver in. I'm sure the Dutchman will be trying his very best to push. There he is, Toyn Lawyer, in at the wheel of the 98 AFP BMW. He's been handed a very commanding race lead by Ernest Lappens, and I'm sure his instructions is just drive around, don't crash, hold position. Because as it stands, they've got 84 seconds to Mugen Sim Racing in P2. And that is a very much a strong lead to have indeed. That's a few, I believe it's about 2 pit stops in there. And yeah, it's a very commanding lead as well. 100 seconds to the number 99 Global Endurance Racing car as well in P3. Not a bad performance at all from this AFP squad. Ernest Lappens has had a monster first stint, especially after that first lap incident as well. All that drama in the first lap was 7 or 8 car pile-up, just everybody steaming in. Here's Darius Andre in the Rookie Monsters number 22 in DPI. What's happened here? Not quite sure. Just watching. He's coming up to lap this Ligier. What was the contact? Oh no! Round goes Darius Andre. That's a disaster for the Rookie Monster Squad. Hopefully he managed to get away with little damage and not a lot of time lost. Thomas Vach still pounding around at the wheel of that Red Archer VRT car. They've got a very commanding lead at the moment, but they still need to have a driver swap. Bear that in mind as we head into what will soon start to become the DPI driver pit stop window. As he heads down into turn 5. There's Roland Zooks behind, 18.3 seconds back. Roland Zooks is charging at the moment. That last lap, however, was 1.1 seconds so, and he's just had a big wobble coming out onto the back stretch as well, just on the grass a little bit there. As it stands, I do not believe that Vach will have the time for a driver swap. I think if he came in now, Zooks would overtake him. So more strategy coming into play here. 19.2 seconds separating them. I believe it's about... I don't know how long it is for a driver swap, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't believe there's any added time to the pit stop, but it's still, you know, the pit stops are long old stops in these cars. So it's crucial to time your strategy perfectly. We've got an interview coming up with Tyrone Frith, the TTF rating manager, I believe. I can't drag him into the commentary booth, so if one of my broadcast managers to either give me the ability to do so or drag him across, that would be lovely, thank you. Just hopefully getting an interview with Tyrone Frith anyway. TTF Racing obviously doing a great job at the moment. Or, well, not so great job. They were doing a great job earlier. They've fallen down the order just a little bit. Twice Bloomshine in P15 overall. Just behind Triple Eight, who are just behind a Brutzi in the LMP2 battle. The other car, the DPI as well. Just behind Valente as well. So TTF have had a very mixed bag race today. So you see here Dylan Claver in the pits for Phoenix Motorsport, and he's back out again. And it's not a driver swap either. So Dylan Claver's still going around. Interesting to see that. So it's just interesting to see how everything goes. So they come out, and there is the Santa Motorsports car. That's Wesley Bucco in P3 of the LMP2 battle. I believe there'll be a driver change happening here. So the LMP2 pit stop window appears to be open. There's the Team Imperium car in there just behind him as well. Wesley Bucco into the pits. And there is the man in the lead. The Red Archer VRT driver, Thomas Vach. 19. Yeah, well, it was 1.7 seconds slower, 1.8 seconds slower on that last lap, and it's 19 seconds between the pair of them. Zooks appears to have the pace advantage, but he also appears to just be making mistakes. That gap closes and then gets bigger on one lap. The Valet Esports car into the pits as well. I believe there'll be a driver change there as well. Vach continuing to head round. 1 minute 38, 1 hour 38 minutes left on the clock even. As we just wait for the DPI pit stop window to come around now, because it's all about what Thomas Vach does. He will need to drive us up at some point. There is a maximum driving time you're allowed in the car. It's a percentage of the race. It escapes me what the exact time is, but I don't suspect he'll be allowed to do more than about an hour and a half, an hour and a half, 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 40 minutes in the car before he has to give it up to his teammate or face being disqualified. So there is the number 90, Neil Tasker, overtaking from Reynard van der Laan. Tibor Kiss behind him, the Team Imperial number 88 as well. I'm actually not quite sure if it was the 88 or the 87 who has Timur Binchek currently at the wheel, who's caught up in that first lap incident. I believe it was the 88 actually. apologies earlier. I said to me Binchek was in that incident. I'm not entirely sure she was. That's my fault. Apologies for that. But so we just wait now, get an onboard of this battle. 1.5 seconds separating the pair of them. And we are now joined by TTF team boss Tyrone Frith. Tyrone, you there?
Yeah, right here.
Good to hear from you, my friend. So, just kind of run us through how the race is going for you so far. You know, what's your thoughts on how it's all gone? We've got an hour and 36 minutes remaining. Are you kind of achieving where you wanted to be at the start?
Pretty much. We got quite lucky with the crashes, particularly in GTE. We gained a lot of our positions with the crashes. It's going good in terms of getting all 3 cars in the points. This like the first time we achieved this go. Unfortunately, we had damage in the first stint, so it forced us to repair the car. Plus, one of the GTEs was in our pit space as well, so unfortunately, it saw us dropping down to 7th. But we saw sticking there. We trying to take advantage of any else's mistakes.
That's good to hear. Now, I've been talking a lot about the VMG 24 that's coming up. So you mentioned earlier that you know this was at one stage of the first race you had all 3 cars in the points, and that was great. Are you kind of at this stage more thinking about the championship, or more thinking about just building up to the 24 and having a fantastic race at the 24?
We just taking it sort of race by race because, as you know, with TTF Racing, this is our first big step into June's racing. So we pretty much taking it race by race, learning like from our mistakes from each race, and looking towards improve ourselves each step of the way to become bigger, better, stronger, particularly as we head towards the 12 hours of Spa.
Indeed, yeah, 24 hours of Spa. Obviously, I've mentioned it several times already. VMG 24, 5th round of the VMG Endurance Series. Now, what's your what you said you're taking it race by race. I mean, what's your plan, kind of looking forward over at VMG? Do you just keep to kind of plan just to keep advancing your way up the grid? Do you intend to be perhaps challenging, you know, for podiums at the end of the season, or is it just this season kind of just a learning ground, and then next year you're really going to try and attack?
I think this season is all about a learning progress, but we already got like an amazing bunch of drivers, particularly with Poom in the Deep Eye as well. We make really good progress. There's been 2 rounds where we could be finishing in the podium places, but it's just a series of unfortunate mistakes with penalties with track limits that just hamper us a bit, but I believe that we will make our progress up the grid.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Tyrone. Great to hear your insight, and good luck to your TTF for the rest of the race.
It's my total pleasure.
Yeah, and yeah, once again, thank you. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's Tyrone Frith joining us, the team boss for TTF Racing. We're currently having a pretty solid race. Obviously, earlier, as he said, all 3 cars were in the points at one stage. Now, back to the action. We can see here Neil Tasker just pounding in the laps in that number 90 GEM car, or GER as it's known. It's the Global Endurance Modding team, or known as Global Endurance Racing, and I keep getting them mixed up. Apologies for that. Danny de Haas has put together quite a strong team there. He's yeah, Danny's he's a good guy, he is, and he's definitely knows what he's doing, and it's good to see their car's doing quite well. Obviously, this number 90 in P3 at the moment, which is not a bad performance at all at the moment, but it's nothing in comparison to the AFP car, currently in the lead of this race. We're just putting in a phenomenal job. Torin Lawyer is doing absolutely amazing, and I apologize, I've just got, as Gabor Hevesi comes into the pits from the lead of LMP2, and apologies, the number 99, not the number 90 that's in P3. My apologies, this car's not doing as well, shall we say. Giorgio Cerise doing a great job, the number 90. Yeah, it's not having as good of a time in comparison, but that's racing for you. And It's still a strong point from the number 90 nonetheless. Here's Thomas Vax still going round, and he's got. Oh, what was that behind him? I believe was that. I'm so confused by what's happened. I just glanced up from my live timing and see someone crashing into the back of Thomas Vax. What's going on there? That was. I am so confused by that incident. I'm not sure who that was. I believe it was Paul August Lane in P8 in a Volante racing car. And yeah, it was. I don't know why he was pushing so hard, because he's a lap car. That is bizarre. Anyway, we're now joined by Alex Hansen, team boss over at No Finlandia, aka 888 in the VMG series. You okay, Alex?
Hey everyone. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Our car seems to be doing pretty good. How are you, Russ?
Oh, I'm very good, thank you, my friend. Now you've mentioned your car doing quite well. Niklas Nutzeblom currently at the wheel. He's put in a pretty strong performance so far. It's been a bit ups and downs. You've had a few crashes, but so far the running's been quite strong. Do you want to just kind of take us through how your race has been?
Yeah, we were for a long time. Myron was battling the Via Esports car and the Abruzzi Esports car, and it was quite interesting to follow it as a spectator. But as a team manager, I was waiting. Then we saw at the pit stops that we overtook both of the Via cars again, so that was really positive from us. And we saw that the Abruzzi Esports car is running medium tires, so they're probably double stinting those tires right now. And we were happy that we were catching them up.
Oh no! Your car's just been involved in an accident almost. Oh my goodness me! I'm just not quite sure what happened there. Sorry to cut you across there, Alex, but like Peter Vagabond tried to go down the inside in the Team Iris car and just collected the Team Imperium Corvette. I'm not sure which Corvette that is. I didn't quite catch the number. That's Tobias Blumschen coming out of the pits of the TTF. Sorry to cut across, Alex. It looks like you've actually managed to get away with very minimal damage. Actually, looked like you came across quite well from that. We've just got an onboard replay of this. Here's Peter Vagabond behind. Yeah, just dived down the inside, got it wrong. Bit of contact with... yeah, just you actually managed to get away quite well with that. So well done to Nutzeblom for avoiding that. And apologies for cutting across you. And on the subject of accidents, it's been quite a hectic race here at Road America. We've seen several cars going off. Do you think that, just keeping it on the road has been a major factor here for your team to do so well so far?
I believe so. I think that my drivers, both Niklas and Myron, really put a lot of practice. They were very eager to get behind the wheel, so they've been practicing a lot, and you can see it on their consistency that they're very consistent. But funny story, actually, Niklas had a problem with changing his onboard view right now, so he's driving with a view he's not used to, so that's why he might be suffering right now a little bit, and that's why we just saw that contact that happened. I think that's the reason why.
Well, there you are, more drama here. Looks like a Nutzeblom driving with a strange field of vision. That's not ideal at all, but yeah, he's still putting in a strong performance. P8 at the moment. Thank you for joining us, Alex. And yeah, again, good luck to the team for the rest of the race. Hour and a half to go, and you're in a strong position, so the only way is up, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It's at any time, my friend. Thank you very much. Alex Heinen and everybody, team boss of No Finlandia, who are 888 in VMG. Anybody else would like an interview, please do just pop on in to the interview waiting room on the Discord. We'll drag you across to the commentary booth. And we will be more than happy to have you here and just kind of get some different perspectives on the race. It's always nice to hear what different people have to say. As we are currently on board with Lucas Lichten. No, we're not on board. We're on board with Gus Sonneveld. He's chasing down Lucas Lichten in the RLR Abruzzi Esports Ligier. Again, the Abruzzi car is just doing Ligier an absolute service of just driving them well beyond their capabilities. The Orcas are so much faster at the moment. Oh, as I say, a big wobble for Lucas Lichten there. Still managing to hold the position for the moment from Sonneveld, but my oh my, just seems to get it wrong. Coming into Canada corner, just slid out the rear end, overcorrected that. Managed to hold. Wow, what a save from Lucas Lichten. But my oh my, that was a huge moment. As I was saying though, that Ligier being well outdriven, the Ligier in comparison to the Oracle is much slower. The balance performance isn't quite right yet. rFactor 2 just have Studio 397 and the team haven't quite figured out how to quite fine-tune the Ligier to be in a similar place to the Oracle, I believe, at the moment. But Lucas Lichten's doing a great job in holding that P5. Big moment. Wow. As they come down now on the run to T4 and 5. Down the hill. Let's see. Oh, and there goes Vach down the inside. Lock up for Lichten. Oh, he's sliding all over there. That's super aggressive, and Vach's going to get held up in all of this. Just not what he needs when there's a driver change pit stop on the cards. He needs to clear Lichten as fast as he can, because he's going to come into the pits at some point, and that some point is presumably soon. And Lichten's actually managed to get away from Sonneveld here a bit. Oh, and Vach's still stuck behind Lucas Lichten. He needs to clear that LMP2 as fast as he can. There's a lead on the line here. There's a pit stop battle on the line. Oh my goodness gracious me. This is... Oh, Lucas Lichten, he's doing an incredible job on that Ligier, but my oh my, is he causing Thomas Vach a bit of annoyance? On the run now down to Canada Corner, we should see Vach just roaring past down the outside, such as the straight line speed of that DPI. Yes, there he goes. It took him half a lap to get through. Sonneveld now closing up to the back of Lichten as well. Has a much better exit of that corner this time around. Coming into the back stretch. Coming round to the right-hander. The final corner. Lichten's going to get the slipstream of the DPI. So he's looking like he's going to be able to hold it for the moment. My, that could have been disastrous for Lucas Lichten there. An hour and 25 minutes left to go here at Road America. Vach in the lead of that DPI category still. Hevesy, P2, and Toyn Loy in P3. It's very much holding stations. These are 3 cars in the lead, have been there for quite some time. And Chris Shepherd out of the car, I am being told. Yep, Ryan Elliott into the Epic RSR car. So Chris Shepherd has been unfortunately quite lackluster, if I'm brutally honest, today at Road America. Just nowhere near used his gives way to his teammate Ryan Elliott, who perhaps, well, he's got an hour and 25 minutes to make up a lap in 2 places. If Epic want to get back to where they usually are, he might be able to do it. We'll just have to wait and see what the performance is like. Don't forget to keep going on social media. Hashtag VMG Endurance Series on Twitter. So, again, it's just great to hear from people. Get your opinions in. Just let us know how you're finding the race, how you're finding everything. Is there anything you want me to say? Anything you want to shout out, please do. Just keep it coming in. As we just wait now for the we wait for Chris Vach to basically have his driver swap. At this stage, still going around with Lucas Lichten and Gis Sonneveld, just going past a lot of traffic here at the moment. And it's just waiting now. Waiting and waiting for the driver swap, for the pit stops. On board with Sonneveld. Lichten's managed to get a huge gap in him now, 1.556 seconds. That Ligier, is being driven superbly well by the Abruzzi Esports squad. Coming through the first corner now. And down into turns 2 and 3. Lucas Lichten just holding station for the moment, going around the Team Iris Corvette there. Well, it's striking purple and green livery, which is very, very easily identifiable. Now on the run down into T5. Super hard to lock up your brakes into here behind him. He's got the Sansom Motorsports car, which he's apparently unlapped himself from. Will be willing to get past him soon, I'm sure. And indeed he does let them through. And actually, apologies, the Rookie Monsters car. That's the Rookie Monsters car that just they lapped with Rookie Monsters car. Stein Prinz at the wheel of that. This was Sim Apex being rebranded as Team Rookie Monsters. It's a different team, but the same drivers. Same applies for their GTE squad as well. I'm not sure if the Sim Epics and Rookie Monsters just have a bit of a deal going on. But, yeah, they're doing a good job out here today. Stein Prinz in P2. Very quick driver is Stein. I've had the pleasure of racing against, or well, I say have the pleasure of racing against him, have the pleasure of him overtaking me many times on Assetto Corsa, because he's well out of my league. And also on the subject of fast drivers, here is the man in the lead of the LMP2 field, Gabor Hevesi in the Musion number 27, who's doing a phenomenal job. He's got 34 seconds to P2. It's quite a dominant lead as it stands. And here is a Team Imperium Corvette. This is Tibor Kiss in the number 88, Neil Tasker in the GER number 90 car behind, chasing them down. It's been a mixed bag today for Team Imperium. They qualified super well on the pole with this car, and obviously involved that first lap incident, that first lap pile-up. The other car faring nowhere near as well. Tamer Benchik all the way down at the bottom of the field, last or second last, I believe. So not the performance you'd really expect from him. You'd expect it to be a lot further up, so I'm not sure if he's just not settled into the car or the circuit, which is a shame. Tibor Kiss though still doing a strong, showing a strong display of ability there. There goes Elliot Page. Not Elliot Page, apologies. Ryan Elliott. Elliot Page is an actor. There's Ryan Elliott in the epic RSR car flying through. Why did I say Elliot Page? Apologies, everyone. Elliot Page is an actor. Ryan Elliott is a sim racer. Looking at the gaps on Ryan Elliott, it seems he's got 97 seconds back to Roland Sukes, it would appear, over a lap down. He's got an hour and 20 minutes to make that time up. Now, we very well could do, we've seen before that epic car, when it's driven correctly, when it's on the limit, it's fantastic. But perhaps the setups they just doesn't enjoy Road America. Perhaps both drivers just don't enjoy Road America. That is a possibility. That does happen sometimes. Teams just don't run well at particular racetracks. I think, for example, in Formula 2, Prema Power Team have never run particularly strongly at Bahrain. I know they won there last year with Mick Schumacher. I think they won the sprint race. But, just in general, they've never run particularly strongly at Bahrain. Their car setups just never really seem to work around that. And there may just be a similar thing here it may just be a similar thing. We don't know. Darius Andre gets a penalty there. And Lucas Lichten appears to have almost a bit of a crab on down the straight, but he's got 1.6 seconds to Guy Sonneveld behind. It's not but Sonneveld was 1.1 seconds faster than that lap, and Lichten does not look like he's driving straight at all. Roland Sukes into the pits for Musion. Here we go then. Thomas Vack is in as well. So both the lead cars are in. Thomas Vack will be having a driver change. They're in on the same lap. Here we go. This is crucial. Lucas Lichten definitely doesn't look like he's driving straight at all, in my opinion. May be wrong, but Thomas Vack, Roland Sukes both into the pits. Ryan Elliott chasing them both down. Matthias Moose gets in the Red Archer VRT car. Will he head back out in front of Roland Sukes? Yes, he does. So Matthias Moose holds the lead of this race for the time being. Sukes is not that far behind, though. He's just exiting the pits now. It's a lot closer between these two. Moose holding the lead, though. And that is crucial. 1 hour and 18 minutes left in this race. Matthias Moose is your new race leader. Still Red Archer VRT in the lead, though. Toyn Lure now gets a penalty. He's leading the GTE category. Why has he got a penalty then? That is bizarre, that is. Not quite sure. Perhaps just cut tracks. We don't know. But Toyn Lure with a penalty. Here's Matthias Moose. We'll see what the time is as we come to the split, or we won't as the timing graphic goes away. They are very close indeed. And it would appear that I was wrong about Lucas Lichten, because he doesn't actually appear to be crabbing. Maybe he just was particularly slow through that sector. This Sonneveld is faster. He's definitely faster at this stage in the race, though, which is very interesting, it must be said. Not quite sure what's going on. but as he locks up again, just kind of chasing this Volante DPI car that is also not having a great time. Lucas Lichten has a look and he's flashing. He wants to get through. Obviously, the Volante car's not having a great time. Lucas Lichten knows he's faster. He's telling him, get out of the way. I'm in a battle for P5 here, but the Volante car has no obligation to. It's in a faster class, for God's sake. There is no obligation for that car to move out of the way at all. Lucas Lichten is going to be stuck behind it, and Gis Sonneveld is going to be thinking, oh, I'll have that every day of the week, please, as he closes in even further and further. Now, Lucas Lichten does get through, gets past Chris Vacker, as does Sonneveld. Now, Lucas Lichten is driven very strongly, as has Sonneveld. So, it's pretty even between these two. The Ligier is being driven well outside its league in P5. RLR Abruzzi Esports once again doing wonders in a car that is the slower of the two LMP2 cars. Here's Peter Vagapov in the Team Iris LMP2. What's happened here? Oh, just coming through the carousel. Oh dear. Oh, hard into the wall. And it's lost a wheel as well. That'll be Peter Vagapov out of the race. What a shame for Team Iris. Peter Vagapov out of the 4 hours of Road America with only an hour and 15 left on the clock. And once again, the carousel bites back. Just pushing a little too hard on the throttle, losing the rear end. That's another car without a rear wing. Malcolm Schneider in the solo sport car hasn't got a rear wing. And he's very early around the track as well. I presume that'll be a code 80 of some sort. He's got a long way to get around the track. And there is the code 80. Not quite sure what's happened to Schneider there. He's without a rear wing. We obviously Peter Vagapov as well out of the race. Team Iris, who are running very, very well. It's a big shame for them. AAA have dived into the pits immediately. That's worked out super well for them. And we've got a long code 80 on our hands as well, because it's a long way back to the pits for Malcolm Schneider. Oh dear, that could be a shake-up. That could be a shake-up indeed. We've got a replay here. Oh! Oh my goodness me. That almost looked like a screen freeze, or perhaps a wheel, or perhaps he wasn't even paying attention. Now I've also raced against Malcolm several times, and he's a quick driver, and I don't think he'd have the ability just to lose interest. But I think he may have just had a screen freeze or something there. That's super unfortunate for him. Just coming down the main straight. Lucas Lichten now can just relax and breathe for a moment from the Gis Sonneveld abuse from behind. And there is a man in the lead of the race, Matthias Moos. Red Archer VRT got 7.8 seconds to Mugen Sim Racing behind. They are sitting very prettily in the lead at the moment. And there is the number 90 GER car. Neil Tasker in P9. Tibor Kiss not far behind him at all either. Here's a replay of Radim Krenek in the field. Oh dear! That is an engine going bang for Radim Krenek. Phoenix Motorsport out of the LMP2 battle. That the AAA car flying in the background as well. That could have been a big accident there. Just watching on the replay screen that I have set up, that could have been a spectacular accident indeed. Doesn't look like it was, but yeah, that was just a big bang of an engine. A lot of flame at the back of it. Here's another replay of the incident. Oh no! And the AAA car just smashing into the back of Krenek, who was already out of the race. The engine just blowing up. That is the green flag out, and that would also explain what... Oh, and Gis Sonneveld right on the back of Lucas Lichten. He's timed that perfectly, and he's going to be able to sweep down the outside. Coming into the first corner, they're banging wheels down the main straight. Here we go. Into T1. Who's going to be the brave? It looks like it's going to be Sonneveld. Lichten pushes him out wide. And Sonneveld retaliates, pushing him still neck and neck into turn 2 and 3. Who's going to be brave? And Lichten locks up a little bit, but he's got the inside line. He's going to shut the door on the outside. Sonneveld having to hold his ground, still neck and neck down the back stretch under the Sargento cheese bridge. They go, and then bang wheels down the back stretch, coming into turn 4, turn 5. Looks like Sonneveld's going to have the inside line, but Lichten gets on the brakes later. He's got to have the wide line. He can try switch back on the exit. Sonneveld runs wide. Will he be able to hold on into and under the Corvette bridge? I think he will. And Sonneveld finally gets past Lucas Lichten into P5. Goes the Valle Esports driver. Great stuff there from Gis Sonneveld. And Valle Esports continue their rise up, but there's a Team Irish Corvette in front that's going to hold him up a lot. And here goes Lucas Lichten again, trying to get back at him through the carousel. And there's another BMW ahead that's going to cause real drama. Sonneveld's trying to go round the outside of the BMW. That is brave indeed. Lichten goes for a hacking moment down the inside. Looks like he's lost too much time on Sonneveld though. It's 6 tenths separating them. Lucas Lichten gets the move done. Phenomenal stuff there from Lucas, from both drivers. And there we go. Into P5 goes Gis Sonneveld. Lucas Lichten could do nothing as he goes through. It was perfectly timed from Sonneveld on the green flag, and into P5 he goes. Great stuff. I just saw us get a replay of this. Wow, look at what a move. Just total confidence in the car. Flicks the car to the outside, round the GER. Just hard on the throttle, gets it turned in. Fantastic stuff from Gis Sonneveld there. Up into P5 he goes. And an hour and 10 minutes left on the clock. And I was also just saying the big accident with the Phoenix Motorsport LMP2 would explain why the AAA car dived into the pits. Again, just if anybody fancies an interview, do please pop into the interview waiting channel on the Discord. We'll be happy to interview you, get your opinion on the race. There's still an hour and 10 minutes to go, as I've just said. And again, Lucas Lichten sliding up the inside of Gis Sonneveld there. I just wasn't looking at my screen. I was looking at the live timing. So fortunately, you missed out on my amazing commentary on that moment. But Sonneveld's going to try and fight back on the run into the carousel. Can't get it this time out. Let's see how he deals with the dirty air in the carousel under the Speedville sign. Here he goes. He's going to try and get a wider line for some more exit speed on the corner. And the top two drivers are locked in a battle. Matthias Moose, Roland Sukes is going to the outside. This is for the lead of the race. It's a fastest lap of the race for Roland Sukes. Around the outside he goes. What a move! Into the lead goes Matthias Moose. Roland Sukes even into the lead. Matthias Moose tries to fight back. Has a look down the inside. And he's driving very slowly, is Moose. 2.1 seconds slower on that last lap. And he didn't look to be going very quickly through that corner at all. Perhaps he's got a problem. That's really not what Matthias Moose and Red Archer VRT need. Into the lead goes Roland Sukes of Musion Sim Racing. Phenomenal stuff there. That was for the race lead. Away goes Roland Sukes. Wow, great stuff. Lucas Lichten and Gis Sonneveld even, apologies. Still locked in a battle. Oh, and Lichten's running wide through the corner. This could allow Sonneveld to close up really into the turn 2 and 3, and Lichten locks up again. His tyres must be square by this point. Sonneveld only 6 tenths behind now. Coming under the Sargento cheese bridge and down into T4 and 5. 4 being the slight left kink before the hard brake, and on a lock up there for Sonneveld. Almost into the back of Lichten. Oh my goodness me, that could have been a huge accident for both of them. Got a replay of Roland Sukes just squeezing around the outside of Matthias Moose. That was a fantastic move there. Round he went. And Lucas Lichten, wow, that was a lucky escape. Gis Sonneveld just locking up onto the brakes a little bit too late as well, I believe. And he goes into, oh well, he stays in P5, but he also stays out of the pit lane, getting damage repairs. Great start, well, not really avoidance action, but a great avoidance action from Sonneveld actually, who managed to turn away from the corner. Matthias Moose and Roland Sukes I think Moose has a problem. I think he's too far back. He's fallen too far back in that last lap from Seuss. It's already a 1.5 second gap. Moose is just not. He was 2 seconds slower on the previous lap. He's already 1.5 seconds back. That delta is just expanding exponentially. I just wonder if I wonder if he's got a problem. If he's maybe he's got a hardware problem, or if they have engine damage or something. Because he just seems to be losing time everywhere. It's bizarre. Lucas Lichten, though, is not losing time at all. He's trying desperately to get away from Geert Sonneveld in P6. This battle for P5 is absolutely raging. And another lockup for Lichten. Just try moving your brake bias rearwards, mate. It's not that hard. Down the run onto T4 and 5 we go. 0.7 of a second separating. If Sonneveld can get a really good braking into T5, he can get a good run and perhaps dive down the inside into T6. Lichten gets a kind of spot on, as does Sonneveld. He's a little bit closer though. Under the Corvette bridge we go. Lichten holding position for the time being. And there we see Tameja Binchek P10 in GT3. Jack Coben in the TTF Ferrari. Or Corvette even is chasing her down. Tameja Binchek, obviously one of the higher profile female sim racers out there. Obviously, sim racing still very much, like motorsport, a male-dominated market. It's quite rare to come across female sim racers, and Tameja is one of the prime examples, racing in the official rFactor Formula E series. And she's down in P10 at the moment. Not perhaps a beautiful performance, shall we say? It's been a bit hit and miss from her, but it's still better compared to some, it must be said. As we continue to follow Lichten and Sonneveld round now, on board with Sonneveld. Quickly approaching the last hour mark. Sonneveld just not quite close enough to have a look this time around. And we are now having an interview with Chris Stockman of GER. Chris Stockman, you there?
Hello Ross, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Yeah, doing great.
That is always good to hear. Now, Chris, you want to just kind of run us through kind of what's happened with GER, how it's all gone so far?
Yeah, so our fifth place car in the championship, driven by Reinhardt and Neil, were involved in the crash in the first lap. They're currently P9.
That's that's not bad, to be fair, from an accident.
Yeah, and the other guys, Danny and Giorgio, they're running quite well at the moment. I think we're second in class. Yeah, running well. There's some Giorgio's driven some good stints.
Yeah, he has indeed. I was saying earlier at the last race, it was the other way around. The number 99 was the car that was out the front, and but yeah, so it's good to see that you're performing well. Where were you kind of aiming to be coming into this race? Obviously, you've come off the back of two very strong performances out at Silverstone and Spa. Spa, you got quite unlucky with a few accidents, but Silverstone was a great performance from both cars. So, what was your expectation coming into this race?
I think we were really aiming to just come away with sort of as many points as we could. I mean, for both cars, they're fairly strong, especially the 90 car. I think we were aiming for certainly a top 5 finish. But anything, as we know, anything can happen in multi-class endurance racing, whether that be sim or in the real world. Anything can happen. It's about grabbing as many points as you can and staying out on track and spending less time in the pits. But that's what we were aiming for. Was we felt we could get a top 5 finish, and certainly with one of the cars there at the moment, it's looking quite good for us.
It is, as you mentioned, yeah, it's just all about kind of keeping out on track. Looks like it's been a bit of a spinner for Jack Coben there in the TTF Racing Corvette there, unfortunate for him. Just kind of looking forward for the rest of this series. Obviously, with the VMG 24 not far off, so we've got the 6 hours. Oh, around goes Geert Sonneveld almost. Sonneveld half spin there. That's really not going to help him in his battle with Lucas Lichten. But as I was just saying, Chris, yeah, the 24 not far away now. Are you kind of just mainly focusing on that for the future? Or are you mainly thinking about the championship at the moment, or are you just focusing all your efforts on building up for the VMG 24?
I think at the moment we're sort of taking each race as it comes and preparing for it as best as we can. Obviously, the longer the season goes on, if sort of our cars are fighting for championship positions, then we'll be concentrating on trying to grab as many points as we can in those rounds. Obviously, with the VMG 24 and I think the Sebring, I think they're special points, aren't they? They're double points.
Yeah, Sebring and the VMG 24 are.
Yeah, 24. Yeah, so obviously that will be a big target for us. But we're pretty much taking it one race at a time and learning as we go. You know, the competition's fairly strong. But we're in a decent position. See what points we can pick up from today, and it's on to the next round, which I believe is Interlagos.
It is indeed Interlagos. 6 hours of Interlagos, obviously live here on VMG TV. Well, thank you very much, Chris, for joining us. Great to speak to you. And yeah, good luck for the rest of the race for GR as well.
Take care and keep up the good commentary. Cheers.
Oh, thank you very much. Always appreciate it. Thank you, Chris Shepherd, everybody. Chris Stockman, not Chris Shepherd, apologies. I was looking at my live time. I saw Chris Shepherd in the live timing and got confused. I'm so sorry, Chris.
It's all right. I'm not offended. It's fine.
Thank you, Chris Stockman there, everybody.
Yes.
We've also just been joined by Jeff Closer. Jeff, you there?
Hello, yeah.
How are you doing, Jeff? You okay?
I'm a little sick, but yeah.
Oh, that's, sorry to hear that. So just kind of want to run us through your race so far and how it's all going.
It started off really well, but as you can see, it went really bad.
That's that's a fair assumption. So I'll just ask you the same thing that I just asked Chris. You know, obviously the VMG 24 is not too far off. Are you at the moment kind of building towards the VMG 24? Or are you kind of looking at the championship? Or are you just taking each race as it comes?
We take each race as it comes, but we're also looking forward to the 24-hour race and try to rebuild what we lost this race there.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So obviously it's and obviously there's a lot of people have said the same thing. You know, just kind of building every race, just kind of focusing on what comes. Old Geese Sonneveld actually coming into the pits there, so that's interesting to see how that battle for P4 will evolve. And we have passed the last hour mark, so 59 minutes remaining here at Road America. Now, obviously, there was the chaos at the start was a definite talking point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, did you what was kind of your take on it? Obviously, it was all just kind of kick off. It's been a pretty chaotic race here at Road America anyway. Is it? But why do you think that is? Do you think it's just the narrowness of the track, or do you think it's just something else today?
I think the BMW just tried too hard to get past and too early. I don't even know what cars that was. I just know that our car just got barely past that before it happened.
Oh, well, that's good at least. But yeah, it was definitely some pile up, it must be said. But yeah, so
it looked horrendous.
Yeah, it was 8 cars involved in the end. I think it was pretty large. Yeah, so it was good you got through at least. At least some positive aspect to take from the race.
Yeah, but now we're last, so.
Ah, well, you know, sim racing comes in leaps and bounds, and you know, you just got to take what you can, unfortunately.
Yeah, our driver unfortunately had 2 disconnects.
Oh, that is poor luck, unfortunately for you. Yeah, poor luck, but there's still 57 minutes left, and I'm sure you're going to push right to the end. So thank you, Jeff, for joining us, and again, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Yep, that's Jeff Closer, everybody. And that was Chris Stockman, not Chris Shepherd. Again, my apologies for that, Chris. That was quite embarrassing, it must be said. Back to the racing action. Roland Sukes. Matthias Moos, I believe, made a big mistake on that last lap because he's fallen back to 3.6 seconds behind now. The Red Archer VRT's race all coming undone in this last stint. Roland Zooks is putting Mugen onto the top step. It's often said that it doesn't matter, you know, where you run in the race as long as you're on top at the end. And you know, that is the true. You know, you can run first the entire race, but if you finish second at the end of the race, you're not getting 25 points, are you? In the 2010 F1 World Championship, the only time that eventual champion Sebastian Vettel led the championship was after the final race. So, you know, that's just one of those things. There is Matthias Moos, and he's now 4.2 seconds behind. He is really not having a good time in that car, which is a shame, because Thomas Vach was having a phenomenal time. Don't know if he's just not enjoying the setup, not quite settled into the car. Yeah, it's unfortunate there for the Red Archer VRT squad. I'm hopeful that they can get back up there and get back out there and just keep getting out there. As he comes round through the first turn and really running out over the edge of the curb. And they're really running close to the grass there as well. Super aggressive line there from Matthias Moos. Now, just kind of looking through, and it would appear that Toyn Lawyer, who's currently in the lead, although that car has always been in the lead of the GT category to be fair, but Toyn Lawyer, who's leading the GTE in the AFP number 90 car, has lapped the entire GTE field, which is no mean feat at all. There's the Valente DPI there off to the right, just having a half spin, it would appear. But yeah, so Toyn Lawyer and that Ernest Lappens and that AFP squad have had a phenomenal race today. Must be said, with 55 minutes left remaining, I think they're just going to carry on with that dominance into the latter stages of the race. Ooh, and that was actually a bit of a touch on the grass there, I think, for Roland Sukes coming out of the carousel. That's interesting. Here's a replay of Paul August Lane. Oh, just massively overshooting his braking point. Just managed to get the car flick round, let Matthias Moos through as well, which was very nice of him to do. Sukes going up the inside of the Team Imperium Corvette there. I believe that is Tamir Binchik at the wheel of that one. And now he comes up behind. Oh, big wobble. Whoa, that was a huge moment for Roland Sukes there. That could have spelled disaster for the Mugen Sim Racing number 16 car. Managed to hold it. Wow, what a save. We've seen several very big saves here today. Yeah, it's been interesting to see. Obviously, I mentioned right at the start of the broadcast, if you can remember that far back, it was a long time ago, that Road America is a very punishing circuit. If you make a mistake, it does not forgive you for it. It is certainly not a circuit for the weak, certainly not a circuit for the scared. And we've seen several drivers kind of push the limits of what they can do, and several amazing saves, it must be said. And to be fair, we've seen a few accidents as well of drivers pushing too hard, and that's the nature of the circuit. If you're too needy, if you're too greedy, it bites back. And well, there's not a lot of runoff, and then there's a wall. And typically, race cars don't like to go into walls, as I've kind of learned over my years. Matthias Moos is just falling further and further behind Roland Sukes at the moment. Paul August Lane's actually looking like he's going to unlap himself against him. There is the view behind of Roland Sukes, and it is very, very lonely, my goodness. He's in a bit of no man's land at the moment. Matthias Moos, meanwhile, had his mirrors full of a P6. Paul August Lane, who's trying to unlap himself, it would appear. Coming into the final corner is Moos. Out using all of the runoff and then just up that crest. It's very, very steep. Must be said, it's one of those hills that does not look as steep in game or on video as it is in real life. So a place like Eau Rouge and Radion at Spa, for example, yes, it is steep, but it takes until you actually go there in person just to comprehend how vertical it is. It is damn near a cliff face. It is a phenomenal corner, it must be said. Matthias Moos still on the run down. to turn 4 or 5 now even. Oh, there goes Paul August Lane again. Very nice drift for the camera. Not very nice for your race pace or your tyres, mate. Again, looks like he just slightly misjudged his the braking zone there. And just a bit of a half spin. But managed to keep it going still. But yeah, that's not going to be too healthy for your rear tyres. Roland Sukes is... I think he's having quite a nice time there in the lead, it must be said. 5.5 seconds down to Matthias in P2. Now, the question is can the Red Arch driver come back from this? He's had a pretty dreadful stint. Oh, and he's running off again. Matthias Moose is just... I feel bad. I feel quite sympathetic for him because he's just not settled into that car at all. You can tell he's not happy with how it's driving whatsoever. We are now with 50 minutes left to go. And see in the YouTube chat, Alex Heinen turning into a 12-year-old. Very funny, my friend. We still continue to follow around at Roland and Matthias here. Just very, very lonely for Roland's Duke at the moment. And we now have Massimiliano Riboli in the commentary booth. How are you doing, my friend?
Hello, I'm fine, thank you.
That's good to hear. So, just kind of run us through what's happened so far. How's the race been?
Well, it's been kind of bittersweet, really, because we clearly had some pace in our cars. But of course, we had some penalties, and we also shared a pit box for the 32 car. So, yeah, we lost some time there as well. So, a podium was possible, definitely. But, yeah, it will be next time, I guess.
Yeah, that's the way it is in racing. Sometimes things just don't go your way. Now, you mentioned about the pit box. I've been seeing a few kind of just questions floating around the VMG Discord about just a problem. Some drivers just sharing pit boxes. How much time do you think it's cost you? Because it would appear that a lot of people are very unhappy with how this has unfolded because they've come into the pits and they've been sat there for 50 seconds waiting for another car to leave their box.
Yeah, I've read that as well, but I think in our being unlucky, we have been lucky because we have just lost like 20 seconds. I've seen people who lost double of that, so yeah, it's been worse for some people.
Well, yeah, I mean, luck does obviously play a factor into it, I suppose. I mean, it's yeah, you're definitely lucky that you came in and didn't lose too much time. Now, looking forward over the remainder of the season, as we just got on onboard here with Matthias Moose. Very aggressive overtake up the inside there. Oh, dear me. That's some heavy contact. That's not what Matthias Moose needed. And further down the order, or further back, should I say, falls the Red Archer VRT car.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's not ideal at all. But as I was just saying, yeah, obviously... VMG 24-hour not far off at Spa. You kind of... How much are you looking forward to that? Because that's a big race, double points and offer. Is that going to be kind of the highlight of the championship, do you reckon?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we just took part as a team in one single 24-hour race. So I'm very looking forward to that. And maybe I will drive as well, because I've never done it. And I'm really interested in doing that, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
Well, that's good to hear. Well, thank you, Massimiliano, for joining us, and yeah, good luck. Yeah, good luck for the car for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
It's okay, my friend. Now, hopefully, shortly we'll just be joined by Kevin Butler as well for an interview as well. We've got interviews galore. It's very nice to talk to everybody out on track. And there is Kevin Butler. Kevin, you there? Kevin? Kian even. Apologies, not Kevin. I'm sorry, I've got my eye on one thing. Kian, are you there, my friend? All right,
Yes, I am.
Oh, he is there. Well, we'll have a W2. Hold on, Ernest, just for a second. Apologies for getting your name wrong, my friend. Kian, how have you been?
Yeah, I've been good. It's just ticked over 12 AM over here in Perth, Australia, so I'm glad I'm not driving anymore tonight.
Well, that's certainly quite early indeed. Now, just kind of run us through your race and how it's gone and all that.
Yeah, got off to a decent start, I think. Climbed a couple of positions off of the start, but then was able to, I don't know, kind of fell off a bit again because, you know, that Ligier is quite a bit off the pace of the Oricas around here. But then we've been running a different tyre strategy to the other cars, so that's why you'll see us jump up between pit stops occasionally. And that's why Lucas now is doing a really good job holding the position that he is. Unfortunately, during our battle earlier, I had a little bit of a spin. When I got the door slightly closed on me by the GT car, I just kind of misjudged that a little bit. But otherwise, I think so far today it's been a really fun and quite a strong race for the team.
Yeah, as I did, and you were. I just remember that 4-car battle you were involved in earlier. I was absolutely losing my mind in the car. It was fantastic. Do you want to just kind of run us through what was going on there? Like, what was going through your head as that was all happening?
Sure. So, I mean, the Ligier on itself was already slower, but then you put in the fact that that car is on a double-stinted set of mediums compared to everyone else on fresh softs. I really had to try and pull out every stop I could to try and keep them behind, and it's quite important to keep them behind because, sure, like the people ahead of us, they're ahead of us, but I'm not really going to be catching them because of the way the Ligier is in the game. So I need to try and slow down the people behind as much so we gain more of an advantage during the pit stops. So I was really trying to push just everything I could out of the car, which is why a couple of mistakes were made throughout. But overall, I mean, that battle, that's definitely one that I'm going to keep in my own highlight reel for the future as well.
Oh yeah, it was absolutely phenomenal to watch, it must be said. Now, just kind of, what's your plan for the rest of the race, really? Is it just kind of hold station? Do you kind of intend to maybe move up the grid if anything else happens?
Well, we'll see. I don't think there are many more tyre changes happening throughout the field because I'm not sure, but the last stint is kind of more of a half stint, so they might try and carry those tyres through. So if they do that, then we won't gain much there, but if people, you know, do stuff, then we might make a position. I think we're really just trying to hold station and just try and keep the car on the track as quick as we can, but also, you know, not make anything bad happen, really.
That's fair enough. Well, thank you, Keane, for joining us. Again, great job out there, and that, again, fantastic job in that four-way battle as well. It was definitely a personal highlight of the race for me.
Thanks, Ross. I'll try and give you more of those in the future.
Oh, thank you very much, my friend. Now, moving on from Keane, again, thank you for joining us. We've got the man who was dominated in the AFP GTE BMW. We've got Ernest Lappens. Ernest, you there?
Yo, my slime.
All right, well, how are you doing, Ernest? You okay?
Yeah, I just came back. I did not do so well. I'm surprised. I'm happy.
Yeah, he's done a great job as just leading the way. He's kept out the just that gap that you got. So kind of obviously on the first lap, you kind of went for the lead, got involved in that incident, found yourself down in fourth place. What went through your mind at that moment? You were very lucky to kind of get away with not actually getting involved with the pile-up that ensued afterwards. What kind of went through your mind after you got going again?
Well, I don't know. I just drove, I guess. I just sent a dive on Inshallah, and I got. I mean, to be honest, I could have given them a little bit more space, but I'm happy that nobody punted not punted, but ran into the back of me when I was rejoining. But I think overall situation was good for us because the current results are good for the championship, at least for us.
Indeed it is. Now, on the subjects of the championship, kind of looking forward, have you kind of got your eyes, I know I keep mentioning the VMG 24 to everybody, but have you kind of got your eyes on that race? Because obviously it's double points, 24 hours at Spa, is the highlight of the series. Is that the race that you've kind of really got your eyes on, that's the one you want to win?
I mean, sure. I don't know if we can find the teammates, so I might need to drive like 20 hours or something, but I'll try my best, I guess.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Ernest. We just see Jack Coven having another spin in the TTF Racing Cup. But yeah, thank you very much for joining us, Ernest. Again, fantastic job out there. And again, I just want to apologise for getting... I've got another person's name wrong now. I'm so sorry for that. It's just not... I'm trying to focus on the race and other things at the same time. So again, my apologies for that to Kian and to Chris. And just got a replay of this Jack Coven spin. Just too much speed coming into the corner. He's really not having a good time. I don't know if he's just finding that rear end unstable in the Corvette, or if he's just trying to carry too much speed in. Either way, Roland Suk's still leading this race in the Mutant Sim Rating number 16. It's been a pretty solid performance by him this stint. He's now got 20 seconds to Matthias Moos behind, who I think has either coming for another stop or has had a spin. Because Roland Sukes is very much out front and holding firm at the moment. As he just does a very aggressive lap coming in, lapping of the Team Imperium Corvette coming into the kink and onto Canada corner now. 41 minutes remaining here of the VMG 4 Hours of Road America here live on VMG TV as always. Again, unfortunately, George Morgan not being able to be with us today due to an illness. Obviously, we wish him a speedy recovery, and again, my thanks extend out to Jack Cunnane, who was able to jump in for the first 2 hours of the race on his day off as well. He's commentated every day this week from Wednesday, and he's done us a major service. So again, my thanks to Jack and my wishes to George. Now, obviously, hopefully we're having George back for the next race, 6 hours of Interlagos, and we're having Jack back with us as well for the VMG 24. So we want to bring you the best viewing experience possible here at VMG TV. And, you know, we always set out to do so. Ryan Elliott is started to close in on Matthias Moos. So that epic RSR car, which at the start of the race was nowhere, is starting to climb the ranks. So, in what has been an objectively, well, frankly, appalling race for epic RSR by their standards, is somehow going to still be a good result. And that just sums up that team at the moment, doesn't it? Both drillers' cars out within the first 15 minutes. Epic RSR, Chris Shepherd had a dreadful qualifying all the way down in P7. He was one of the last DPI cars on the grid. And Ryan Elliott, and they've just long hauled it through. They're up to P3 and they're closing in on P2 now. And you know, I think they've got the time. They're in the podium positions anyway, which is a phenomenal result for the Epic RSR squad. You know, it just says a lot about this team. You know, they've dominated the first 2 races of the season. And, you know, by their standards, this is not a good result at all. But it is very much a good performance. There, however, is Gabor Hevesi. P4 in LMP2. At the moment, long-time leader in the Mugen car. I believe he came into the pits. We are just having the last LMP2 pit window, I believe. I'm just looking. Darius Andre is definitely in. And we've got Robert Pawn now joining us. Robert, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good to hear from you, my friend. So you've had a pretty strong race for Rookie Monsters today so far. Do you want to just kind of take us through how it's all gone?
Yeah, it is a good race for us, P2. Of course, it could have been better, but Mugen is really fast today. We are trying to catch them, but I don't think we can do anything that will change the positions.
That's fair enough. There is Steinprinz in P7 at the moment, just in the pit window reshuffle. Currently he's been doing a very strong job. Now, Robert, just kind of gonna run us through the race. What was your thoughts? You know, where do you think you could finish? Kind of coming in, how did you go compared to your expectations?
Well, I was the last minute replacement for Vladislav, so my expectations weren't really that high. But after okay quali session and then a very good start, I think the goal was a podium, and we are achieving this because P3 is really far away. I think they are one left behind us. So yeah, it is a good race.
It is indeed. Obviously, the first race for the rebranded Rookie Monsters team. A lot of rebranded just as a re-entry with the same drivers. But yeah, it's been a very strong performance from that car. You've done a fantastic job there, and as has Stein Prince. So yeah, well done to you guys. And again, a good luck for the last 37 minutes. And thank you for joining us, Robert.
Thank you.
Robert Bourne, ladies and gentlemen, Sim Apex, well, Rookie Monster now. Rookie Monster's standing for Vladislav Mochilenko, who's done a solid job, it must be said. And there is Torin Lawyer, who's also raced with a Sim Apex in the past when they have been Sim Apex and not racing with the Rookie Monster logo. Doing a fantastic job holding the line for AFP. Was speaking to his teammate earlier, Ernest Lappins, about just about how strong his performance was, and he said he was surprised by Torin being able to hold it. But it's been a great performance from this car the entire race. Both drivers putting in spectacular jobs. Torin's just been given the car in a great position, and he's just held that, he's held that gap 66 seconds, 66.8 seconds to the Musion Porsche in P2, and then another 95.8 to the GER BMW in P3. It's good to see a BMW that far, this far up the grid. By the way, obviously with P1 and P3 usually. rFactor 2 events kind of have a bit of Porsche and Ferrari domination, but this series has definitely been an exception to that. We've had we've had a lot of Porsches, but there's been barely any Ferrari domination. The new Corvette is certainly quite fast. We've seen the BMW very quick, obviously here today and last time out as well. Reiner van der Laan put in a phenomenal performance at Silverstone. He was my driver of the day at Silverstone for a phenomenal performance at the wheel of his GER BMW. Here's Alfie Bevan. He's only got 4 seconds to Boton Bukenyes in the Santa Motorsports 48, another car that's had a very strong performance today. Santa Motorsports have kind of been here, there and everywhere, but they're currently running in P3, which is not bad at all, it must be said. And there is Damien Klein, Phoenix Motorsports P9 in class, which is really, actually, not to be kind of pedantic or rude, but really quite poor by his standards. You'd expect them to be well up the grid. Samir Benchik as well as another driver you'd have expected to be quite far up the grid, but no, just kind of languishing down in P9 until obviously still in the points. But these two are both very capable drivers indeed, especially Damien, who's put in some very strong performances in this championship before. So it's a shame to see them kind of this far down, but Samaya currently really putting the pressure on Damien Klein. We've not seen a lot of her today. It's been a pretty quiet race for the Team Imperium driver, but she's looking to make a move on Damien at the moment. Having a look to the outside, that'd be a bit keen if she went for it, but she's going for it anyway. Here she goes, Tamaya Benchik round the outside. Can't quite make it done. She's going to have to slot in back behind Klein for the time being. Now, coming into T3 on the run now, down to T4 and 5 in that slipstream. Here goes Tamaya Benchik. She's got a great run out of T3. Sweeps to the outside. Klein shuts the door. She's got to put 2 wheels on the grass. Bit of wheel banging, I think there was there. Down the outside. Klein's trying to take the shortest run to the corner possible. Benchik hits. Oh no, there goes Klein! Whoa! Almost into the back of Benchik as well. I'm not quite sure what happened. Maybe just locked a wheel and it snapped away. Damien Klein losing control of the car into T5. Tamaya Benchik gets to 3 positions, almost taken out by Damien Klein as well. Up into P9 goes Tamaya Benchik in the Team Imperium 87. I'm not sure that's how she wanted to do the overtake, but a position's a position. I'm sure she's going to take it. Yep, round goes Damien Klein. Tamaya got really lucky there that she wasn't wiped out in that incident. There is your class leaders at Sooks, Hevesy, Lawyer, the LMP2. Those 2 cars have been at the front for a long time. Sooks obviously coming through and overtaking Matthias Moose, who's just falling ever backwards, it would appear. Musion gonna take, as it stands, another double victory. They took a double victory last time out in a GT and LMP2, I believe. This time it's going to be DPI and LMP2. Really have been a team to be reckoned with in this series have Mugen. They've been consistently quick across all 3 classes. If you look at the DPI, Mugen P1, LMP2, Mugen P1, GT, Mugen P2 and P4, it really is a display. Aiden Coleman gets a penalty. It really is a display the quality that team possesses. So it is good to see as we now approach 30 minutes remaining on the clock. Here, the VMG, 4 hours of Road America here, Road America, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, United States of America. There is the Santa Motorsports car, currently down in P4 after the pit stop cycle, I believe. Yeah, Valley Esports car with an eyesight, a little bit up the road, but with an eyesight, certainly gonna catch up. So we follow it, and it's a very smart livery, it must be said. I do like the livery of the Santa Motorsports car. Green is a tricky colour to incorporate onto race cars, especially when everyone seems to be so obsessed with British racing green that if you don't use it, you're well, if you're from Britain, then don't use British racing green, then your team is considered awful. It would seem automatically a motorsport, and then if you do use it, everyone gets upset if you're not from Britain. But they've managed to incorporate those colours really, really well, and I think it looks really, really sleek. So kudos to the livery designer over at Santa Motorsports. Here is Roland Sukes still in the lead of this race, 20.2 seconds now to Matthias Moos in the Red Archer VRT car behind, and who himself has 16.8 seconds to Ryan Elliott in the Epic RSR car, 16.8 seconds. That gap is falling now. So Epic RSR could be looking to steal a great result here late on in the race. Roland Sukes, though, is just this is turning into a bit of an unscheduled test session for him. It's like he's got nothing going on, just lapping around. So, I mean, I don't want to say it's boring per se, but I'm sure he's kind of feeling the time wear on a bit. You know, he's not racing a bit. He's got nothing to keep him going. As we enter the final 30 minutes of this race, this is definitely the longest period. Like, time seems to almost dilate as a driver. You know, suddenly you're aware that the checkered flag is right around the corner. Every lap just seems to drag on and on and on and on, and it does get painfully long almost. And I'm sure that Roland Sukes starts to experience that because he's got no battles going. He's got nothing to keep pushing him to drive. You know, he's just kind of waltzing around. And you know, there'll be a win at the end of it at this rate, and you know, that's fantastic for the number 16 car, but it'll also be fantastic for Mugen to take another double victory, as we see Gabor Hevesi there down on the bottom left, who is, you know, that car's also just been in a class of its own the entire event. Yeah, Mugen just kind of certifying their position as one of the top rFactor 2 teams. Excuse me there. So a bit of a lump in my throat. We just continue to follow the Mugen cars around. 19.8 seconds to the Red Archer VRT car in P2 as Epic RSR does come into the pit. So Ryan Elliott, this will be his last pit stop of the race, 111 laps in here at Road America. 28 minutes left on the clock here on VMG TV, and we've obviously been live the whole way through, as we are with all of our races. Just a reminder to clear your diaries next month. The 17th of April, the 6 hours of Interlagos is sure to be an absolutely phenomenal event. I can guarantee you that. As we are just continuing on board now. Ryan Elliott still finally leaves the pits now. And I do just want to apologise for getting everybody's name wrong. I think I called Ryan Elliott Page, he's an actor. I called Chris Stockman Chris Shepherd. I called Keen Kevin. It's apologies. It's yeah, it's you know, not exactly good of me. I do apologise for that, but that shouldn't take away from the racing action. So I tried to hastily cover my mistakes. We continue to follow around the man in the lead at the moment, Roland Zooks, who's just putting in a fantastic job. Up the top. The Revolution Racing car comes in as well. Tom Kapusta into the pits from P4. These will be your last pit stops of the day, barring any damage for the DPI classes. Unless anybody is perhaps short on fuel or needs to change tyres if they spin and get horrific flat spots. It's just been a dominant performance by Mugen today, especially in LMP2. You know, LMP1, Red Archer VRT looked like the team to beat for the first 3 hours until Roland Zooks got in the car and well, sorted them out, shall we say. And then LMP2, they've just been phenomenal. Untouchable even. Gabor Hevesi has done a great job in this second stint. And it's always good to see. Well, I mean, there's pros and cons to world domination, shall we say. Many motorsport fans will tell you they hate, you know, certain teams dominating because it takes away from the excitement. You know, you're not seeing many people win, but at the same time, it is always exciting to see, you know, what a team can do when they do dominate. It's amazing to see, you know, what a collection of good drivers, engineers, strategy can do. We've got a replay here. This is Gergo Ballo in the Mugen Sim Racing Corsa. Ooh, that's a bit wide coming out of the kink. That could have ended very badly for Gergo Ballo. Gergo is in his new environment at Mugen, was a long-time Sim Apex driver. Sim Apex, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, being rebranded under the Rookie Monsters label. The great RF2 team for this series. But yeah, Gergo Ballo, long-time Sim Apex driver, finding his way into Mugen Motorsport. He's definitely settling in nicely. Here we are on board as you see the TTF car dive down the inside. Lucas Lichten in the RLR Abruzzi Esports car, P9 overall at the moment. They are currently P4 in class, I believe. Not a bad result at all. It could be P3 in class, but I believe actually P3 in class, I think. Apologies for that. My maths is clearly... well, it's not my strongest point, I'll say that much. My exams didn't go too well, shall we say. Oh, there's an absolute cluster of cars here. Let's hope this doesn't end too bad. Oh, who was that in the back? I'd have to put the brakes on as the TCC Motorsport car just pulled out for an overtake. Tom Kapusta gets a penalty there. Oh, just coming into this absolute cluster of GT cars. All these prototypes have to kind of filter their way through. That's interesting to see. I've said before that it is part and parcel with endurance racing. Is that kind of, oh, and again, the Valet Esports car just have to kind of wriggle through on the inside, and there goes some of the LMP2 cars into the pits. So this will be your last LMP2 pit window. 24 minutes remaining now. Here at the 4 hours of that Road America. It's been a pretty incredible 4 hours, must be said. We've had drama, crashes, disconnects, lead changes, four-way battles which lasted about 20 minutes and made me lose my voice for about an hour. It's it's been a phenomenal race to commentate over, and I'm sure it's been a phenomenal race to watch as well as we enter the final phases here live on VMG TV. And everyone kind of just in their action stations now. Mugen Sim Racing leading the way in both DPI and LMP2 with quite some assertion, and an AFP as well in GT just dominating the entire race long, even with that early spin after the first lap pile up in the GT category, where they were extremely lucky to not have any more damage. The TCC Motorsports car we're following around at the moment, and we've just been joined by boss of Epic RSR, Lee Davidson. Lee, you there?
Hi there, guys.
So Lee, it's been an interesting race for Epic. Obviously, Chris didn't qualify too well by his standards, but you managed to fight your way up to P3 at the moment. You keep pushing. Well, it's quite a big gap, but Red Archer might make a mistake. You never know. So, how's just kind of run us through how it's all been in the Epic camp today?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at it, it's a +4 in our group positions. That's usually a pretty good performance, but it does kind of feel like what could have been sort of race there, especially with Driller's DNF. It was kind of a good opportunity to get a good advantage on them. But yeah, I mean, qualifying was a little bit subpar. I think we'll put our hands up there and just say we didn't nail it. But lap 1 didn't really bode too well for the rest of our race. We got punted in turn 1, and so Chris had damage and was way back in the field. So nice little recovery job from Chris, and now Ryan's just bringing it home. Yeah, doing a good job.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying earlier, you know, like they both had great performances, you know, bringing up the field, but just by your, you know, the standards of Epic and their usual finishing position, it seems like you've had such a poor result today. And obviously, no, it's by no means taken away from your performance, but obviously P3 is not bad at all either. But after P1 at both the last 2 races, you're going to kind of try and use this as more motivation going into the next race at Interlagos?
Yeah, I think it's a nice problem to have to be disappointed with P3. I think we'll just take it, and we'll look at the championship standings and think, yeah, that was probably as good as it could have been after lap 1. So yeah, it's just one of those things. But we'll come over to Interlagos, and we'll be looking for very top step once again, mate.
No, that's fair enough. We're just seeing Ryan Elliott actually there, just missing his braking point by a little bit. Luckily, he managed to just keep it going, barely lost any time. So
because I'm not there.
Of course. Now just kind of looking into the future a bit again. Obviously, the VMG 24, it's now not very far away. Obviously, it's the race everybody wants to win. It's the staple and the crown of the VMG calendar. I assume you want to win that race, obviously, but kind of what's the plan of attack? Because it's very different between a 4-hour race and a 24-hour race. What's kind of the plan going in? Are you just going to try and think of that when you come to it, or are you already thinking about strategies of how to tackle the 24?
Yeah, well, we're quite lucky. We've got quite a nice driver pool behind the scenes as well, so we'll be bringing in a couple of extra drivers to help the cause and stuff like that. So we're looking forward to getting them up and running with VMG. Yeah, we're going to be in it to win it, absolutely. I mean, no two ways about it with that sort of thing. Like you say, it's the jewel of the crown for the season, and yeah, we want our name on it.
Well, that's fair enough. Thank you very much for joining us, Lee. Again, it's been a great performance from Epic, even if the result doesn't quite match the performance. So thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, cheers, guys, and great job on the broadcast once again. Smashed it.
Thank you. We do all appreciate it. Lee Davidson, everybody, team boss of Epic RSR, there, who are currently running in P3, up 4 positions on their qualifying grid place. It's not been a bad performance at all, even if, as I said, the result is very much subpar by their standards. Entered the final 20 minutes of the race now, and well, it's all very much quiet on the Western Front. Mugen Sim Racing continue just to put in the laps here. We are just currently following around Gabor Hevesi in the LMP2 car, and he's diving into the pits for his final pit stop, so it would appear that everyone is just kind of coming in for a last minute splash and dash here in the LMP2 category. He's not going to lose that much time. I also believe that the Rookie Monsters car needs to come in anyway, so the Rookie Monsters may be briefly ahead, but overall I still think they'll be behind unless Stein Prinz has got some very strong fuel management under his belt and is willing to run very slowly. That may have been how he may have just been saving fuel this entire time. We don't know. I'm not entirely certain he'll be able to go to the end though. Stein Prinz into the lead for the time being of the LMP2 category with 18 minutes remaining. If he does pull this off and goes to the end of this tank, which probably won't happen, my oh my, what a steal. That's one way to win a race, but yeah, I do believe you will have to pit again. I don't think you can make a fuel tank last that long. Obviously not discrediting Stein there. He's a very, very quick driver indeed. Into the lead goes the Team Rookie Monsters number 56 car, as he comes down turn 4 and into turn 5 now. Just dealing with the Mugen GTE on the outside there. We can see there just 5 DNFs in the LMP2 category. Obviously we've had Omicron out on the first lap, Driller's gone, Team Iris gone, Phoenix Motorsport gone, along with Triple Eight as well, who were running super strong early on. And then just after that huge crash with the Phoenix Motorsport car when it exploded, and the Triple Eight car could go no, which is a big shame for Triple Eight and Nova Finlandia as well, the team kind of behind the scenes. And obviously we spoke with Alex earlier, team boss over at Nova Finlandia, and he was he was very positive about the race at the time, and it's such a shame to see him go out like this. But that is sim racing. You've got to roll with the punches. As Zoltan Varkonyi back out of the pits, 34.7 seconds behind Steinprinz at the last Delta split. But Steinprinz does still need to pit now. However, if Steinprinz has gone longer, he can take a shorter pit stop. Now also, judging by the time that Varkonyi spent at the pits, I believe he may have gone on to new tyres. Just looking at the live timing, yeah, it would appear, I think he's gone on to fresher rubber. Either that, or he's had a penalty, because Steinprinz rubber is also reasonably new. So potentially a penalty for Zoltan Varkonyi, a drive-through penalty or a stop-go or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he just needed fuel, I don't know. As Ryan Elliott gets a penalty in the Epic RSR car, shame for them. He's got a very safe gap behind him anyway, so it won't affect their finishing position at all. Yeah, I do now wonder actually if Zoltan Varkonyi did have a penalty, because he's on, 2-lap-old tyres. 3-lap-old tyres now, but so is Steinprinz. So I ponder either if they've had a pit stop mistake, or if they've had a penalty that I've missed, and suddenly they find themselves, in second place after an absolutely dominant race. Which would, well, it would be the steal of the season for rookie monsters. Robert Porn standing in for Vladislav Mochalenko at the last minute, and Steinprinz doing a great job out there and just, lucking into this win. And it'd be heartbreaking for Mugen, but it would be even more drama, especially in the title battle as well. Because this would be pro rookie monsters. Matthias Moose into the pit lane. Steinprinz, let's see if he comes into the pits anytime soon. Still 15 minutes left on the clock. Doesn't seem like a long time. It is really this late into a race. Time just seems to slip by a lot more slowly. Oh, I must say, I am a big fan of this new Rookie Monsters livery style they've gone for. As he comes round onto the pit straight. Yep, Steinprinz will be coming into the pits now. He doesn't have to take as much fuel as Zoltan Varkonyi, because it doesn't have to go as far to the end, but we could still be seeing Zoltan Varkonyi retaking the lead of this race. Let's see where Steinprinz comes out. Into the pits he goes. Zoltan Varkonyi closing in. Coming around now onto the back section of the circuit. That Rookie Monsters car just stationary. And there will go Zoltan Varkonyi into the lead. Once again, Steinprinz. Order is resumed. Mugen Sim Racing back to P1 and LMP2. Well, it's been a dominant performance by this Mugen car, it must be said, but that is no discredit to Steinprinz, who, while briefly leading the race, it's still been a great performance on the first outing under the Rookie Monsters label. Varkonyi just sets out on his way. The gap between them doesn't appear to be too big. It's closer than it was obviously before. Steinprinz obviously had to take less fuel on board. And if he absolutely charges down and if Varkonyi makes a mistake, which is unlikely, it must be said, then he might be able to catch him. But at this rate, I think I'd say it's a pretty safe P2 for Team Rookie Monsters, which is not a bad result at all. And I was just talking a minute ago about their nice new livery, which I like. They kind of changed from stripes to these almost teardrop shapes. It looks very nice. If you look very close up on the car, you can actually see it's got a kind of a shiny Rookie Monsters name embalmed in it. It's a very, very pretty livery, it must be said. This is a very nice livery as well, and a very nice car, and a very nice driver. Zoltan Varkonyi, 12 minutes 55 seconds left on the clock, just pumping in those laps. Class leaders Zooks, Varkonyi, Lawyer as per normal. Oh, and Roland Zooks, that being said, has come into the pits. So Roland Zooks obviously needs that last little bit of fuel just to get him across the line. He's still got over a minute to P2 and Matthias Moose, so that won't be a problem in terms of losing second place or first place even. But that gap just decreasing a little bit. Obviously, the fuel's just not quite being able to make it, it would appear, here at Road America. Maybe people just miscalculating their fuel by a little bit. I don't believe that Sukes will be taking on tyres either for this last stint. I'd be surprised if he was. And, well, it has been a very, very strong stints from Roland Sukes, to be fair. 17 laps each on each set of tyres. Not bad at all. He heads back out now. Still in the lead of the race, of course. We can just see here the Musian domination of this race here at Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, United States of America. It's quite a fantastic racetrack that I don't think gets the recognition it deserves. And there as well we see the leader of the GTE category, Toyn Lawyer, the AFP number 98, doing a fantastic job out there today. Yeah, I don't think this track does quite get the recognition it deserves, mainly because it's not a Grade 1 circuit. It's only FIA Grade 2, which means that, it can't play host to events like Formula 1 or the World Endurance Championship, which I think kind of takes away from its value. I think, F1 round here, the racing might not be great, but my oh my, I think it'd be fantastic to watch. Just, the cars on the edge, just the walls are too close to the circuit, I think, and take a lot of money to cut those forests down. And probably raise some environmental concerns as well from activist groups. But it's still a fantastic circuit anyway, and it's been mastered by these guys, Musian Sim Racing, in both LMP DPI and LMP2, and as Darius Andre gets a penalty there. That's a shame for him, late on in the race. Coming up to 10 minutes remaining now here in the VMG. 4 hours of Road America, round 3 of the VMG Endurance Series out of 9. Obviously, we've still got a lot of star-studded races to go. Next up, there's one of our 2 6-hour races, the 6 hours of Interlagos. Should be phenomenal. Interlagos is always a great host for endurance racing. In fact, you tune in on the 17th of next month for that. And obviously 2 months later, it's the big one. The VMG 24 hours at Spa. That is the, as I was talking to Lee earlier, the Epic Team Boss, that is the jewel in the crown. After that as well, we've got 4 hours of Imola, which should be fantastic. 6 hours to Dubai, 4 hours of Suzuka, all fantastic racing. Then to cap it all off, the 1,000 miles of Sebring. Which was our debut event out at last year. Back in December or November, I believe it was. It escapes me what date it was. It was quite some event, it must be said. Matthias Moose was 39.396 seconds fast on that last lap because Roland Sukes came into the pits. But he's fallen quite some way back from him. I don't know, he just doesn't seem to have settled into that car as Moose, not in the way that Thomas Vach did, his teammate, who was leading this race for a long time. Matthias has just got in and just doesn't appear to have been able to kind of settle down, get the same kind of lap times. I'm not sure if that's just through a lack of practice, or maybe he just doesn't like the setup. Maybe he got in the car and it behaved differently to what he was expecting. That is a possibility in sim racing. You get in, you've done hours of work and build up on setup and knowing the track, and then you get in the car and it's just different. Something's changed. Maybe the way the track's evolved, or maybe it's the weather conditions, you just don't know, but it's just different, and that can really throw you off. And that's part of the challenge of endurance racing. So yeah, heads round, 8 minutes to go here. Now, as we come up to the end of the race, it's time to start. Well, normally I'd ask my partner, George, or Jack, if he was still here, who their driver of the day was, but obviously George is ill, Jack had to head off. So I'll just put forward my belief. You can you can challenge that on the YouTube chat if you wish. But for me, it's got to be Ernest Lappins. He put in an absolutely phenomenal performance in that AFP number 98 BMW. And the BMW is not the car you'd expect to be the fastest around here, but it is really has been very, very quick today. He got away with that spin early on after the pile up, and but after he just clipped the Team Imperium Corvette on lap 1, and he's just disappeared into this. He did that thing that Ernest does best, just disappeared into the distance, and it's been a great performance by him today, and I'm sure we'll be seeing many, many great performances in the future from him on the AFP squad. By the way, AFP, if you want to ever put Mika Hakimi in a race, I wouldn't complain. There'll be another young talent who I'd love to see in the VMG series. Anybody who doesn't know, Mika is a 17-year-old Malaysian driver who's actually been signed up to the Toyota program, the Toyota Young Driver program in Malaysia as a result of his sim racing efforts. So, yeah, it's certainly not bad if you get signed up to a real-world program through sim racing. And Mika, really nice guy, really nice driver, really nice guy, really fast driver, should I say. And obviously, as Paul August Lane gets a penalty there, unfortunately for him, with just 6 minutes remaining. And I think it would just be great to have another young superstar on the grid for VMG. We have a lot of young drivers, young talent on this grid. Toyn Lawyer being one of them here. We've seen Ernest Lappan, who I was just talking about earlier. Robert Paul we spoke to as well. Stein Prince, reasonably young as well. A lot of young, talented, super quick drivers who, they're still learning as well. They're only ever going to get better as their careers go on. And it is always great to see, the new crop of sim races coming through, and the new kind of superstars in a sense. As we just follow Toyn Lawyer around, coming under the Corvette bridge, that BMW has not put a foot wrong really. Got very, very lucky with that early spin not being collected or tapping the wall. No damage from that either, which was phenomenal. And then, yeah, it's just been up the front ever since. Hasn't even been challenged. It's been a fantastic performance from AFP. Abstinio Force Polonia, obviously another very quick team, and they've kind of proven that today. They're no strangers to the rFactor 2 endurance racing. And they're demonstrating that here today. Great performance from them. Here's Zoltan Volkonia as well. Nugent, I said it time and time again, great performances by them. Their LMP2 performance has been untouchable, I'd say. We just come down to the end of the race. Here is the two Team Imperium drivers, Tabor Kiss and Tameya Benchik. Tabor obviously his teammate getting caught up in that early pile-up, just getting absolutely destroyed. And Tameya as well, who's been fighting her way through the field. And it's been a good performance from her, I'd like to say. She didn't qualify particularly well, but she's done a good job out there. She's a lot of expectation gets placed on her shoulders. Obviously being an rFactor 2 official Formula E driver, and she's a lot of weight gets put on her shoulders. And I think similar scenario with the Epic RSR car, and that just a poor qualifying, but overall a good performance today. She's been pushing their way through the field, driving their own race, and the positions have come to them and to her. And I think P9 is a very solid result. And a double points finish as well for Team Imperium. It's not bad at all. Just 3 minutes to go here at the 4 Hours of Road America. It's going to be the longest 3 minutes of my life, probably. Almost looks like Tomei is trying to have a battle with Tibor late in the race. Now, I'm not sure the team's going to be too happy with that, because they could crash, but always a bit of excitement to watch. Tomei is definitely looking quite aggressive at the moment, and Tabor was actually pulling over. Who was that off in the background? And there goes Tomei Benchik past. That almost looks like Tabalkis led her through. A flash of the lights from Tabor as well, or Tibor, shall I say, apologies. That's bizarre. Yeah, Tibor Kiss almost looked like he let Tamaya bench it through. She goes up to P8. That's strange. Perhaps some team orders at play there. Maybe they just wanted the other car to get some more points for the Drivers' Championship. Who knows? Boton Bakenyes, Valet Esports P3 in the number 44 car. It's been a great performance from the Valet Esports boys as well. They've been working together all race to kind of push their way through. And it's come good for the number 44 car in the podium positions, fighting their way up the field. It was this car as well was involved in that massive four-way battle earlier on as well, which was spectacular to see. There's Roland Zooks in the bottom left. He'll be coming around onto his final lap shortly. Don't forget post-race to, you know, get on social media, hashtag VMG Endurance Series. You know, let us have your thoughts, your opinions on the race. Personally, it's been quite a good one, it must be said. I have just been informed that, yeah, it is a championship matter for the Imperium car. So, yeah, Tamir has been let through on team orders just for getting those extra points up on the grid. This should be the final lap of the race for Roland Zooks. There's a car in the pits. White flag. Yep, final lap of the race in my ear have been confirmed. Danny De Haas in the Global Endurance Racing number 99 has done a great job out there in that number 99 car. Danny's a lovely guy. Really quick driver as well. That being said, he runs very wide out turn 5. But it's been a good performance from him. As he comes round, Roland Zooks on his way down into turn 5 for the last time. It's been a pretty hectic race here today. We've had pile-ups, disconnects, drama, crashes, overtakes, four-way battles for the lead that lasted for 10 minutes and made me lose my voice. We've had me getting people's names wrong in interviews. And it's been a pretty crazy one. The timer goes to null. 0 minutes remaining here. This is your final lap of the race. And there is the car in the lead. The Musion Sim Racing. The car, as driven by Roland Zooks, the number 16, which has just been dominant on this past hour as Paul August Lane has another spin. And oh, bit of a touch there, almost collects a few cars. It's been a pretty spinny race for Paul August Lane today. But it's only a few corners to go for Roland Zooks. In fact, it's only one corner to go and a hill. As he comes on the last corner, it's been a great fight back and then just disappearing into the distance. Darius Andre looks to have blown up on the last lap. Drama for the Sim Apex DPI, but Roland Zooks is going to win the 4 hours of Road America here in the VMG Endurance Series. What a final stint for the Musion Sim Racing car. That is a great, great performance. And on a day when Epic only finished down in P3 and the Drillers car retires, it blows the championship wide open. Roland Zooks, the car's flying off at the first corner. There is the Epic car behind. What a performance from Roland Zooks. He got in the car when they were in P2 and a long way behind. Toyn Lua will be coming across the line shortly to win the GTE category. Matthias moves across the line to take second in DPI. What a shame for the Archer VRT squad, who were so dominant early on. And for the first 3 hours, they were the team to beat. With Toyn Lawyer, this car has not looked out of place at the top at all. First Ernest, my driver of the day, now Toyn, just driving impeccably. What a performance from Agostino Force Polonia. The number 98 car comes up the hill and will cross the line to win the GTE category here today. What a performance. Fantastic result for the drivers there. Zoltan Vakonyi as well. It's going to be a double victory for Musion today in both DPI and LMP2. He crosses the line, lights flashing, winning the LMP2 category as he does so. Wow, wow, wow. What a performance from the Musion Sim Racing squad here today. a double victory in both the DPI and LMP2. A bit of a burnout there for Roland Zooks. The Marshals flicking between the red and the yellow flag at the side of the track for some reason. And my oh my, what a race we've had here at Road America. That will be your final standings. Mugen Sim Racing number 16 takes the win. Red Archer VRT in P2. Epic RSR with a great comeback into P3 despite the subpar result by their standards. Revolution Racing P4, Mugen Sim Racing 27 takes the win in LMP2. Steinprinz Rookie Monsters, great result into P2 and LMP2. Then Paul Augustin and Hygo Poon, Botan Burkenyes in P3 for LMP2. RLR Brute Esports, Lucas Nickton with a fantastic drive into P4 for LMP2. And Santa Motorsports, disappointingly P5 for them. They felt they could have got a podium. The second Valley Esports car in P6 and TTF in P7. Darius Andre actually DNF'd at the end of that race, but classed as 14th overall. Thomas Diego in Team Imperium P15 overall. Then Tony Lawyer, Gogo Ballo, Danny the House rounding out your podium. 2 BMWs on your podium for GTE. Then Gabor Hutzi and Tom Chassing rounding out the top 5. Rookie Monsters again with another great result. Malcolm Schneider, P6, good result for them after missing a rear wing as well. Neil Tasker as well, putting in good stuff. Tamer Benching and Tibble Kiss coming back at the end as well. Good stuff to see from them. Then Adam Smith, Aiden Coleman as well in the TCC cars and 360. Team Morris did a pretty good result. And now we see just the list of DNFs. The double drillers DNF is not going to be good for the championship at all, I can tell you that much. That's really not going to go down too well in the drillers camp, I don't think. But wow, what a race we've had here today at the 4 hours of Road America here live on VMG TV. Now that's all we've got time for here today. Thank you very much for tuning in here. You got a nice look at the marshal waving the yellow flag, and make sure you tune in next time here on VMG TV for the 6 hours of Interlagos. It should be a banging race, so hopefully we'll see you then. Goodbye for now.
Yeah.